Hello and good morning. You are back with the crew. It's so good to have everybody back here with us. As everybody knows, we're a bit of a family around here at the XRP family, and we run into some people, longtime listeners, but they're wonderful girls, and they're going to share their story with all of you out there, and I can't wait for you guys to hear their story. So, good morning again from the world's largest XRP show. So, Brent, take it away.
We are streaming live on YouTube and IMUTV. Come check us out over there, either spot. We are so happy to meet these two people and get to know them last night. And our conversation was just amazing. This is Quincy and this is Kaylin, and they are the Digital Asset Sisters. How are you both doing this morning?
Doing great. It's been an amazing conference, and everything that we've gotten to learn so far is just so eye-opening, even for us being in this space every day, all the time, researching, moving forward. Being here is so crucial, and having a community, being able to meet you guys and have dinner last night, get to know you guys and everyone else is just so important.
How did you two get into crypto? We all have a story. We all have a light bulb moment.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to have her share this one because she's so good at sharing really the heart behind how we got in.
Yeah, so really it was our dad. About 2019, we've both been really interested in investing, wanting to put our money somewhere where it had the potential to grow. And that's really when he came across crypto and was like, hey, I think that you need to check this out. I think you need to research this a little bit more. And as we started doing that, we were like, okay, this is something. This is where we want to put our money. And so we honestly just started doing it ourselves and researching it, started to do it, and then started helping other people along the way. So, yeah.
So, in helping people, there's so much about giving back that's so incredible. And when we do that, what was it? Was it because you struggled so much in the beginning of crypto? What were some of the negative stories or some of the problems that you had that made you go, wow, it finally clicked with me. I think I can teach this now. What were those aha moments in those growing pains?
I think I'll kind of share some of mine, but almost it wasn't even in the negative. It was almost like this is such an opportunity that we wanted to share with people, the opportunity within the space. And we're like, we don't want anybody to miss out on this, that like our hearts were so much like, oh my gosh, everybody has to know about this. And so, I mean, obviously there's been moments of like, we don't want people to go through getting scammed or hacked, that they've come to us with those kind of stories. But I think the bigger one is the opportunity within the space.
Yeah.
And I'll kind of speak to that a little bit too. I mean, I think that with what we've really seen within this space, us having some success, a funny story is people would come to us and be like, are you the crypto girls? Are you the crypto sisters? And they're like, I need to talk to you. I hear that you're really successful within cryptocurrency. I need to know everything about that. And so we would laugh and we'd be like, so we kind of coined ourselves as the crypto sisters, but then we were like, no, we actually want to be the digital asset sisters because not all crypto is good. Like, we need to let you guys know that not all crypto is good, but
really
there
good
are
choice.
Digital assets with real utility that have so much potential. And I think the gap and the hole we saw in this space was, yes, we were listening to amazing YouTubers like you guys doing our own research, but not everyone has the time or even the effort to necessarily do that. They kind of want to have a step-by-step or someone to hold their hand along the way. And that's really what we wanted to curate. We wanted to curate something that was super simple, condensed all the information, because you can get online and hear anything these days, and there's so many articles out there, what's real, what's not. So we've really condensed all the information that has brought us our own success and curated it so that people wouldn't have to go through this journey alone. They could truly have someone who has already gone through like the pain, the process that you were talking about, trying to get on an exchange, knowing, is it safe? Is it not? So we really wanted to condense that and make it so easy for people to get into this space and gain the opportunity like we have.
Will you both talk like specifically to the crew about what you've done for your business and like how you've been able to go get out there and help? And like, we're always trying to, think and speak about new ways of being creative in this space. And like, we're going to need all these different types of services that we've already got for the old legacy money and the way that we do things now. But to be innovators and do similar services, like,
yeah, absolutely. So within our business, like what we really provide for our community and provide for individuals is being able to get in, like I said, easily simplified, but also have someone there to literally hold your hand, walk you through the process. And what we really saw was a need for individuals that wanted to get into this space and they maybe have stagnant cash or they have a 401k and they just want to be able to get into this space easily. And so we take them and we start them at ground zero. Like, what is cryptocurrency? What is blockchain? And we take them, start them at ground zero, and introduce them into our community, introduce them within ourselves, and we also bring experts on as well. So then they get to keep extending, keep going forward. But really, it's not. I think the confusion is what we cut through. So all the confusion, we just simplify everything and then allow people to get into this opportunity and have a really solid foundation to move forward in life.
So well said. Yeah, we were talking last night a lot about like partnership and your sisters, and like we did the father-son thing, and we've had our growing pains in it. But luckily we're friends also. And just how has your relationship grown in this, and like why did you decide it was like you two wanted to be in business together?
Yeah, I think it really is interesting, and it's so true. Like, doing business with family or doing anything honestly with family can be challenging, but it's also one of the most rewarding things, I would say, if you can do it right. And that's something that we've really had to work on, because at the very beginning, like, I don't think that we did not understand each other and understand how we worked, and we're complete opposites. And so really, like, devoting time to understand the other person has really changed the game for us, and just really realizing, okay, her strength might be this, my strength is this, and allowing each other to succeed in the areas that they can thrive in has been huge. And so I think that our relationship has grown tremendously through business, but it also could have been this aspect of like, if we didn't figure it out, we probably would have killed each other.
There's moments.
Yeah,
it happens.
yeah. So yeah, and you can share kind of your.
I wanted to share a little bit about how our relationship too has really done amazing things for our community, because I think they've really seen that our community isn't just, okay, here's what you get and, try to do it on your own. It's like, we really have created a family. And I know you guys are like that. We feel it with you, just being able to talk with you both, but it's like this family of individuals that not only understand what to do within cryptocurrency, but have that encouragement, and the mindset behind it. You can all stick together and in the hard moments, because we all know we've had to go through the volatility. We had to go through some of the things with XRP, the SEC, all these different things. But when you have a community to fall back on and to come in and be vulnerable with, I think that's really what our family, essentially business, has created for our individuals to come in and really not just talk about money, but talk about all those other things that money correlates with in life. So I think that's really been awesome with our relationship.
To be honest, why you're here today. Your story really resonated, and it made a lot of sense to me. I was speaking with you for 5 minutes, and I was like, oh boy, these girls are going somewhere. And it was obvious that you knew the knowledge. You had the right terms. You were talking about the right things. You were hoping to do the right things for the right people. And I was like, wow, okay, we need somebody like this, because the biggest open space, if you will, gap in crypto for me is people, hey, I've been in it 6 months, now what? And I just don't have the time. Other channels, they don't have the time for that. I think it's going to blow you girls up. I really do. But I want people to have a little bit of confidence in you because you are quite young. What level do you start at, and how advanced of an investor, crypto investor, can contact you?
Yeah,
So
I think that's
the
great.
beginners we got figured out. How far can you go with it?
Yeah, so like you said, we start with people who don't even fully understand what cryptocurrency is, and then we started with people who have actually been invested in this space for 2-3 years themselves, and so we really have our comprehensive program that gets you going and builds a great foundation. But we also have our Invest 360, which, speaking about family, our dad is actually the expert that runs the scenes behind there. And then we also bring on other experts. But really, I think the sky's the limit for where you can go. And one awesome thing about what we do in that back end is, I mean, we can get pretty advanced in there. Like we can help individuals set up LLCs, trusts, understand the security with it, but also develop strategy that's not just going to gain the appreciation off of these assets, but how do you utilize these to make passive income in the future? How can you position yourself 5 years ahead, even 10 years ahead, to be successful in this space? Because we're at the very beginning, everyone knows, and it's the very precipice of where this space is actually going. And so we want people to not only be successful now or in 2 years, 3 years, we want to set people up to have success and ultimately build generational wealth. That's a lot of what we talk about, building generational wealth. Yeah, and I don't know if you want to share anything on that.
Yeah, I was just going to share that we've had people that have even been, kind of like you said, been within this space for over 6 years, but they're still maybe holding their assets on an exchange, or they don't know the in-depth security measures to even take within the space. And so I think that that's where we've seen people come to us and be like, okay, I need help, even in the very basics, even though they've been within it for 6 years. So I think, yeah, kind of like she said, the sky's the limit. We could have different people, but our niche is definitely the foundational, like do it right the first time so that you can have success for the long term.
And just to give a little bit of context too, because I think this always helps. So we've helped individuals, we've also helped families, and then we've also helped $1 million businesses. So we consult one business now that's a multi-million-dollar business, has 3 locations. And so we have a couple of different options to go, because everyone kind of has a different desire. So we really tailor it to what their goals are, what their financial situation is.
You have to.
Yes,
Yeah.
Exactly. And then we can go in different directions from there.
And you mentioned last night that you had 12 people graduate, I believe you said, or some people had gone through the entire process. Is that a lengthy process? Is that something that takes them, they could do it in a month, or is it something that you stay with them through the whole process? How does that work?
Yeah, so we've set it up in a way for them to really have the option. So essentially within our first upfront program that people can get into, it's about 45 days long, and it gives you everything to build a great foundation within cryptocurrency, get into our 3 biggest digital assets that have made us success and that are going to have success within the future, and really implement that safety and security within it as well. And so that's 45 days. And we really wanted to make that to where you can go off after that and you can be so successful on your own if you take that and implement it. But we also didn't want to leave people hanging. We want them to continue to develop, continue to increase. So they have that option to continue on back in our, what's called our Invest 360, our mastermind, our community. And really that's just ongoing for however long people want to stay with us. And so we've had over 100 individuals go through our Crypto Start program and see a lot of success. So that's the front end. And then we have around 30 plus individuals within our back end that just stay with us and continue to gain those opportunities and really sift out their strategy to optimize what they're doing within their portfolio.
already so happy to be in this space with you, and you can never get enough advice in all of this and never bounce it off enough minds. And I'm so lucky to have him to be able to go, on a phone call and bounce things off of. But for people who are actually working in it, and we're working on this and trying to bring big concepts. I need your help. I want it. So I'm so thankful for what you're doing. Let's do a couple fun ones.
Okay.
Let's do
it.
Ready?
Yeah, definitely.
What is something that you haven't done yet in your life, but you want to get done? It's bucket list.
Okay, I think we all might. And is cryptocurrency related or just
no? This
anything?
is your life.
Oh my!
Yep.
There's a million things. Well, I'm going to do the cryptocurrency related one, and then maybe you can have something. But just like we were talking to you guys last night, we really want to start a YouTube and share our hearts behind this space, because the technical stuff is amazing. The individuals that we have in our community are amazing, but we really feel like we need to get our hearts out there, just get our voice out there and help those people that might be struggling in this space or need a deeper meaning in order to get into cryptocurrency, because it is sometimes hard to just listen to all the technicals. So we want to create that deeper meaning, get ourselves out there. And so we are also just so thankful for you guys just expressing your guys' help with getting us started in that as well. So I think that is a short-term bucket list one, but it's pretty important.
Yeah. I mean, I would also ditto that probably. I think that for both of us, relationships is the biggest thing. And so getting to more of these conferences, because this is our first XRP Las Vegas conference, getting to more of these meetups where we can actually meet people like you guys, and really have that family aspect, and it not just be like, oh, you're a stranger, I see you online all the time. It's like I actually get to meet you in person, and I think for us those kind of relationships are the biggest thing. Yeah.
Totally agree with both. So last one. We do this with everybody. Just go ahead and shout out somebody that you love or that has inspired you in your life.
I would just say Mima and Ampa, and then mom and dad.
Yes.
For me.
Yeah. I'm going to say the same. Dad, he got us into cryptocurrency. He was the one that's been in real estate, really, inspired us to truly go for it in life and not just stay in the box. And mom has just supported us and loved us through it. So we're just so thankful for you guys.
Yes. And thank you for both of you and having us on here.
Thank you both. This is the Digital Asset Sisters. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Yes, thank you guys. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You guys are awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
You did great.
Well, that was
Yo! 7 Cents Crypto on the Roamer. We got another VIP guest coming up for you guys on the crew. It's going to be live. Of course, we are live. I appreciate everybody stopping by. Please share this content. We are 100% good to go right now. Sound is good. The guests are going to be better and better and better and better. I'm telling you, we are hitting home runs today and only home runs today. I cannot wait to hear your guys' feedback for what the Stable Crew is bringing to you by imutv.tv. Check them out. Get the app. You can get that on the Roku, Apple TV, and the Fire Stick. We're coming up with more. Man, it's a beautiful day. How's my hair look? Y'all good with the hair? Y'all good with the hair? Okay, just a moment. I'm going to switch. I'm going to make sure these guys are ready to go live.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, you are back with the crew. And I'm just not going to get into any lengthy conversation or introduction here. We all know who's on the camera here. Everybody knows and loves the coach. Brother, what are you doing here in Las Vegas?
Man,
what's happening here
I know,
today?
Las Vegas, Sin City. Why are we here?
Right?
We're here to expand consciousness in Sin City. It's been an awesome time. We actually came with our company, Merlin. We have multiple companies in the cryptocurrency space and financial services. We came here to work with amazing people to expand consciousness. We hit Bitcoin conference first, which was a cool experience. I'd never been to that. And now we're at XRP Las Vegas, and the frequency here is absolutely insane. So we're here to share about some of our companies and actually to network with amazing people like you, man.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, but we met over in Bitcoin, so guilty pleasures every now and then. We have to check out what the other folks are doing. What did you get? What was the big difference for you?
Yeah.
I'm not talking personality wise. What did you think about the difference in the two shows?
There was well, first I'll say which was interesting. So going to the Bitcoin conference, being an XRP guy, right? I've been talking about XRP since 2020. I anticipated getting a bunch of backlash. I'll start with some very positive stuff. There was zero backlash. It was great conversations, a lot of expansive consciousness. A lot of people I met with actually held XRP too, which I thought was pretty cool. And we had very educated conversations on, hey, why do you hold XRP? Why do you hold Bitcoin as well? And I explained to him how I use one as a store of value, one as a bridge currency, and we were just talking about it. There is a difference in feeling, though. At the Bitcoin conference, it was more, how would I say it? It was more kind of like a little bit hype. Here it feels like building and real world assets. It just has a totally different feel to it. Yeah. Another thing, too, is just the frequency, man, the frequency. I mean, I have had hundreds of conversations with people, and the interesting thing is, it was mostly not about crypto. It was about spirituality and love and consciousness and expanding consciousness and building family and kingdom building, building assets outside of cryptocurrency. And hey, what are you building next? And just some different conversations with it. That was interesting. It wasn't just about wealth and building, and it was more about expansive.
Isn't it interesting that that's exactly what you and I talked about at a Bitcoin conference?
Yeah, exactly.
It was classic.
Yep. We had a great conversation, by the way.
Oh my God, it was great.
So for those uninitiated to coach, we just want to do an interactive thing, like if we were to walk up to your booth, coach, somebody from the crew,
sure.
What are you delivering to them? Will you tell us about your company?
Yes,
and
absolutely.
what you're doing?
Thank you. So Merlin, the smartest way to track your crypto. First of all, awesome job for my team with that name. We trademarked that. Merlin, the smartest way to track your crypto. So in 2020, when we were in the going into the bull market, we were learning about this. We're very organized people. So we had these spreadsheets, and I was in the business at that point. I hadn't scaled my businesses. So I felt bad. I'm meeting with my clients. I'm literally, the bull run's kicking off. I'm looking at the spreadsheet. I'm like, oh, I got to hit my exit targets. And I kept missing the targets, and the exchanges would shut down. So by the time I got done with my client, the exchange is having technical difficulties. So Johnny Crypto with the K on the Good Morning Crypto show came in. He owns a company. They own a company called Blockheads, and he came in, and we love companies. We love building. And he presented the idea of, he said, Merlin. And he's like, the smartest way to track your crypto. I'm like, tell me more. So what we did is he took the software company, which we bought equity in, and we got involved in it. And we built Merlin, smartest way to track your crypto. So we don't hold your crypto. It's an interface. So if people say you have 5 different exchanges, it pulls it all into one place. So it's organized. You see your daily gains and losses, right? All in one place. You can set up your exit targets. And so if you set up hey, I want a 50-50 exit plan, you set it up, put the percentage, it puts how many coins you need to exit. And based on your tax bracket that you personally put in, it'll give you the tax implications of it. So that's the first part of our roadmap. We're going to be going into helping with tax planning in the future. That's on our roadmap. And then eventually in our further roadmap, we'll be able to actually execute the trades on there. So,
man, that's awesome.
Thank you.
That's a full service almost right there. You're gonna go, you were talking the other day about trading. Are you ever gonna get into like the brokerage or financial planning side of life?
So I do have my own firm. We just bought our own firm. So I'm a licensed agent in insurance. I'm really big on cash value life insurance, bank on yourself concepts. I was connected to an IMO. So we had a business connected into the IMO just recently. So let me go back. I left banking to get the hell away from financial services. And here I am back in it. I literally left banking. I'm getting the hell out of here, man. And now I'm deep back in it in a different consciousness level, though. So we just, my partner, my CFO and my partner in life, May as well, we actually leveraged our Bitcoin and bought our first firm. So we bought an insurance firm. So we're back in the financial services. We do, cash value life insurance, trust planning, tax-free retirement. So, we left financial services. We're back in it. We just love the kingdom building, not just being in cryptocurrency, but diversifying outside for protection as well. And we're talking about the bank on yourself concept.
Yeah,
So
love it.
Yep.
That's exactly where I'm at. That's where my head's at. That's how you build a life.
Yep.
Outside of banking, you build your own bank.
Yep.
Which is really what this whole crypto space is about.
Yes.
Really, is taking control of your financial future. And it's so important to have, isn't it funny? Like, I know you've been around a while. 4 or 5 years ago, nobody talked about that in crypto. But now that it's not a gamble or we're not speculators anymore, it's like, this is the real deal.
Yes.
And everybody's getting that. And they're saying, oh, I better get a financial planner. But then they go to their financial planner and the guy won't even let them, what are you doing? Get out of all of it. So now there's this massive tidal wave of people that are going to need your services and services like my Thursday night show.
Yes.
So how big do you think this could possibly get?
Oh,
where are you going with that?
Massive. It's some of the conversation. Well, let's go back to what you said. Like, if you walk into a traditional bank right now and you sit down with a financial advisor, even though Jamie Dimon just said, I'll let my clients invest in, I'm still not going to touch it. If you walk into a traditional financial advisor, they're going to tell you to still run as fast as you can from Bitcoin, right? And they've been flooding a lot of people out. When I was in banking in 2017, Jamie Dimon told you you'd be fired if you traded it. BlackRock, Larry Fink told you it's used for money laundering, right? So I left banking thinking crypto was a fraud. You walked into a banker 2017 all the way to now, they're still going to tell you that, right? So that's a big disjustice for them not educating themselves on what's actually happening. But what is transitioning now is we're seeing it's becoming a legit asset class, right? So you're going to be able to buy and sell and trade it at your local bank. So we need people who are consciously looking at these financial services to help people, number one, get into it very responsibly, right? Cryptocurrency, it's very volatile and it'll still be volatile for a while, but also really understand what this is. Moving from inflationary US dollar, they're going to print the hell out of the dollar coming up, they're going to lower interest rates, and teaching them what is the power of XRP and Bitcoin having fixed supplies, Bitcoin having a fixed supply. Then how do we responsibly take some of those profits and not buy Lambos, Ferraris, and watches, but actually secure our family, right? And so those are the type of conversations we're having. What I'm waiting for, and I'm so excited about, is insurance allowing us to index into Bitcoin. It is going to be game over. Yes. If they do that, it is game over. You're going to hear that on every single video from me. So, or XRP.
Both.
Yeah, both.
It's going to be both, and for different reasons. Yep. We were talking to Mickel yesterday, and he was explaining he really did a really clear job of differential. The way you look at the two coins is completely different. But the one thing for me is that I love about your show and where you're coming from is you're not just XRP or the ISO coins. You're not afraid to say Bitcoin on your show, and because we are an XRP channel as well, and you are as well. But people have to understand your sovereign nations are coming to this. This is something I've been telling my son for 6, 7 years, 8 years almost now. I've been telling him the sovereign nations are going to buy Bitcoin 100%. And these bankers are going to hold it as collateral because it's going to be a true collateral. Yes. But what you're going to really want the XRP for is, what would you say to that answer?
If you're holding
your definition of what we're going to really need the use case of XRP
for a bridge currency. I came from the banking system, and so when I left the banking system, it's slow, it's archaic. Someone would sit down with me, with one of my bankers. If there's this huge wire transfer, they have to call all the way up to the VP. Oh, we got this $3 million wire transfer. Can we get your approval? And then we miss the cutoff. The person's trying to buy a house. They miss escrow, right? You have this client that's pissed off at you because there's $1 million transaction that went south, right? And so that right there's a real world example. You go, boom, seconds, at pennies on the dollar, money. So it's velocity of money. We have a massive liquidity crisis. Banks have to have money on both sides. That right there, it's a bridge currency. And holding XRP, I believe we're holding one of the most valuable assets that's going to radically transform the way we move money, the way you move money. That's what it is. And so when I think of Bitcoin, I think that Bitcoin is alchemizing from physical gold into digital gold. That's the way I look at it, from a spiritual component. And you have XRP is taking a system that is broken, that is fragmented, that is controlled, and moving it into a fair, equitable system where everybody can move money at the speed of light and have access to the system.
Done. That's exactly it. And the hard part for most people to really understand is we've never had anything like that before.
Never.
Nothing, any remote, like, oh, well, yeah, no, I can do everything Coach just said. No, you can't. You can't do all those things. You can't do them timely,
Right,
by any standard. And as you know, insurance doesn't communicate with banks well. Banks don't communicate with government well. Nobody communicates well. What does XRP do? It knocks all of those barriers down. They're gone.
yeah,
Gone. They all just need that tool. And, okay, great. It's almost as powerful to me as like the use of the computer, the internet.
yeah.
It's going to free both sides of the transaction up so simply.
And think about what you just said and why there's this big separation between, I'll say it's from a spiritual component. There's the left hemisphere of the brain is worldly logic, greed, to right hemisphere of the brain, which is consciousness, creation, 3D. What this is all right hemisphere creation, right?
Yeah.
And you got the left who's fighting for this old system, CBDC. Don't pass the Genius Act. Elizabeth Warren was so upset if you saw her on the floor when they was passing to the next. I forget what it was called, where they moved it to next level.
She didn't want any part of it
Because they're stuck in this old archaic system that is about greed, that is lack of transparency, and what XRP and the company Ripple and all this represents is breaking down all of that, right? And so when the SEC sued Ripple, I think it was December 20th, 2020. I was quarantined because I have a business where I had to be quarantined because I got exposure to, and that was the worst thing you could have done to me. Quarantine me. I was meditating, I was praying, and then my text message started blowing up. Why did you talk about XRP? And I have a video that I did in my small channel. I did a press release, and I'm like, I'm holding on like a tick on a dog. I'm like, they always sue the most disruptive companies in the world. And I truly believe that Ripple will leave a dent in the universe. And
I love that. It's so true. And I love that right brain analogy. It's so perfect. Brent, do you have some fun questions to catch a coach off guard?
Absolutely, man. Coach, you were throwing down, brother.
Thank you.
That's exactly it. Childhood memory that shaped your life. Something from your life that really helped you, turn into the man that we're all watching and we're all proud of. And we love you, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
That's kind of a weird one.
No, it's not a weird. It's making me emotional because it's like there's some stuff that happened in my childhood that was not good, that shouldn't happen to a child, that is a memory that became the catapult of the man I am today. So it sounds like a negative, but it actually became a very big positive. There's a lot of things that happened to me as a child that shouldn't happen to a child, and that became the springboard, actually, of acceptance and forgiveness, to learn forgiveness, to learn that, that the past is the past, the future is the future, today is the present. That's why they call it a gift. That's from Kung Fu Panda. I take that, I just did the movie Kung Fu Panda. But the present moment, those things that happened to me as a child that were unfavorable became my ability to live within the present moment, and so that shaped my ability to be a better father, to be a better partner, to be a better business owner, because it is truly about presence. So it sounds like a negative thing, but it became a catalyst for me to learn forgiveness at a deep level to be able to become present.
It's such a great thing, having those catalysts. And if you get that feeling where you're at a bottom or this is tough, and it's like how you use that to springboard, like you said, and launch yourself.
Because I always tell people, we don't have a time machine. If anybody does have a time machine or invents one, let me know. We can do very well. We can tokenize it, but we don't have a time machine. We can't go backwards, right? So it's like I was going to let it just destroy my life and continue to perpetuate itself, or learn forgiveness, be present, and start building. So
love that.
Thank you.
What a great answer.
Thank you.
We ask everybody this, Coach.
Okay.
We love this one. If you want to give a shout out to the camera right now, somebody that you love, somebody that you know that's going to watch this, somebody that's inspired you.
Oh my
if you want to speak to them.
So many, man. I want to say thank you to my partner, May. I know she's here at the event as well. So my partner, May, has magnetized me 10 times, man. I mean, 10 times over. It's every man needs a good woman. I'll tell you that, because I didn't realize the impact of it until she came into my life. I always tell her she's my backbone. If I didn't have her, I'd fall over to the side. I also want to say thank you to my mom. My mom is is my hero. I know a lot of people say their dad, but my mom is my hero. My mom always has believed in me, even when I was at my lowest of low, losing everything, needing their support. And I've been very open about my story. They have always, and my mom has always said, I believe in you. No matter how deep and how dark things got, she's like, I believe in you. So me and my mom, I love you guys. And my beautiful daughter, she's here as well. She's been through hell and back with me, and she still loves me. So I appreciate that.
You know, I got to. You said a lot of that the other day, and I know there's a lot of emotion behind that question and answer for you. You humble me in so many ways, and I want you to know that.
Thank you.
Every time I get around you, there's an energy about you, and people say that about me, and I didn't really understand what they were talking about until I get around people like yourself. I learned a lot about becoming a man in the last 5 minutes. That was brilliant. I love that.
Thank you.
It's really good. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's
Coach.
coming through us, isn't it?
Thank you. Yeah, it's beautiful,
Yeah,
man.
it's
The Holy
beautiful.
Spirit, man.
There's 3 or 4 things you just said that are like I should do a better job of all 3 of those things. We all could do a better job.
We all could, man.
Obviously.
I think that's the beauty in being a human, man. Being a human. Can I go for a second to say something? Okay, so I was I go to Peru every year, a couple times a year, and a gentleman I work with at Chase, and I was sitting in the garden in medicine, and he came up to me and he said something powerful to me, because I'm like, I love Jesus Christ, I love God, and I honor, and I say it very boldly on my channel. And I'm like, oh, I'm unconditionally loving. I love everybody unconditionally. I want to emulate what Jesus does. And he comes up to me and he sits down next to me. He goes, what does love represent to you? Just ask the question, then he disappears. Then he comes back later, and I'm like, I said, unconditional. And he goes, you're full of shit. And I'm like, what? He's like, you're full of shit. He goes, so you love people unconditionally? I said, yes. He goes, oh, okay, cool. You were telling me about these boundaries that you set, and in your life you pray, and in your life you do this and you do that. Aren't those conditions? And I was like, they are. He goes, so you love people unconditionally? And I was like, he said, or is it that Jesus Christ loved us unconditionally, and that you get the ability as a human being to actually put conditions on your love, and that's the essence of being a human being. So the reason why I tell that is because when I talk about Bitcoin on my channel and I talk about both of these things, people get so tribal, XRP, Bitcoin, and I'm like, those are conditions, right? And it's allowing us to come together to understand that it's okay to be an XRP maximalist. It's okay to be a Bitcoin maximalist, but don't don't tunnel vision your mind, to not open up your mind to other things. But I did learn a powerful lesson around that, because I am a maximalist on some things. I'm like, at our family, we pray over our food, right? If you're going to be at my house, you're going to be at dinner with me, we're praying, right? I don't care what religion you are, what you believe in, we're praying, right? So I just wanted to bring that up because I thought that was interesting, because I think it just goes into the essence of all this. Like, we're all putting conditions on the fact that we're no longer going to let a system control us, right? And so I don't know why I brought that up, but I just it hit my heart, man.
We can't go a long way. Unfortunately, we have
we're
another guest.
Perfect.
That was a
Thank you.
brilliant story. But also, you and I need to further that discussion.
Yes.
I have something along those lines that really changed the way I look at life.
Yep.
And it really helped me a lot. And I'll share it with you later. It's 20 minutes though, so we'll do that later.
His story's 20 minutes.
Yeah, story's 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I can't do a 5-minute video.
Yeah, the team said you're just like me. I just keep my team's like, okay, cut it off. Get
to the end.
We got a show to do.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Awesome.
Coach, we love you so much.
I love you
man.
too, man.
You are part of the family.
Love you, man. Love you.
We are family here. I was one of the people, I don't know that I coined it, but I was one of the first people that I ever heard say, we're not an army, we're family.
I love that.
And
man.
that's just, I'm sorry, we're not an army.
Yeah.
I know what armies look like, and that's not this.
I serve my country. Yep.
So we appreciate your time, brother.
Love you guys.
And thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for everything you're doing. Awesome. Talk to you soon, guys. Thank you.
Man.
Wow. Wasn't that great? Oh my gosh. I just want to give you a sneak peek of who's coming up right now. Who's coming up next right here. Hold on. Quincy Jones in the house, baby. Quincy Jones in the house. Oh my gosh. Here we go. We're going to do just a little set change, and we're going to bring it back to you. It's coming strong, baby. I told you we're hitting home runs today. Big shout out to IMU. TV.TV, just doing it. Thanks, Coach. It's good to see you, brother. Thank you. IMU TV, bringing it to 23 different countries. We are doing it. We are absolutely doing it. 100%. Sorry, I'm like multitasking there, man. Yeah, but this is the raw, baby. This is the real raw. What goes behind the scenes? This is what everybody's not here. There's panels going on. There's breakout rooms. I know the Dip a Toe show is trying to bring some of that to you as well. So watch out for those posts. We're gonna get set up. We're gonna get set up. These guys are getting situated here. It's gonna be fire. Absolute fire. How you guys doing out there? I don't see anybody in the chat right now. Just want to make sure you guys are doing very, very good. You're good. You're good. Oh my God. Whoa. XRP Renegade here. For those of you that are watching on IMU TV, thank you. Thank you so very much. We're trying to expose to you another industry where honestly part of this industry is a level of freedom. IMU TV is all about the independent musician. You create it, you own it, that's yours. Same thing. Since that's yours, you can put your money where you want to. And then we put it in digital assets. We are in control. We've never had this before. So we have to do our research, take the time to do good things. I'm going to mute my mic. I'm going to make sure we are ready to go. And we're going to bring on Mr. Quincy Jones.
Okay. Oh, hey, guess who we got in the booth? You're back again live with the crew, and thanks for showing up to the world's largest XRP show. And it wouldn't be an XRP show without Mr. Quincy Jones. Hey, brother, how you doing?
Doing real good. Having a real good time here. A lot of good people, good community. Actually, had a few panels earlier with some good devs. A lot of cool things going on. So having a good time. Really good time.
Yeah, it's so cool to be. We get to see each other every year, and we have friends and family. And if you attend this show, because you've been there. And we just walk through the aisles, we talk to everybody, and it's a family affair. And it's so weird. I was at the Bitcoin show last week, and it didn't have that feel at all. It just didn't. It didn't have the same feel that this one does for me. And I'm sure it's because of the community, obviously. But when you come to the show, I've always love the way you're accessible. Totally. Like, man, you just go up to Quincy, and if you haven't talked to the dude yet, you should. Yeah.
I love that you say that, because what ends up happening, maybe I'm naive or something, but I'll walk in here and go, wow, this is cool. This is fun. Get swarmed. Meanwhile, like Brad Garlinghouse, John Deaton, like all the other, like going in the back door.
Yeah, right?
I'll never forget, like, first time I met you last year, I think I went up and like hugged you, and we like, who's this? But we got into a great conversation, and we all, we became the same tribe by the end of the weekend. We were friends. But I remember you saying, it was like, Brent, people would come up to me and like, they would just want to pose with me for a photo, and then they just like awkwardly walk away, So, I was like, that's terrible, dude.
What's your name?
Yeah, what's your name? Who are you? And if any of you get lucky enough to meet this man in person, he's the real deal as a person. Love you, man. We're so happy to see you.
So glad to be here,
too. XRP conference without you. That's for sure. Okay, you got a lot of us fired up about XTC this year.
Okay, yeah.
Big time. Will you just give us broad strokes, maybe what you're working on, what you're cooking on, what you're excited about?
So I got two things. I got a little bit of a private thing I'm working on. You guys know a little bit about it. I'll touch on it. But one of the big things I'm working on, especially with XTC, is we're bringing on sort of a rolling cohort of new projects onto the network through our accelerator. So we have a plug-and-play accelerator. We'll bring on maybe 20, 30 projects over the course of maybe about 3 or 4 months. They'll go through a series of trials. We'll help them out. They'll get a little bit of funding here, a little bit of grant money there. If they do very well, they'll end up having better chances for funding later. And then we sort of repeat the process. So I almost look at it like spaghetti. We'll just take a bunch of projects, throw them on the wall and see what sticks. And don't, I say that and you may go, oh, that's a little crude. I say that because you can't really tell which projects are going to be good ones. Some projects have really good models. Some projects have really good founders. Some projects have really good technology. And the whole point of the accelerator is to help guide them. So yeah, we're trying to see what works, but we don't want them sitting there by themselves trying to figure out what to do or how to do it or how to work with people. We want to actively engage them in terms of being able to, one, be able to focus on their project, two, collaborate with other projects, but also three, if they want to be able to engage with whether it's real world assets or established organizations and enterprises, we can actually make that introduction. And that's the big thing that people miss about crypto. There are a lot of crypto people that focus on technology, but don't actually focus on the finance aspect. And there are a lot of people in finance that don't understand crypto. One of the biggest things that we're focusing on is taking these crypto people and bringing them into the finance people, so the crypto people with good code can come to the finance people with good methods and being able to actually engage in the type of adoption that we want to see going forward. Now, the second thing I wanted to say was I'm also working on an app, a dedicated XDC wallet with an integrated DEX, primarily focused on.
We have all heard about that.
Mm-hmm. Actually, if you want, I'll even do a little tease here.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And then here's the DEX. It was cooler. It connected to a bunch of dApps, but
It's clean.
yeah. Oh yeah, you can even see how many tokens you got. But yeah, it's something I've been working on. Dedicated. There isn't a dedicated wallet. Yeah, you can check it out if you want to. There isn't a dedicated.
I was going to hold it up to the camera, but that's all right. We're good.
There you go. It's a dedicated XDC wallet, and it's a very simple thing, very simple tool. I wanted it to be cooler. It was supposed to connect to a bunch of dApps, but Apple didn't like that and kicked me off the App Store, so I had to simplify it a little bit. But the main thing is most of the wallets out there don't really support XDC. You may go, oh, but what about Decent and Arclist and all? Yeah, they support the XDC token. What about all the other tokens on XDC? What about XSwap? What about Gamma Coin? What about Comtech Gold, Circularity? These are other assets projects, startups on XDC that people never get exposed to. And then what if a new project comes on XDC and is accessible through a DEX? How would you interact with it then? A lot of people don't really have a good experience in terms of being able to engage with DEXs and new tokens. So I wanted to be able to aggregate that experience so people that are on XDC can really have a place to go to be able to engage with XDC and everything that it has to offer. Now, like I said, I wish I was focusing more on dApps, but I think the big thing is focusing on how people can have access to new types of tokens. One vision I sort of had, it's very challenging, and I could probably go into that, is not only being able to have access to tokens on XDC, I want people to have access to RWA assets as well. So one of my bigger visions is to be able to push assets directly to a wallet, so you don't have to worry about going to this website or this app or whatever. You can easily have a simple means of being able to take your crypto and be able to simply exchange it for XDC assets, whether they're on XDC or even real world assets that can be provided. And I even noticed this was a problem because
Whoa, how are you pulling that off?
well, I know a lot of people who deal with traditional assets. The biggest thing right now people are focused on is tokenizing real estate and fractionalizing it. Big problem now. People can't afford a home. That's like the big thing now. A lot of young people can't afford a home. And there's two parts of that. Obviously, there's a place to live, but also there's an element of being able to miss out on a market. So being able to tokenize real estate and fractionalize it can take a $250,000 property and allow people to buy a 10,000 fraction of it to get in on that market that they wouldn't otherwise be able to.
Or premium property, say on a coast or somewhere special.
Now, you know what the big problem is now with a lot of these, with a lot of people who are dealing with the properties? They'll sit there, they'll go through an SPV, they'll tokenize it, they'll do all that. But then distribution, right? How do I get people to get the token? I tokenized it, I got it. How do people get it? That's what my big goal here is how can you pair directly with the tokenizers to allow people to directly access those tokens that people are tokenizing? And I say this because there are a lot of projects out here tokenizing. I believe Jay Klaver's here. I know he's one. He's doing things. He's doing stuff with tokenizing, and I know he's got a method for distribution and accredited investors. But not everybody has that market like that, where they can just connect to a bunch of other accredited investors and allow people to trade these assets. So my big thing is how can we allow a simple means for people to be able to do that? Whether it's KYC, accredited investor, whatever it is to get you access to that. What's a way I can centralize that, or not centralize, but aggregate the experience so people can very much utilize not only the XRP network, but all the tokens that can be listed on top of it.
Sweet. Okay, wait a minute. That's three things. Wait a minute. That was three things. And my next question: do you sleep?
Look, I only sleep just a little bit.
Yeah,
I spend most of the time just sitting there talking to the wall, going, "Oh man, can you imagine? It's almost here." I swear.
I know, right? I do the same damn thing. It's like, okay, why is this so difficult? Now I go through my normal life every day now, and I go, why is this so damn difficult? Well, how do we fix this? I got to call Quincy. It's
so
so
efficiency people.
Oh yeah, this
I
shit
know,
optimizing.
it's unbelievable. Like I'm dealing with something right now, and they were like coming to me, and they're in the Stone Ages, and they're like, well, we have to have these things. Well, I will tell you what they are, but we have to have these things. They have to be tokenized, and they have to be ISO compliant. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, you're a big outfit here. Is that Greek to you? I mean, what are you talking about, man? What are you doing? So it's really funny. I'm already hearing from large institutions panicking about being compliant. And I'm like, that's coming up, man. You should have done a little homework prior to that. Yeah, it's going to happen for you.
Yeah.
What do you think? I know, big guessing. And where do you see that form of, say, 1, 2, or 3? When is that going to be mainstream? When is that going to be like the way it's done? And when you're staring at the wall, dreaming about
Yeah,
it.
right.
Yeah, right. Like how do we?
One of the biggest things I think that really needs to be emphasized is the user experience. Everyone in crypto already knows this. When you're dealing with the wallet or setting it up, like the seed word, the seed phrase, all of this is just really nerve-wracking. And that's only half the battle. That doesn't even get into people interacting with the blockchain. That's just setting up a wallet, setting up an account, right? So there's this element in terms of being able to normalize the experience by being able to allow people to sort of abstract a lot of these difficulties and focus primarily on the use case. Like when I was doing a panel with some of the other guys, I believe it was Mickel, he was talking about a project where he was a gaming project, right? And they had NFTs and all this, but the NFTs were like inventory pieces and the wallet was generated. So if you didn't really want to think about crypto, you could play the game. You have all these tokens in your account and you're just using those tokens for the game. But if you really wanted to find liquidity in those tokens, sell them, trade them, whatever, you can go set up a wallet, redeem the tokens from your gaming account, and now start trading those assets. What this does is a regular person who may not be thinking about the assets or may not think about the assets just yet can now interact with the blockchain game without sitting here going, how do I set up my wallet and do all this? And people who do want to sit there and go, oh, I've accumulated all these inventory in this game. I can sell it, I can trade it, I can do whatever. I can now have this new feature that previous games would have relatively had a difficult time going about in terms of being able to find the liquidity, being able to sell, being able to maximize the value of the time you spent playing in the game by being able to redeem the value in the assets that you've been able to accumulate.
Love it. I just love that. So you didn't give me a prediction in there, but I'll let you go. What do you think? I mean, how long?
I've been giving this.
Quickly could it?
So this is how it works. It's based off of singularity. This is how it works. It's just like ChatGPT. Just like ChatGPT. So before ChatGPT, did anybody care about AI? Sort of. A bunch of big data statistics nerds cared about AI. Like, all right, I was one of them for a little bit. All right, and I say that because it wasn't hot. It wasn't hot. It wasn't sexy. It wasn't fun. It was just, oh, you're good at math and good at statistics. You should really get into machine learning because that's a good way to generalize, decision making. Like whatever, right?
You work for NASA or something?
But the thing is it wasn't really hot, and I say that because there were people focusing on it, but it didn't have that mass appeal. Now, at the time, you may be thinking, so when is Amazon, when is Google, when is Microsoft going to come out with an AI that you can chat to? That's how people would think about it, right? But then a company like OpenAI comes along, right? This startup, freshly funded, spends a lot of money trying to figure out a new process, a new technology, cracks the code just a little bit. They don't have to crack everything. They don't have to crack the business model. They just crack the code just a little bit. Now that people are able to see, whether these big organizations, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, now they're able to see, wow, if we don't necessarily compete in this domain, we will get swept in terms of how people utilize AI. And I say that because it's easy to go, yeah, ChatGPT is the king. So but you don't do the same thing with crypto. You think of, why isn't JP Morgan or Chase or whatever? And it's like, no, these giant organizations have no incentive to really try to be competitive. It's someone smaller than them that's going to start encroaching into their market share. That's going to sit there and go, wow, this team of 12 people is basically cutting into the market share of a multi-billion-dollar, 1,000-employee organization. And that's when they're like, wow, we're actually becoming less competitive because we're not adopting the technology. It's a singularity in terms of how well someone becomes competitive to where everybody else is like, we need to get ahead. We're gonna be behind. And I say that because you may go, okay, so what's the singularity? It's ChatGPT, and there are different singularities. People go, oh, AI or AGI with ChatGPT, but just the caring singularity. With ChatGPT, what ended up happening was people saw where things could go based off what the technology was able to do. Right now, crypto has a really hard time seeing that. And I think the thing that's going to really change that is going to come down to a really, really small organization being able to compete with the larger organizations just by leveraging a better technology. Then Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, everyone, they're like, oh, we got to get in here now. We're going to miss out. Oh, my God, what are we going to do? Did you see them over there? They're killing it. Oh, my God, we're going to
The little pipsqueaks.
yeah, literally, they're going to lose their mind. They're going to lose their mind. And they're not losing their mind because someone convinced them to get into crypto. They're losing their mind because somebody found a way to make it work. And now it's like, if you don't get on board, you're going to be out of here. You're no longer going to be the big dog anymore. And look at OpenAI. Is anyone sitting here going, oh, Microsoft's going to beat OpenAI? No, you're sitting here, ChatGPT's king right now. All you big companies are sitting here like in the back seat trying to figure out what to do. It's the same thing when it comes to crypto. So when people are thinking, when's the next big crypto or big event or big whatever, you really need to be focusing on. I almost look at this as, and I remember reading an article about this, about Delta 4, and it really is just the difference between two processes and how much of a difference will instigate the change. So right now, there's nothing that's instigating the change to use crypto. But like I said, someone becomes competitive, that competition will instigate the change that will flood in a lot of these bigger organizations that are actively trying to build on cryptocurrency. Now you may go, so what does that mean for now? What does that mean for crypto now? Sort of. It's just like AI. So before, like imagine it was before ChatGPT and people were talking about AI. At the time, so people really weren't talking about like agents or talking about like chatbots. They were really just talking about like extrapolating like general data and then basically making like an average decision off of that. But if someone went back then and started extrapolating all the future use cases of that, they'll never get to chatbot. You see what I mean? Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Some people in like a real theoretical sense may say, oh my God, you can actually extrapolate language from, large models. But the average person will sit there and go, oh, so does this mean if I have a bunch of data and I try to find the average and they'll think of it in an entirely different way because of how it was presented in that time. So the big thing that we need to be focusing on is who is coming into the landscape to change the game in a competitive way, because that's really what's going to move the market more than any amount of money coming into the space, more than any amount of market cap. It's almost like the FOMO instigated from someone being able to find a method that works will create more adoption than any amount of convincing anybody would.
Love it.
Wow.
That is
What?
so perfect.
Yes.
And it'll happen overnight is the answer to that. Great.
No, it'll happen overnight. The same thing ChatGPT happened overnight. One day there was no ChatGPT. Next day, everything changed. Like
That was literally like a public service announcement to big companies just now. It's like,
Yeah.
hey, if you don't have an AI and a crypto department, what are you doing?
losing, that's what you're doing.
Yeah, you're losing. Yep. We don't want to go slow. We want to go fast, right?
It was funny that you said swept, because that was one of the words I kept hearing. If you're just going to get swept out, you're going to be passed by at the Bitcoin show. It was in every booth. It was like, look, and their corporations, Shell Oil was there. You know what I mean? It's like, and they're like, well, yeah, okay, we're kind of getting the hang of this whole thing. But everybody was like, it's happening now. Not like 5 years from now. Everybody was on now. And it was so obvious at that show. The corporations are like panicked. You could tell.
Yeah.
They had hired some really smart people. Remember like 2 or 3 years ago, it was just these sexy models out front.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was like,
Yeah,
just randomly. Like, you have all these nerds walking around. You just got modeled at a table sitting there.
Yeah, right.
And then the nerds go, so how does this blockchain work? And then it's
Right,
like,
yeah. And she just like lost, right? But I mean, we like now, no more models, all nerds.
yeah.
And I was like, uh-oh, we're gaining ground
The
here.
models married the nerds.
That's what happened.
That's funny.
I'll take the nerd. Yeah. Do you have a couple of questions?
Yeah, let's throw it.
Yeah, let's hit it.
Heard you got some great news this year.
Oh, yeah.
We got to meet her.
Yeah, I got married recently, past few weeks. So yeah, it's definitely been an adventure. A lot of planning that went into it, but yeah, definitely a lot of fun married now.
That's awesome, man. Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
We want to give everybody a chance to speak to the camera and tell somebody you love, somebody that's inspired you. Give them a message if they see this, Quincy. Maybe somebody from your channel, or group that has made an impact. Like that kind of whoever comes to mind.
I mean, you guys are pretty awesome. Like,
No, not us. It can't be us.
let me think. Who's really inspiring?
Who inspired you? You must have great parents.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Inspired. Like what? I'm really now have to go back in the back of my mind. I'm like, all right, before crypto, when I was at the investment firm.
Wow, we stumped Quincy.
Yeah, I never really thought about this. Like, I'm really trying to think of like I'm trying to think of the moment. I'm trying to think of the moment where I'm like, actually, oh man, this is so cliched. I didn't take crypto seriously until after I read the XRP white paper. No, because
Awesome.
it wasn't the white paper though. It was David Schwartz. So at the time, so this is my I say this. This is why I say this, right? Right. This is why I say this. So before that, when I was at the firm, we were focusing on just new startups and stuff, and then crypto came along, and then we're like, what are new cryptos that we can get into? We started with Bitcoin, right? So we looked at Bitcoin white paper, looked at what people were doing, liquidity-wise, all that. Like, it really just came down to the fees, the volatility, and just sort of the lack of, like, program it. Because obviously with Ethereum, we're like, oh, there's programming. So it's, like, lack of being able to program it. Then we go into Ethereum. I remember explicitly, I was not, like, that enthused with Ethereum. I thought the concept was cool, but it was just one of those things where I'm like, this is just, like, decentralized microservices or something. Then I get the XRP. And the really thing that got me with XRP that really tripped me out was and this was David Schwartz. I explicitly remember looking at the top. I went to the top. I saw it was David Schwartz, and then I emailed David Schwartz this big old freaking thing. Like, yeah, the email's still there. Like, literally, like the email. Like, and I even like messaged him on Twitter saying, "Yeah, I emailed you, whatever." But the main thing was he was really emphasizing not just like the technology. He was really emphasizing like how liquidity can be expanded using the technology. And it was one of those like genuinely mind-blowing facts. Because this is so when I'm working at the investment firm, I'm focusing entirely off of like finance. We were focusing on lending at the time or startups or whatever. So when I saw XRP, I was like, wow, there's a huge opportunity. And like I said, I'm reading the white paper. There's a huge opportunity to be able to allow for this extended means of liquidity between assets that would otherwise need like a zillion liquidity pools in a zillion different directions to do that basically is maximized through this algorithm. And literally, like, that's the only thing I can think of. I literally was like so like enthralled with it that I emailed him. I was like, oh my God, like this is freaking insane. Like, and the reason I thought that was crazy was, so like in traditional finance, let's say you wanted to find liquidity in a particular asset. You have to find a liquidity pool and you have to find someone willing to trade with you. And actually like that in itself isn't very hard, but some markets aren't very liquid and some markets don't have many people. So with the XRP, the entire thing that was being articulated in the white paper was how you could be able to maximize liquidity between any asset via this algorithm versus having to go through a series of like infinite liquidity pools to find like liquidity. So like that's literally it. Like,
That's it. That's the key. That's what we're doing right now. Love that.
but yeah, that's the David Schwartz. And that's the, I explicitly remember David Schwartz because I was like, what the fuck? Like, and don't get me wrong, a lot of people may go, oh, that's so cliche. I never knew who David Schwartz was before this. I was literally just going through white papers, going through documentation, saw the XP white paper, saw David Schwartz. I was like, oh, shoot, whatever. Didn't know really, like, not at all. Just like, oh, you just read the white paper or whatever. And then I ended up diving into the documentation and all that. So I ended up diving into the documentation. But it was really just that idea of being able to maximize liquidity and not necessarily needing these liquidity pools to do so. And then it creates So like in my mind's like blowing. Like, I'm like, wait a second. So you're telling me I could have some like really illiquid, like milk derivative asset and then be able to swap that for like Japanese stocks? Like, you know what I mean? Like
That's why we all talk about XRP.
Yeah, right.
You know, that was it. That was literally
yeah. So
Revolutionary. Just, I don't know, what, 7-8 years ago?
yeah, right. Like
even us, the geeks who follow that every day, finance guy. That's what I finance every day. It was like, where's it going? What is it going to do? And then when you hear something and come along and you're like, whoa, that's different.
Yeah.
That's completely different. Yeah. We've got, do we have a couple of minutes left here? Or what do we got?
Oh, yeah, we can roll.
Okay, cool. All right. I just making sure. So Brent, you got another cool question.
I got a question for both of you because I've heard you both say this. I watched a video Quincy did, and it was talking about why do the prices have to be high for XRP and XDC.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, you know us, like we're not big on predictions or talking about prices, but it's like the philosophy of that. And that's what I really love that you both have taught me. You know, why the price will eventually need to be high for XRP and XDC.
Well, I mean, it's going to have to absorb the value of virtually everything if we're going to use it correctly the way it was designed to be used. That's my opinion on how it would work. That's how it would flow best evenly around the world. That's would be its premier use case. Is it going to happen that way? Probably not, because there's too many other networks, there's too many other people involved, and they're going to, you know, unless we're talking about decades from now, that would be a different story. But it's going to be a lot of competition. But most of the competition is going to be taken away because they're not going to have any choice. And they're not going to have, like Quincy was saying, they're not going to have the staff to deal with it. They're just going to go, oh, you've already done all the homework? We'll just do that.
Yeah,
we're
right.
going to adopt what you've already done because, you know, we're whatever, you know, Cisco or whatever the situation might be. They're like, we can't catch up. There's no way they can catch up to what we're talking about doing here. So that would be my answer. I would say it could potentially be the value of all things on a movement basis for sure. The place to place.
I would say it this way, right? So this is the best way I would try to get someone to understand. Not even like if I was to write a book and it was called Why Price Matters, it would basically be not why the price is anything, but why you're able to do X with Y. So here's the problem, right? The only reason why price matters comes down to how much liquidity is in the given market cap to be able to sustain a particular transaction. If the market cap's under $1 billion, I'm sorry, you can't do $1 billion transaction, right? And don't get me wrong, even if the market cap was $1 billion, you don't have like there's too much volatility that like there's no way you can do the entire market cap in one transaction. So the real question comes down to how much does the market cap need to be able to sustain some aspect or some level of transaction volume that won't have a negative impact on the price itself to be able to maintain that volume. Now I say this because let's just forget crypto, for instance. Let's think of like oil, for instance, right? Oil, right? So there's two things about oil and crypto that make it really different, but also very similar. One thing about crypto that's different is you can list more types of assets than just one. Where oil, you have to dig for more oil. See what I mean? But with something like oil, let's say you had a market cap of $1 trillion or whatever, right? Well, what type of volume do you need to be able to maintain that market cap? Because if the market cap was only $1 billion, then you wouldn't be able to exchange over $1 billion worth of oil, or the oil is just so cheap that people would just drain the reserves of the oil. So when it comes to crypto, and sort of the main thing that makes it different is the total demand for assets. The total demand for assets being listed on the network, the volume between those assets will determine the price, or at the very least, the liquidity needed to determine the price. Like I said, the difference between oil is they have to dig up more oil to be able to, like, not just issue, but to be able to engage with more value transaction. Crypto, you can just list more assets and there's more volume. You see what I mean? You just list more assets, there's more volume, and the more assets you list, the more volume you have, which means the higher the market cap you need to be able to sustain that volume. And that's the big thing. So when people start thinking about like, oh, why does price matter? Well, it's because in order to be able to sustain a certain amount of volume, you need a certain market cap that can actually sustain that volume. Like I said, like if you have oil and oil's market cap is so low that any given market move wouldn't even sustain, like, I don't even know how to describe it, wouldn't even sustain the transaction, then no one will be able to transact anything. So you need more and more to be able to make that exchange versus not actually having the oh gosh.
I love that answer.
You both were the people that taught me that concept and helped me see that. That was great answers, guys.
Unfortunately, we could have Quincy go for hours because we were just getting warmed up as to exactly my favorite subject was we were just heading into right there with Quincy, but maybe for another episode. But we've got to roll. Quincy, love you, brother.
Always.
Thank you so much.
To be here.
My friend.
Thanks for spending the time.
Oh, always. Like,
all right, cool. I think are we out of here?
Yo, D. Quincy Jones, did you all see that? The crew, you are getting the goodies. We're going to do a little battery change on the main stage camera. We're going to handle that right now. We're going to handle that battery. Go right ahead and do it, brother. You guys are doing great. We're gonna turn this camera around too, guys. Give you guys a little bit more action of what's going on. Can always do some roaming. Yeah, you guys are free to get up or whatever. You can go grab the next one. Allan's on his way to get that next guy. We got about another 45 minutes tops before we break for lunch. I know lunch is getting served right now, but we got to take a break too. So we're probably going to do a 15 to 30. I'm going to get clarification on that. Will, oh, where's Will at? Where's he at? Where's he at? Will from XRP, baby. Oh my God, check out Will from XRP, baby. Doing the live. I know. I love it. I love it. So we're going to do a battery change. Doing that right now. We got the next batter up, I believe, after we change this battery. Oh, here, let's turn this. They don't need to see all that. XRP, baby. Do it. Check it out. Hey, guys, help us share this stream on X. And big shout out again to IMUTV for providing this stream to 20 different countries on the XRPL. On the XRPL. If you are even a smidgen about XRP and this cryptocurrency community and the digital asset space, share this, baby. Share. You're making history. You're helping us making history. You're witnessing history because we are XRP. I was going to say we are XRP crew, but we are. It's good. My name is Simon Says Crypto. I'm also on Give the Toe. Let's Talk Crypto every Wednesday night. Come check us out over there on YouTube. You can also follow us on X. So just be a moment. We're going to get that next lineup real good. Man, don't you like the behind the scenes, right? Behind the scenes, we're working it, rocking it, and rolling it. Just checking some mics. It's pretty low right there, doesn't it? All right. We're just. I guess we're gonna just keep on with that. Actually, I do have. We're gonna change some mics real quick too. Oh my! Oh my gosh! Hey, it's a kids show. It's a kids show. Yeah. Just unplug here. Yep, you'll be fine. Oh my goodness. There's nothing but love here at the XRP events. Nothing but love. Make sure you wash your hands, and we're not going to go into the rest of that because this is a kids show. I'm doing my best to make sure it is a kids show. Now, yesterday we did try to stream some pre-recorded content. A little bit later, maybe for lunch, what I'm going to attempt to do is give you guys the interview that Allan had with Mickel. A great interview. It was about 15 to 17 minutes long. Nothing but gems in there. So I'm going to play that for you guys a little bit later as long as it works. If it's LC, low, or LQ, low quality, or if there's some disruption, you guys can go check it out on the Stable Crew, their YouTube, at the Stable Crew at YouTube, or at the Stable Crew on YouTube. So, yeah, good things there. You know, I mean, this is some of the other actually. Oh my gosh, did you see that guy? That's D-Rob Nichols right there. Do you see D-Rob Nichols? Look at that. That's D-Rob Nichols right there. IMUTV, D-Rob Nichols. And my bald head. Y'all don't see that on the Dip and Toe channel. That's what you get for digital VIP access, I guess. How's the comment section doing? How we doing out here? Are we doing good? We got to be doing good as well. Remove extra. Let's see here. Nope, we're gonna add that. We're gonna add all of that. We're gonna add all of that. Save changes. Hey, Jonathan. Hopefully that does work. Okay, we should be on these. Hey, Becky, I know you're in the chat. Could you go to x.com, go on the Stable Crew handle or channel over there, and make sure that we're live on X. To send me a text message or put it down in the comment section down below. Barry Hoofda. Yes, man. I'm bringing it right now. If I wasn't in the chair, actually, there's some really cool booths here. Really cool booths. There is somebody that made some tumblers and some coasters. The coasters are awesome. I did a post on X the other day when I bought them. $30. Marble and wood with XRP carved into it on the wood side, not the marble. That would have been really cool, but a little bit more expensive. So definitely these coasters were in the budget. You can check out Wildflower Laser Cutting, I believe. I'm sorry if I botched that. check them out. They just started an X account. They got some good stuff over there. They do custom work. As far as shipping goes, I don't know how it's really going to be on that, but yeah, it was another fire thing. We also have, I believe we got Nexus coming in the house. We also we're right next to the Digital Ascension group. I'm just going to share this with you guys. Here, we're just going to go up a little bit. Here we go. We're just going to go up just for a little bit here. Yeah, there they are, right there. Right. So those are Allan's mics there, guy. So just leave them be. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're switching out some more stuff. And he's trying to spill my drink. Oh, by the way, check this out. Check this out. Y'all read that? Check that out. We have Bitcoin Maxi Tears, 100% pure salted tears. Sorry, BMT. I got this from the event. Shout out to Two Ticks for plugging me on my Bitcoin Maxi Tears. I got love for the Bitcoin community. Let's not get it twisted. That's how I got it in the game. Straight up. If it wasn't for Bitcoin, I wouldn't even be here. So nothing but good things. But I thought that was so funny and awesome. Let me check that out. Don't you want some tears? Oh, they're so delicious. Just doing a little bit of, I know, hoopty. I love it, hoopty. Yeah, love it, love it. Oh, thank you, Miss Becky. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Stand by on that. I'm gonna unmute that real quick and see if I get that. Go ahead. Okay, we're just testing some more mics. Make sure we got that quality sound good. Yesterday, dude, like 20% background snafus equipment, but 90%. That's 110%. So I'm doing some math. 20% was really, we're literally in the middle of the desert in a big box, and everybody has been having connectivity issues. Even unfortunately, Two Ticks. They really shine. They pulled some rabbits out of their hat. But Two Ticks is the way that we were able to get into this event. It sounds like we're good to go. I'm going to do a quick mic check and camera check on this to make sure I hear everything. So just give me a moment here. I'm going to mute my camera, but I'm going to keep on talking. So just give me a moment here. There's that. Simon Says Crypto. Gentlemen, can I get a quick mic set?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
One. Check one. Check one. Check one. Check one.
Guys, we are about to go live right here. I'm going to bring on Mr. Allan Staple. Just give me a moment. Here we go.
Hello and good afternoon. You're back with the student group. Thank you so much. We are again here at the world's largest XRP show in Las Vegas, 2025, and needs no introduction. Anybody that's been in crypto or any kind of atmosphere at all, we have with us, and we are so blessed to have Mr. Paul Barron. Paul, how's your show going so far?
It's been good. Can't complain.
Yeah.
Vegas is nice. XRP, the amazing thing about this event is the people. So really amazing. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. I was just talking with Paul before we went live here that he was at the Bitcoin show the other day. What was kind of your experience there compared to, say, this show? What would be?
Well, obviously the size. Bitcoin is a massive asset. So, and you look at the amount of people that were at that event, but also I think the differences of the type of investor, that you find in Bitcoin. It's very diverse. Here in, the XRP Las Vegas event, what you're finding is a lot of people who have been in the industry for a lot of time. So in reality, kind of a lot of OGs, so which is great to see. And I think that's kind of the difference between what we've seen in Bitcoin and obviously what we see here at the XRP event.
It truly is.
Share the one, if you don't mind, real quick.
Okay. It truly is the backbone of our industry is the OGs. They're the ones that in the beginning they had to have faith, but now with regulations coming our way, with legislation and everything coming our way, and the world's adopting it slowly. Being in finance and seeing things happen in my lifetime, I've never seen anything adopt so slowly. Why do you think that might be, Paul?
Well, actually, I don't think that adoption is slow.
Okay.
In reality, I mean, if you look at the birth of the internet, 1990 was really December 20th, 1990. That was the original launch of the World Wide Web. The real adoption took 15 years for the World Wide Web, what we know as the internet today, to take place. And if you think about 2009 was, the Bitcoin white paper and Satoshi Nakamoto. I mean, if you kind of look at the timing, here we are, 2024. Yeah, there's a lot, or 2025. There's a lot of scenarios. I think that what we're seeing in not only digital assets right now, the regulation component is critical. So if you think about just regulation now becoming a thing and being the first real opportunity, I think it's actually faster now because you already have a large community. There's already massive impact on Wall Street, massive impact on what we're seeing in institutional capital. So in reality, it's almost leapfrogged the potential. So now I think next up will be retail and traditional capital starting to move in, and also B2B. A lot of businesses will start to onshore into their treasuries very soon.
Great, that's fantastic because each man's perspective is different, but it is amazing to hear so much optimism because I know you really have your finger on the pulse of business. So when you research for your show, you do a ton of research, and we love your show, by the way. I don't watch it as much as I used to because, with crypto and doing YouTube, it's like I barely can watch anybody else's shows. I also find that it influences me a lot. Who were the influencers that you would say that you looked up to or you were influenced by in the beginning?
Well, for me, my background is technology, so I'm more in the tech space and how it's applied to crypto and blockchain. The finance side has been intriguing to me when you look at some of the great financial minds out there. In the crypto space, I like Raoul Pal. I think he does a great job on breaking things down and really kind of going that next level. As far as the tech space, that's the interesting thing. There hasn't been really any breakout technology people that have gone in, other than you look at someone like a Marques Brownlee or a handful of those guys, and then you get into the traditional tech heads that are mostly more about product reviews. But very rarely do you see somebody that breaks it down in this is how it works. And that was really what our original, idea was for TechPath, was to explain how the technology works and how you can apply it.
Yeah. So you mentioned that you had a background in technology. What areas were you in? I should know this answer, but I'm sorry. I think everybody would love to hear it.
Sure. So out of college, I joined Microsoft and was working in their retail systems division. Basically, my job was to put the retail point of sale in every business in the world. And I spent most of my time in Asia and Europe building point of sale connectivity for our operating system, Windows. And then I spent many years with Microsoft, working with Steve Ballmer and Bill Gates directly. And then got out of that and started doing consulting, and then fell into media.
Fantastic. Actually, I did know that answer, and I had just forgotten it. What a brilliant background. For anybody that watches your show, we all love your content because it's such action-packed, and it's so informative, and it's condensed really well. I love that about your show. I'm sort of the guy that sits on a rock and talks for an hour, so I'm not quite the same show. But how do you have a staff? Do you have a people that put a lot of this content together, or is it just truly your passion?
Well, technology is my passion. I think also the idea of self-sovereign autonomy, and you look at finance being really the one critical thing that has never been achieved. That is really kind of what plugged me into crypto and digital assets. But our team is very good. You know, we have a very specific team for all of what we do on digital asset side, as well as our AI research. And then they deliver pretty much a show package to me that I'll study and prep for every day. We do 2 shows each day, Monday through Friday, unless we're traveling. And even then we'll try to do a remote. But yeah, it's a lot of work. You know, tens and tens of thousands of hours go into a lot of what we've been doing.
I don't think people really understand the work that it takes to put these shows on, and we really appreciate the hard work. You've dedicated your life to this, obviously, and I think it'll be rewarded for all of us, the information that these people are obtaining here at this show, in particular with the XRP people. How do you feel about the adoption of XRP? Do you think it is truly possibly the number 2 coin going forward, or do you still think, hey, you know, there's a place, the 2 at the top, we could, you know, it's okay being at number 3? And how do you feel about that? I'm not trying to compare it to the other coins. I'm trying to say they're different products.
XRP is unique in its own right because it's been suppressed for so long, obviously because of the lawsuit. But the bigger issue is what the XRP ledger is doing in terms of innovation. And if you think about where Ethereum came from and the run up it's had since 2017, and the ecosystem it was able to build with no lawsuit and no real expansion of the ecosystem, that's where I think XRP is now. So the difference is XRP has a massive community behind it that are starting to pour into the development of it. So what we'll probably see at Apex here in a couple of weeks are going to be a lot of new innovations on the ledger that will start to really set the tone for the future of where XRP is going to be, which is why we're following Ripple so much.
And to have, people don't like this expression, but to have the parent company like Ripple to help guide it into other countries is so unique to me. That was really one of the things that really attracted me to it. Paul, what do you, I know you don't get predictions and I would never ask you to do so, but how long do you think it is before really mainstream America says, hey, you know what, I know the last couple of bull markets, that was a little crazy. Some things happened, but I think this next market's going to be pretty lucrative for most people. But when do you see we hit that S curve moment to where we get into like 15, 20%, and we really do see that parabolic move again?
Yeah. Okay, so there's a couple of things I think that will trigger what's happening right now in this space. One, of course, is going to be the stablecoin bill. Once the Genius Act goes through, which could happen even as early as next week, then I think you're going to see an uptake in 2 areas. Area 1 is going to be the asset managers. They're going to finally have a regulatory framework that is going to give them the ability to really, you know, recommend digital assets to their clients. This is going to create an absolute explosion in a variety of assets. XRP will be one, Ethereum will be one, Bitcoin, you name it. Because people will start to look at diversification, and these guys are experts at diversification. That's area 1. Once that regulation comes into place, you're going to see structured capital come in here like we've never seen it before. And the amount of money that's sitting on the sideline, if you just follow the M2 supply right now, along with what's happening in crypto, you start to get the picture quickly. Where is this money going to go? Number 2 is the B2B side. Once that business starts to realize that stablecoin can be settled instantaneously globally, they're going to start holding it on their treasury. And when that occurs, that'll be the next major step. And of course, the last one will eventually be retail, which will come through a payment model, maybe by something off the ledger. So watch for that.
We're excited about that. What a fantastic answer. I won't take any more of your time. It looks like it's lunchtime, and I'm sure you're hungry. So, Mr. Paul Barron, thank you so much for your time, and I really appreciate that. And that last answer, I think, was the one we really wanted to hear at this convention for sure. Thanks, Paul. We really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yo, it is lunch break here. Lunch break, lunch break, lunch break. It looks like I am talking. Okay, hey guys, we're just gonna take a quick lunch. I'm gonna leave the camera rolling. I'm gonna be here as well. Mods, if you're in the chat, please clean up some of that chat. Looks like we got some straight up some spamming going on there. So yeah, we need the wrench up in there. I can't do it live. Becky, go handle the spam if you would, please. Just go handle it. And guys, for those who are a part of the crew here, the Stable crew, part of the following, please share this on X, share this on anywhere. For those that are watching on IMUTV, yeah, this is craziness right here. You guys are really being able to witness the XRP community. It's awesome here. It really is. There's so much love that's from this community, and I would argue that in this digital asset space, thank you, Becky. That in this digital asset space, there are lots of tight communities, and everybody who joins the space, it's not like a membership. I mean, the membership is about the coin, that you're in, right? And I highly, in my own humble opinion, recommend, get into other coins. If you're seasoned, if you're not, hey, pick one or two. Stay in your lane. Dip a toe, take it slow. That's how we roll in this crypto space. You guys out there watching on IMUTV. Sorry, Mr. Man just hit me up. Shout out to Mr. Man. We're gonna get out of that. We're gonna come right back here. Okay, we're still good. Sorry. If you're watching on IMUTV and you're brand new to crypto, you've heard about it. It's a scam. It's a sham. Maybe some are, but some are most definitely not. I encourage you to just look into it. If you got a personal friend, a family member that might be labeled slightly off, maybe consider a little crazy because they're in the digital asset space, I would say just go and talk to them about crypto. Go and hit them up. Okay, sorry. Go and hit them up. Talk to them. Talk to them about this crypto space because real talk. Here's what crypto looks like at an event. This is a global family. This is a global family sharing a meal right now. Global. You can't get this kind of love, in my opinion, anywhere else. You can't get this kind of love. You can't get this. Oh my God, we got beat 50. Oh,
buddy, what's up? You'll kill it, man.
Oh, IMUTV bringing it to the world. It's fantastic.
Streaming live on IMUTV.
Oh, right now, I know.
What's up, fam?
No commercials. We don't do commercials.
Not today.
not today, right? Yeah, I'll let you stay in line. Food looks good here.
Yeah, man, thanks,
all right, no, we get.
Thanks, brother.
It's all love. Thank you. All right, that was Quincy from IMUTV. Much love to Quincy. I know Niall's in the house today. I know Mr. Rob Nichols is in the house today. And shout out to all you brave souls that went out on IMUTV and taking the chance to put your content out there, put your passion out there. And doing it on the blockchain, on the XRPO, you're doing that. When you do that on IMUTV, you are literally participating in this digital asset space. You might not have the coin, but you are on the ledger. You are literally on the ledger. We're going to go. Supposed to get Greg Pruitt. We're on IMUTV. Greg.
Oh, sick.
Oh, yeah, we're live. I know. I'll let you lunch here in a minute. We're doing some fill-in. Big fill-in. Hey, Greg, tell me about the project that you're on.
It's called ARC Institute.
ARC Institute, right? I'm asking the dumb questions today. I already know this. Now, how many charities are you guys working with right now that are vetted through your guys' process?
Currently, 4 that are public and then 3 that are private.
Really? You guys are doing private? I didn't really.
So they buy ARC off the market,
Okay.
and then we pay them directly
Okay. So they buy ARC off the market
and vote for themselves.
and vote for themselves. All right. Cool. Cool. Hey, did you stop by the Dipito? Melissa, have you found her yet?
No.
No? Okay, cool. We'd love to get you on there. If you got time.
Absolutely.
If you get that. Okay, go eat, man. I know it's lunchtime, baby. Good to see you, man.
Much love, brother.
Hey, by the way, real quick. Those cookies that you got from Mix It Up with Megan, how were they?
Super good.
Super good. All right. Thanks, brother. Thanks, brother. Sorry, I gotta plug. I gotta plug some cookies. Actually, you guys want to see the cookies? I'm gonna show you the cookies right now. Let me show you the cookies. Those are the cookies. We did a beta test with the cookies. We wanted to see if we could ship them and how the quality would be. The quality was still remaining top notch. Top notch. Okay, so I'm gonna just check in with the crew, not this crew, that crew, and make sure we're getting everything all dialed in for you guys while we do a little lunch break here. So I can see you all in the chat. Sorry, we're gonna look at the chat. Can you ask them to ask for price predictions from the guests post regulations? A lot of people have false hopes. Well, okay, you know what? I'll talk about price. I like talking about price. Hold on, I like talking about price. I'm gonna have to get some food though. Whatever you just ate, just send me the whole thing. I don't care. So I'm sorry. Let me mute the camera here real quick. I don't want y'all to get seasick while I'm trying to do all this business right here. Okay, you know. So there we go. And voila. Okay, we back. All right. So how much battery do I got? Oh, we got 40%. We are good. We are good. Thanks, brother. I'm gonna have some water because most of you that actually know Simon Says Crypto from the Dipito Show, I do not sound like this at all. I'm sorry for all you watching on IMU TV. I mean, we're kind of going a guerrilla warfare content providing right now. It's been a wonderful experience. I really encourage you guys to check us out because we're going to do this next year. You know, first gen is always kind of the rough go, right? We iron out a lot of wrinkles. We always upgrade and we push forward to try to bring you guys everything we can. We've stepped on some toes here as far as the event goes. I mean, but it's content. You ain't doing right content in my opinion if you ain't at least stepping on one toe, except dip that toe. Okay, let's talk price. I'm in the comment section right now, so forgive me. I got the comments right over here, so I'm just gonna look that way and back here, this way and back here. Okay, so just give me a moment. Let's go. I'm happy to moderate as well. Okay, cool. You need more moderators. I will see if B-Man can hook that up. Thanks for cleaning house, y'all. Oh, not me. No, not me. I don't do. Your wife. You got my wife. Oh, yeah. Thank you. She's right there. Honey Bear. Boo boo. Sorry. I remember. We got XRP Renegade. There you go. Bye, sweetheart. Oh, that's the craziness going here. We're talking the price. Okay. So, in my opinion, we still have till at least this coming November. And this is coming from my own personal experience, okay? I've watched the markets for a long time. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I am a professional trader because I'm not licensed. However, I am a seasoned trader. I have screwed up. I have won. I have gotten emotional. I have checked my emotions. I have been through the ringer. And what I'm looking for is in the $10 to $17 range. That's what I'm looking for based on the history. I'm talking the whole history of XRP that we're able to chart. So yeah, if I can't, I mean, XRP could have been doing private sales. That might not be on the chart, right? What we see on the chart is just retail. So we don't know what maybe the real price is in reality, right? Because us retail buyers, it's all based on price, all based on spot. And so when we go to an exchange and we get those assets, right, we're paying retail. But behind the scenes, someone could be doing a private deal for more or less. You know, Who really knows except for all those parties involved? I just need to have another drink of water here. Excuse me. So that being said, I can see what I say, 10 to 17, about 10 to $17. Okay, that's a range. Okay, $5, $6, $4.89. Even am I personally gonna liquidate a little bit right now? Yes, and I say right now with intention because that fits my plan. It's taken me years to really figure out my plan, what I'm good with, what I'm not good with. Today's great idea is tomorrow's bad news. Tomorrow's bad news. Tomorrow's bad news. Maybe actually could be today. The great idea in today, because when you get to tomorrow, it's today. That you follow. So we're just having some lunch break though, but that's price, right? That's 100% price. Eric Living, I appreciate that. I really, really do appreciate that. Let's see. Atlantic Living, thank you so much. And let me tell you a story about Atlantic Living. I'll not share their names. Tyler, sweetheart, how you doing, girl? Dude, fantastic photographer that just walked behind me. So one of the values about the XRP community, and I'm only speaking to the XRP community because that's where this situation arose, okay? That doesn't mean that other communities are not like this. I would argue they probably are more than likely. Like you got a 9 out of 10 chance of this being the case, okay? But in this situation, Mr. Atlantic Living had someone that they got into the crypto space, and there was an exchange that they were leaving a country. I'm not going to go into the details about all that, but they made the decision: if we stay here, the company's going to be at risk, and our clients are going to be at risk. So they sent out notifications to all their clients, their customers, broke down what's going on, gave them like 30 days to move their assets. And this really gets into crypto 101, because this individual that the friend of Atlantic Living that needed some aid is a seasoned cryptopian. By the way, that's what I call us in the crypto asset space. I call us cryptopians. So they were a fellow cryptopian, very experienced, but the emotions came in to that individual, got him the brain thinking a little faster than it should, but that's what happens with emotions, right? We're not in that calm, cool, collective state of mind. And it is part of your journey in this space. If you don't know how to do that, and you want to learn how to do that, jump in, get some crypto. It'll teach you, not quick. It'll teach you in your time, in your own way. It's really good. So anyways, back to the issue. Because and what I'm trying to highlight here is the love of the community. So this individual reached out to their friend in the crypto space, and that's Atlantic Living right there. Atlantic Living reached out to the community, their connections within this space, and said, "Hey, I got a friend who needs some help ASAP. We got a crypto 911." I eventually got the call for this, and I spent the next, I think, 48 hours. I mean, 2 days. It wasn't the whole 48 hours, but in the process, I was really trying to help them out. And the real question was, is this person going to lose their assets? That was the big concern, right? So I went through the whole process with them, and we got their assets safe, secure. There was really no problem. Just needed to properly communicate things, and everything did work out for this individual. But nothing would have worked out if it wasn't for someone in this space, actually a team of people in this space that came together to help out one for all and all for one in this crypto space, 100%. So Atlantic Living, thank you so very much for doing that. It was such an honor and a privilege to help out you know who with that issue. It was good. I know some other people in the chat here. I'm not going to okay. Y'all in the chat, you can see who it is. I'm not going to put that up on 23 different countries. But Mr. Double R, thank you so very, very, very much. Here we go. So if you guys are watching this, Uzi is my biggest advice, brother. Please ignore 90% of the influencers on YouTube and X. Avoid riddlers. Not even Bitcoin went to $2 to $5.89 or 1,000. This is facts. Up and down, up and down, up and down. I'm only the price that I'm speculating on. This is based on basic TA. That's how I came up with that. And so when I'm saying November, I'm saying buy. After that, if that price doesn't happen, my plan changes. My TA changes, all of it. That's just like almost like a time frame that I'm giving myself to keep paying attention. After November, I'm kind of like, all right, go to the holidays, do it up, and start fresh next year and see where it is. But crypto is far bigger than that. And Sheer knows it. Sheer knows that it's that 100% these digital assets are assets. Okay? We're in a position now where we can take these assets and put them to work where we get a oh my gosh, where do we get a yield? Man, my bandwidth just dropped low. I better have some more water. Oh my goodness. A great time. Here, watch it out. Hold on. Everybody be quiet in the chat. Just hold on. I'm going to take this camera. I don't want to be rude. Well, I'm going to be sneaky right now. Not yet. Right there. Oh, that guy in the way. No people moving. Oh. Universe Live. That's Mickel. Mickel is right there next door. Stuff in his face with some food. All good things. All good things. Much love to Mickel. So guys, I don't know when Brad Garlinghouse is going to speak. I don't know if the Dipito show is going to be trying to bring that content to you over in the other room. I know there's other breakout rooms, but here at the Stable Crew booth, we're really trying to bring these interviews to you guys. 100%. Doing a fantastic job. So thank you, Robert. I appreciate the compliment. Excuse me 1 second. Let me check it. I literally don't know what happened there. I went to go check a text message, and the interwebs went away. This is the kind of snafus we're having. I mean, just I'm not going to explain, but I'm back. Sorry about that. Let's see what else. Man, I already showed you guys that. I gotta plug somebody because these was fantastic. So we had the Stable Crew Dip a Toe party Thursday. So the event here is Friday, Saturday, but there's always little parties going on. So we hosted one, trying to keep it basic, casual, right? And so these are some of the cookies that were made. These were made by a well-known individual within the space. Let me see if I can break out there. Excuse me 1 second. We're going to mute the camera. And I mute the camera. There it is. Let me just grab this. All right. Go check out Mix It Up with Megan. Have you guys got your smartphones or something? Y'all can take a screenshot of that. Follow her on Instagram. She makes some really cool cookies. I think they're dope. They're really, really dope. You just heard Greg Pruitt. These were the cookies that I was talking about a little bit earlier. I just really wanted to share that with you guys. Okay. I'm gonna get a time check of when Allan's gonna be coming back with some more content. I know he's gonna be breaking out to do some interviews in the room. So just bear with me here. Go get some snacks. We're gonna have let's go get some snacks. At least 10 minutes. So go get some snacks. We're gonna be back as of right now at local time for me is Pacific. So we're at 12:27. So we'll be back on at what is called 12:40. So do the math. Pacific US. We'll be back at 12:40 p.m. I'm just gonna leave this running here so y'all can just see this right here. I'm gonna exit this out, and y'all be good. Keep it good in the hood, and I'll be right back with more to come on the Staple Crew live streaming, courtesy of IMU TV, broadcasting to you from the XRP Las Vegas event 2025 on the XRP Ledger, going to 23 different countries. Y'all stay tuned. Hey, mic check, mic check, mic check. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Okay, guys, we're stand by. We're gonna do a mic check. We're getting things set up, as you guys can see right there. Man, this whole area, this keeps collecting stuff after stuff after stuff. Oh my goodness. Sorry, guys. This is what it's like behind the scenes at any event. Any event. Muted. I'm muted. I am muted. Let's see here. All clear. Let me get a 5x5 real quick, everybody. Let me get a 5x5 on mine. I know they're muted right now. We're just going to do a sound check here in just a minute. But just for me, 5x5, if you guys can hear me. I'm just going to be looking at the chat. Mic check, good. Thank you, Miss Becky. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna mic check the fellas here. I'm gonna stop the camera for them. We're gonna do this right here, and then we're just gonna do right there, and then we're gonna get the mic.
Now we got something. Are we cooking live?
Go ahead, Landon.
Welcome,
That's okay.
welcome back, crew. We are back live with our friend Landon, aka. Testing. Doing sound check.
Right here.
Check. Right here. Sound check.
Right, yeah,
Sound
perfect.
check. Sound check.
Landon, go ahead and take yours up. Okay.
We're just like
This
microphones.
will be on
Sound check.
Sound check.
Okay. Yeah, we're good. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, we have B-Man and Mr. Langdon. I'm going to add them to the stream right now. Add to stage. There they are. We're going to do a little switcheroo. And we're going to go back to the solo. And it's you.
Welcome back, crew. We are live here at XRP Vegas. We are here with some really great friends, people that we know from our channel, people that we've met at events, people that we know personally who have gotten involved in this space. One of those people that has been all of that for us. One of our longest, most awesome, loyal fans. And we can expand on that too, is my friend Landon, aka Northern Living, is in the house, crew. My brother. This is my brother. Anyway, so the Oilers are going to the Cup. Is that?
Yeah, baby.
Good.
Yeah. We're going.
Good. That has been tracked. Something so cool about the crew is we have amazing Canadians in our group. Shout out to Canada. We love you guys. We got a great one in here representing all of you. Tio's running around here too.
Yeah. He won't go on camera though. Tio won't go on camera.
Yeah.
He's incognito.
There's so many things I want to talk to you about. First of all, we got the swag that just came in. Okay. We got the Northern Living logo here. And I understand, bro, you want to do a channel hopefully to come. Will you give the group a taste of the channel that you'd like to do someday?
Well, it's not a crypto channel. It wouldn't be that way because, obviously there's lots of channels like you guys do fantastic work. There's so many like DIA and Brad Kimes. We don't need any more crypto channels, to be honest. But closer. Sure.
Sure. We'll clip it to the hat. How about that, Simon?
Is that better?
Do we look cool, everybody? You know, that's the question. All right, so we're gonna keep going.
Okay, keep going. Okay.
Yeah,
so I have a pretty demanding career.
Yeah.
And so I work like probably 11 hours a day. And so what I want crypto to do for me is to create freedom.
Yes.
That's really what I want. I don't need to be rich. Everybody wants the moon, make all this money, but I want peace. And so the logo you see here, my daughter designed it for me. She's a graphic designer. She just graduated this year.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, well, what do you want to do? I said, well, I want a symbol that means adventure and peace.
Yep.
And so we sat down for about 8 hours creating this. I didn't realize what the process was going to take.
Oh yeah.
And she's like, well, we know this color means this font means this, how the letters elongated or shortened. So it's kind of a cool process to go through. But what I would like to do is I like to do some traveling. Either get a camper, maybe something I can take off grid, and I want to film that adventure. And that's what I want to do, and not have me as a face, because this is a face only a mother would love. So I'm joking.
It's a beautiful face.
But
it's a beautiful man.
But it would be more about where I'm going and where I'm going to be, and I want to showcase like where I live. It's rustic. Like I live way north.
Yeah.
And I think people need to can maybe enjoy my journey, and that's what I want to do. That's what my plan is.
I love that. That's that would be a dream of mine too.
Yeah.
And when we've talked about it, we're so excited, as you know, to help other channels grow.
For sure.
Like we work with Cody, and we had the sisters this morning.
Yeah.
Digital Asset Sisters, who are just amazing.
Yes.
That's something that I've driven to 38 states, and
Yes.
I was like, oh my God, Landon, I can't wait to start. And I started making notes, as soon as you told me that's what you wanted to do.
Yeah.
And so I hope to make some trips with you.
Oh, for sure.
And we do some content and show you where I live.
Yeah.
Which is such a cool area.
Yeah.
So can't wait to get into that with you.
Yeah.
I wanted to open you up, man. You, I know you've done a lot of coaching. You've really had that open mind to expand and okay, let me get with this person. Let me get with this person. Let me, start watching the Staple Crew. And I know you watch other crypto content as well. What is your feeling right now? What are you putting together about XRP? What's the vibe that you're getting currently about where we're at, where we're going?
Well, I think right now we are waiting for the macroeconomics to happen.
Yeah.
We need the Federal Reserve to start dropping rates. The M2 money supply is already going up.
Yep.
So and crypto and risk on assets always they lag behind that happening. So a lot of people I follow, they're saying probably they're hoping for a blip maybe in June, July, maybe a lull, but then they're thinking in the fall, like that October, November is when you're going to see things really go. Now, I'm like everybody else. I thought it was going to be in the spring. I mean, that's what I thought.
I did too.
I did too. I thought it's all coming up. Powell's going to start dropping rates, and it never happened. And so, is it a master plan? I don't know. If you want to be a conspiracy guy, but
sure feels like it.
It feels like it. So I would say probably there's a reason for suppression, and I think probably I'm looking for the fall. That's where I see it coming.
Quincy was on here with us, and he was getting into the FANG companies and these big companies that they brought in the models to represent them, and they're made it fashionable and cool, right? It's this is the new hip thing, but it's you need those dedicated people in those companies to bring a greater awareness and greater what we got to get done in this company to be able to move into our space, and our space is quickly adapting clearly to these changing over these old financial tools that, frankly, if you're somebody like us and you understand this, like the crew does, we want efficiency, we want speed, we want security, we want to be a part of a brand new system that is more in our hands.
In hands, yeah.
And I'm excited for that.
I am too. And I mean, and a little bit about the conference here is this is my third time coming.
Yeah.
Just a side note, I met so many newbies as well this year, and I said, listen, while you're here, do not be afraid to talk to people.
Yeah.
And because they're all a little bit wide-eyed because there's a lot of people here. And I said, everyone's approachable. Go talk to them. And they said, oh, okay. And so I saw a couple today. And I said, so did you go talk to people? She said, yeah, I went and I saw James Rule and I talked to him and they're telling me how, and I said, you took my advice. I said, oh yeah, it was really good. Thank you very much for letting us know. A good example is, I mean, you talk about Quincy.
Yeah.
Super nice guy. Anybody can talk to him.
Yeah.
And we may have gone out last night really late, just saying. But
what
anyway.
did you do?
I'm not going to say. I don't want to throw Quincy in the bus.
That's good.
So anyway,
that's good.
But that's the kind of relationships you get here. You just can't describe it.
Yeah.
Right? And again, like I said,
yeah.
It's a privilege to be your friend, a privilege to be on the crew, a privilege to be with all you wonderful people I see every Sunday. I chat with. I met Crypto Professor here.
Oh,
I'm
Professor.
Solar Sam. Like
Solar
it's been
Sam.
fantastic. Yeah. So like I said. I'm sorry you're not here, but if you can make it, please come. I would love to meet you.
Yeah, the people that you just mentioned, you know, they're such a staple on our Sunday show. Yeah. Like you are, like you, Landon is always like the first one in and commenting, and you know, just seeing him, it's always calming presence, and it's always like, oh man, my family's here.
Yeah.
Oh, cool, we're together on Sunday.
Yeah.
And to be here physically with you,
it's totally different.
And we, you know, you and I talk about our lives.
Yeah.
So like 90% of the time.
Like when we talk on the phone, we don't talk about business. We talk about life, relationships, everything you could think of as a regular person. So, you know, as much as crypto's brought us together, that's not what we're about. Right. Yeah. So, and that's what's wonderful about this space in general. I met people here like Teo Trinity. You see him in the chat. Super nice guy, very well connected, but very approachable, right?
Yeah.
So,
and he's smart, man. The guy, he's done real estate. He's done crypto. He's just like
he's done a lot of business.
A wealth. Every single one of us have these unique things.
Yeah.
And you know, it's so funny. Like with us, we really are like brothers separated.
Yeah.
There's this gentle Care Bear kindness inside of us that we're unwilling to not do. Or like we're no a-holes.
No.
And we were talking with Sean the other night, the legend, and we basically how did we coin it? It was like we're like the same. We're like pissing into the wind at the same angle, you know, like we're got you know, it's like, and so just you'll find somebody like that. And we say that on the show so much. When you do come to an event like this, you'll find somebody who will be like a best friend, will be like a brother or sister. I've got new sisters, man, just amazing women at these things. And in our group,
I met Optimistic Prime. I met her.
Yeah, Prime.
Yeah, she was really good. Yeah.
Cool people.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So go ahead. Sorry.
We no, don't be. This is what it's all about, bro. Is there anything that you're looking at, Landon, on the XRPL? Any projects that you've kind of gone and checked out here? Or any services like in your life, you know, from exchanges to, you know, brokerages?
Yeah.
Because I know you're in Canada.
Yeah.
We always want to continue to try to understand what's going on in the EU, Canada, here.
Yeah. I mean, right now, one of the things that's happening is that Caleb and Brown is pulling out of Canada because of certain regulations. They can't make it work. And so right now, at the party on Thursday, I did network with a gentleman, I won't say his name, that has a line on a very similar company in Canada that has Fireblocks, does over-the-counter trading, and I got his card. So I'm gonna do some more looking into it because I want another off-roading on, I guess, an off-road or on off ramp. Sorry.
Yeah.
To facilitate that. And so when I know more, I will let you know.
Thank you.
And you can facilitate some of that out to my Canadian brothers and sisters out there.
Yeah, it's like what we try to do. You know, you science it, yourself, you
Yeah.
vet it, and then share it with the group, man.
Yeah.
We of course we would all appreciate that.
Yeah. The other thing too is Boone was on the stage earlier today.
Yeah.
Everybody knows who Boone is. It's a Web3 Industries is what his company.
Yeah.
We spent some time at their booth talking about tokenized real estate.
Yeah.
Because you hear about it, but you don't understand totally like what it means. And one thing he spoke about, well, it's not really he's part of the company, but he doesn't really do that part. He has people that do it.
Yeah.
And we were saying, well, how does it work? Like how do you if you make this project or you put your home on the ledger and you make all these tokens, well, what if someone came in and bought like 80% of them and now they say you're out of the house?
Right.
I'm like,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And he said, well, what can happen is you can create one token for the whole home or 1 million tokens for the home. And what you do is you decide how many of those you want to release. So if you only want to release 40% of your tokens and you keep 60%, you always have controlling interest of that property. And all it does is create liquidity for you to take that cash and do other things with.
Very cool.
And internationally, there's no problem in Canada. They can do it. But they'll come and they say, we'll go and we'll appraise the property. We'll do all the due diligence like you normally would, like in a traditional sense.
Yeah.
And then we'll create it on a blockchain and create the tokens for you. And they won't charge you even to do it. They'll charge a percentage to the people who actually buy the token off of you.
Okay.
And that's how they make their money.
Wow.
So kind of cool.
That was a great breakdown, Landon.
Yeah.
I went over there and grabbed if you go to their booth here, they have like their Web3 design.
Yeah.
So you can look at their whole roadmap and check
Yeah.
it out. And I grabbed one to start studying and look
Yeah.
at.
Yeah.
That was a great breakdown, bro.
Yeah. So there's lots of cool things that are happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There really is.
Yeah.
What are you excited for outside of crypto, man, in your life?
In my life?
What's going on next?
Oh boy, that's a big one.
I know you and I kind of talked about,
Yeah.
Obviously, like
Yeah.
when retirement comes and like
Yeah.
what you want to do, but
Yeah, I mean, I'm 53, so I mean,
mhm.
I've been working since I was 6 years old. My dad was a mason, and so he was a bricklayer.
Yeah.
So every summer, like when children could work,
Yeah. Right.
I would go with him, and I mean, even if it was 2 bricks or whatever. By the time I was 8 or 9, and I was mixing mud and doing all the labor stuff,
Yeah.
which is kind of cool. By the time I was 17, I didn't want to look at a brick again.
Right. Oh yeah.
So I
never.
did. So
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not another career path, but after that amount of time, you're like, I've been working for like 40 some years. I'm like, I want to do something else.
Yes.
And it's not because, and my thing is, I don't want to totally retire, but it'd be nice to be at a point in your life where you're working because you want to work and you don't mind it, and you know that at any moment you can leave if you don't like it.
Yes.
Being stuck in something is a terrible feeling,
Mhm.
right? And so that's what I'm hoping crypto will do for me, and hopefully for the rest of you out there, is
Yeah.
allow you, if you're doing a job you actually do enjoy, but know that you don't have to be there, right? Because here's a good story. So I have my boss, very wealthy man. He's in his 70s. He works 12 hours a day still.
Wow.
And I asked him, I said, why don't you retire? You have all this money. He goes, I'm scared to retire. He said,
Scared.
I'm scared. He said, I'm not the guy that can cut the grass a couple days a week and be satisfied. And
So
so
some people just got to keep putting on the suit.
and keep going. Yeah.
Yeah.
So and I mean, he's a really, he's a very, very personal guy. I mean, we have private equity in his company. Like, he does everything to try to facilitate good things. But like I said, for a lot of us, if we had that kind of money, we'd be like, we're gone.
You
Yeah.
know, it's so funny. Like all the yacht owners that I've worked for,
Yeah.
like in my short boating career,
Yeah.
they're the same guy.
Yeah.
Same guy. I mean, they're going to work till they're 80,
Yeah.
and even if they're on their yacht on a
Yeah.
trip,
They're
they're
still
coming
working.
home and they're back in the suit and on an airplane and
Yeah.
going. And that there
It's
is
a different
something I feel
mindset.
like, I feel like it's something that my dad and I learned. That was like, my dad likes to do it creatively,
Yeah.
but I like to kind of like really dig in and do like hard work and
Yeah.
get into the grind and do the nuts and bolts.
Yeah.
And what we were both walking in here today,
Yeah.
and he turned to me and he's like, man, this is pretty great. Like, I'd really like to do this for a living.
Yeah.
And I totally agreed with him.
Yeah.
this is, you know, we would like to do that because of what you're talking about, where it's the feel, and I think what the message of the crew has been, and a lot of what my dad has talked about is what are the different things that we can grab onto and test and vet to where we can all make passive income on our crypto. And, you know, and really like the even bigger picture, it's like expand to things outside of that.
That's right.
And that's where it's like, because you know how price goes, you know, price goes up and then we're all like, okay, well, what was my plan again? Let me, you know, let me get in, let me get out, let me sell, you know, and if we can really batten down the hatches and keep coming up with these other opportunities and, you know, really get a plan going for ourselves and share that with everybody else. That was always the purpose. Was to try to retire and have fun jobs and be on Landon's channel and Landon on ours and grow this community. But you know, you have the community here. We were talking to Digital Asset Sisters about this. You know, you have your community, but they also have a business. You know, and they're doing something really
cool.
beneficial inside of this, you know, space to where it's like, okay, well, if you're going to do YouTube, also make some of those videos predicated on your business plan. You know, do a 12-minute thing where the work's already done for you. You know, a lot of people do that on websites, but now with social media being the way it is, you know, and community building like we've done here with you guys, like that all can work for you in different ways. Just like we've watched my dad do the trust videos and work with Nexus, who's right next door to us. And we've also, you know, done videos and gotten into and practiced with Caleb and Brown. And who are on the right of us, which is a blessing. And so it's like, I'm in that space too, man, where I'm 39, but I did a lot of boating and a lot of screwing off and a lot of things where it was like, man, I'm not holding this giant bag. And I got a lot of work to do, or with the moves that I make now and what I learned from all of you, you know, who are older than me, who've further in, understand your 401k more and retirement and things like that, is like, how do I put those good practices in? And so I'm still here learning, not just so much from my dad, but like now from you and from everybody else. And I can't wait to continue to share that.
The thing is that for most of us, when we're working, we had this vision, okay, well, when I retire, I'm going to be on this beach somewhere. But that gets real old after a while. I mean, it's nice at first, but we're not designed to be stagnant, no matter how old you are.
We get real sunburnt real fast, wouldn't we?
So that's all great and all, but I think you need to find, even if it's a hobby, you need to find something. Hopefully, we all do really well in this space. And if you do retire, make sure you have something that you can do daily that keeps you mentally engaged, physically engaged, because that's going to keep your life going a long term, right? And that's why I thought about having a channel of just doing some traveling. It's work. I mean, it'll be work, but it's also just to document, you know, a phase in my life. But I mean, I'll do work. I mean, it might be different work, but I'm not going to be stagnant, because I know I've seen how that can do what it does to people being stagnant, right?
Like I've talked about this, you know, ad nauseum on the channel, but you know, when I moved, I lived in California my whole life, moved to Florida, did this boating thing, you know, went super spiritual in the car, you know, books on tape. I started reading, you know, 8 to 10 books a month. You know, a lot of self-help, a lot of like, let me gear up, let me get this right, this right, to where I noticed that, like, as I kept going, then I got into more opportunities. And the way I attacked yachting, I got a job fairly right away for what it takes to get that kind of job, which is tough. And then I'm going to night school at Ivan on Tech to learn blockchain. And then I'm making the connections with my dad to eventually what happens is I move home and we start this. And that time that I was so happy, and I'm in the same time now, was when I was the busiest.
Yeah.
But I made that busy, like good busy, like you're talking about it. Like it was things I enjoyed doing, like reading and working out. And then it was like, how can I get my career dialed in and right? How to get your 401k set up right to where you know your off ramp for that, you know your plan for that, you know? And then you've got your maybe hobby side job, which I think for a lot of you is investing. Not just in crypto, but precious metals, and we've heard people talk about stocks, and we've heard people talk about day trading. We're the whole gamut in this group, but
for sure,
I intend to stay busy, even you know, and even more so on the channel going forward. I got this idea for an XRP video. That I want to start doing solos again. But I want to do kind of film style crew. And do some really hard edits. Do really fun stuff. Do like educational whiteboard moments and clips to where it's like, let me break down key concepts, make it interesting, make it tight, and then have a little fun and jet with it and play with myself in the different shots, you know, where it's not play with myself, you know,
I know what you mean.
but you know what I mean. And you know, it's like that was my passion coming into this when I started it. And my dad did such an amazing job. And I had to go hard back into work that it was like now to come back and really be more in the back room and really trying to help him manage and be his arm in this. It's just been such a blessing, man.
No kidding.
And it's like what we've gotten to do together. It's being with all of you in the chat, being with Landon right here. We've already won.
It's interesting because like I did mention, like this is my third time coming, and like all this merch I did, I'm not selling it to anybody. I don't have a channel per se to do anything, but there's been a lot of people in this space that had a positive impact on my life, and so I reached out to quite a few, like to Ray Fuentes. I reached out to DIA. I reached out to Brad Kimes. Brad Kimes got back to me, and so I said, "Listen, I want to give a gift. You guys are always giving. I want to give something back." And so I've given out probably like 10 hats, maybe 25, 30 shirts, even to random people I just met. And I went, you know what? I think you're really cool. I love your vibe. Here's something for you. And they're like, oh, and they're like blown away. Right? They're not expecting.
Oh, I love it. Right? This is like the first swag I ever got, ever. And I'm a YouTuber. Like, this is crazy.
So that's so kind cool. That's the whole reason behind this. It's not because, you know, I'm an influencer at all. It's just, like I said, I wanted to give back to the people who have actually helped me in this journey to, you know, first of all, learn about blockchain, learn about where the space is going, keep me in the loop as to articles. And I mean, Sean the Legend, I gave him stuff as well. I made sure he got one.
Awesome.
And so, you know, like I said, it's so if you were here, you probably would have got it because I gave Solar Sam and Crypto Professor both got stuff as well. So if you would have here, you would have got one. But maybe in the future it'll happen again.
Big theme of what's been talked about too, like the spirit is giving. And I was talking to Simon's wife about it, and we were saying it's like you give out, and there's something about like the vortex of it to where you help these people, and then the people kind of bring it back, and now that you've built them up, helped them out, they're like all of a sudden they got this awesome opportunity, and it's like, oh my gosh, like, man, I want to be a part of that. And they call you first. Because you were the person that helped them, you know, and that's is that the world we can build together?
Exactly. And like
can we do that?
It's a this community, it doesn't matter if you're XRP or you're Bitcoin or whatever. I mean, I met a guy the very first day I'm in line to check in, and I see this guy walking with a shirt, and I went, XRP. This guy's name is Lloyd. He came here from Spain.
Yeah. Oh, I met him.
You met him.
I met him.
You met him.
Yeah.
He was at the party. He came all the way. I mean, he's actually British, but he's living in Spain. Retired.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but I mean, that's some rando guy. And I sat with them and chatted for about an hour at the party.
Yeah.
And like, But
He-
that's what it's like.
He went to the party with us for Caleb and Brown last
He
night.
did. Look at that.
Yeah, he was there. It
He's
was
there.
like the first person I hugged. It was
Yeah,
Lloyd.
exactly. So that's
So
the kind
funny.
of that's what happens when you come to these places. Oh, I
Yeah.
see him, Critical Professor. He's like, no, I'm not coming on camera.
Trying to get the professor on.
Yeah.
Obviously, this guy we want to do more video with in the future, but somebody that I've really wanted to work with is Crypto Professor, and we've got a similar spirit, and he is totally like pimped out in Florida man boat gear. So we just like to send a shout out. Congratulations on your new business.
Yeah.
If you see this, Mike, we love you.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah. So like I said, I know it's expensive to come. I think we've all talked about it before.
Yeah.
But the experiences you get here, I just can't describe it. I it's a totally different vibe than anything you're ever going to go to. I mean, I've been to concerts, I've been to places, but I mean, you just run into people and they're like, hey, so where are you from? And they're like, oh, I'm from Florida. You're from there, and you talk about the journey, and it's just random people, like nobody you've never met before, right?
Yeah.
I mean, a good example. Now, my very first ever trip to Vegas for XRP Vegas, the first person I met was the official cool guy, but the second guy I met was DIA.
Wow.
Right. So I'm walking through the event. I got the XRP shirt on, the hat on. I don't know anybody, and I hear the voice. I'm like, I know that voice, and it's DIA. So I said, listen, I don't want to bother you. I just want to say thank you very much for all the content. I really appreciate it. He goes, well, what are you doing? I said, well, I'm just walking around. He goes, come sit down and have a beer with us. I'm like, really? So I sat down with him and his dad, and Ray was there, Fuentes was there, XRP Snakey was there, and Not Financial Advice was there.
Yep.
And so we're just sitting there chatting it up, and we're like, oh yeah, so where are you from? And how'd you get into space? And like super cool. So yesterday, he's actually got security with him.
Oh.
He's walking along with his wife, and
him.
I pointed at him, and he went, looked at me, and he went, I had a beer with you 3 years ago, and he remembered. I said,
remembered.
Yeah. So he said, here, this is my wife, and I met his wife, and everything else. It was super cool, right?
That is so cool, man.
So
and
again,
you met my dad right after that, right?
Yeah, I left him to go meet your dad at the pool.
Wow.
Yeah. So, but
And
that one I had pre-done. I reached out to your dad.
Yeah.
Your dad. I mean, like, to be honest, your dad didn't know me from anybody, and he's like, yeah, here's my number. Call me when you get here. I'm like, who does that?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like some guy on the internet said, yeah, sure, come see me. He doesn't know. I could be some crazy person.
And it's
right?
so cool because it doesn't matter if you're here or if you're some other event or you guys just meet up together.
Yeah.
Like what I found with everybody is like if you can sack up and you're the kind of person that'll is stoked to come to this or just stoked to be around people, and you're in this group, like everybody's cool, everybody's smart, everybody's nice, and it's like, you can have my phone number. Here you go. I connected with Johnny earlier. Johnny lives in you know him.
Yep.
Yeah, he's over in England, I believe, and we're both like trying to call each other, like our phone's gonna work with it. And it's we gotta stay in touch, and we talked for 5 minutes, and 4 of those minutes were about all the stuff we're doing outside of crypto, you know, and sometimes it is
business sometimes.
Yeah,
but
and that's exciting because you're really asking each other. It's like, oh, what are you're into that? You know about that? And
for sure.
Yeah, so the networking is great. You end up making friends for life, you know, which is
I have people here that I've met that we talk to each other like at least once a month.
Yeah.
At least once a month we catch up. We'll say, hey, what are you thinking right now? Like, how do you feel about the space? Where do you think we're going here? And I mean, and it's just people I met here. Like nothing special. Just end up saying hi, or we were at a party.
Yeah.
And and we're like, hey, where are you from? Oh, you're from Toronto, you're from Canada too. Cool, right? Like let's get together. So you will not you'll not be disappointed if you ever come to one of these.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I feel that way about conventions in general.
Yeah.
Like I've been to healing seminars. I've been to Silver Symposium. I mean, these things. I've been, to, and it's like It's cool.
Well, because
It's cool.
everybody knows why you're here.
Yeah.
They know
you have a common interest.
Yeah,
which is the
exactly.
easy part.
They know you're invested in the space. You got skin in the game. They want to know why you're here.
Yeah.
Tell me your story, right? So
let me ask you one,
Sure.
Landon. Have you gotten to see some of the speakers?
Yeah. Well, to be honest, yesterday I saw David Schwartz, obviously, and I saw Brad Garlinghouse today.
Yeah.
And then I did see Boone, and I did see Quincy's his segment.
Anything exciting?
Actually,
Anything memorable come out of that?
What I found interesting was that David Schwartz, I mean, obviously he's an OG, but he was talking about how, even though they're doing all this business outside of the United States, of the United States, he said the United States still, because of their regulatory, they are the OG as far as money goes, still hampered them from growing even more.
Okay.
Because they were, all these other countries or other businesses were scared to do business with them because of that strong arm. He said that is all changing, right? The mindset's changing, the businesses are changing. He says, and that's why I found most interesting is, okay, well, you kind of told us what we thought.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I think Brad Garlinghouse made a say one time, he said, oh, I was in Dubai, and he said, oh, we don't care about that. Well, but there were some companies and some countries that did care around the world.
Yeah.
And so he said that's changing, and that's exciting. That's exciting to hear from the horse's mouth, right?
That's
that's what I got. Yeah. So
that is exciting to hear.
Yeah.
That old strong arm starting to weaken the
exactly.
blockchain.
That's right.
Here we
Yeah.
go.
So I the sky's the limit now, I think.
Load them up, folks. Load them
And
up.
as Brad said today, he went, he on stage, he says, we're the good guys. Why did we get sued?
Yeah.
Like he said, there's all these meme coins rugging people. And
Why
he says,
does the good guy always
we've
get
done
sued?
everything. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And he's like, why was it us? And I said, because you didn't sell to JP Morgan. I know why.
But they're and with those big companies, man,
Yeah.
they're having to build the side chains in. They're trying to tunnel to us, baby.
Yeah.
Simon's giving us a signal, everybody.
All right.
This is my friend Landon, aka Merlin. I love you forever, brother. We'll be in this together, aren't we?
Hi, everybody.
Oh, the Northern Living. Yes, sir. Sorry, I'm giving them all the hand signals, right? Like baseball. Man. So Allan has a very, very special guest coming on right now. So if you haven't shared this yet, please. Dude, no way. No way. People try. I mean, you can't have liquids around electronics, man. It's over. But Allan's got on a very, very special guest coming on. I'm gonna let you guys find out here in just a moment. But I hope you guys are really enjoying this stream. We are broadcasting to 23 different countries, courtesy of IMUTV. If you haven't gone to IMUTV.tv, go check them out. Write it down. Open up your laptop. If you're watching this on your phone, or if you're watching this on your laptop, go to your phone, check out IMUTV, because this would not be possible without IMUTV giving us the plug to feed the world, at least 23 different countries, with the XRP ledger and the XRP community. It is very, very epic. We're just going to get set up here real quick. I'm going to be right back to make sure the sound is tickety-boo for you out there in the space. So I'm going to be right back. All right. Be right back.
3.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
He's not getting it. One, two, three. Hello. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2.
Give me Allan. That one's yours.
1, 2, 3. Hello. Can you hear me?
That's the same one.
He's giving me a thumbs up on it. 1, 2, 3. How about now? How about? Okay.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2.
Even though you guys
Hello, good afternoon, crew. You're back with the skipper, and we have a very famous online and more of a ex guy than he is on film, or camera. He's doing a lot more, and it's great to have him out because he's an incredible man, and he has so much to share with all of us, and we are all blessed to have him. Mr. Rob Cunningham, how was your show going so far, sir?
It's going great, man. I can't tell you what an honor it is to, for the first time in my 5 years in this industry, to be on camera with you.
Yeah.
And to have a discussion like this. So I'm honored.
Thanks, man. It's been a while. We talked about doing this many times before. We just haven't had it happen. So, Rob, there's a lot of people out there. Most of the people that watch this channel and people from all over the world, as we know, there's some serious rumblings and things going on in the works with Link2. And I know that you have some clarity and you can bring something to these people who are concerned about, there's 11,000 of us out there who would like to know more about what's happening behind the scenes. Is there, should we, or is there panic in the street? Or is that an overreaction at this point? What would you say?
Well, I don't think it's an overreaction. I think it's human nature to, if you don't know the answers to a lot of questions and no one's speaking, then oftentimes human nature is to draw the worst conclusion. And it's the not knowing that can generate fear. And so I think you hit the nail on the head. Link2 has about 15,000 or so customers in 120 nations around the world or more, okay? And we have 11,300 retail investors that own Ripple shares. Collectively, us, maybe not you, but me and a lot of people, 5, 6, 7 years ago, we saw where, as Wayne Gretzky said, go to where the puck is going to be instead of where it is. Great hockey players have pattern recognition. They anticipate where the world's going. And a lot of people did that. 3% of the Ripple ownership could very well be in the hands of 11,300 Link2 customers. And Ripple, I believe, will be far and away the largest company in the world.
I believe that for quite some time, and for many different reasons, as we all know, following up being XRP holders. We understand the gravity of that company and what they're doing in the nations and the people that they're working with. So if you were to say, if you were a Link2 holder, what would it be? What would be something that would make somebody feel good? Do we have some positive news out there at all?
Yeah.
Is there something good that we can share with people right now before we get to any sort of possible, maybe not so good news?
I think the good news is that we've heard today at this conference, and I want to align myself with the words that John Deaton, who we all know and love, said. John said, I don't care who the former CEO was. I don't care who the current CEO is. I only care about the truth. I want to know what is. And as advocates in this industry, we care about transparency and accountability. But we're not getting as much transparency as we would like. In the last 100 days or so, there's been a transition. They changed out one flight crew and we put in another flight crew. And quite simply, there are more questions than there are answers. And that continuing time of going longer and longer and longer with the platform being shut down and no real answers from the new flight crew is being resolved as of today. We've had face-to-face meetings and continuous dialogue with the new board. Unfortunately, we had 2 of the old board resign yesterday. And it's time. No more narrative. We need evidence. We need proof. We need documents. We need receipts. We need absolute accountability. So we're not forced into a position of just a trust me, bro, everything's okay kind of situation. So today we launched freelink2.com about our initiatives to come together, stand united, and just ask the questions and get actual, factual, documented answers to our questions. That's all we want.
That sounds like a fair enough request. I wouldn't think that they would have too many financial reasons for not disclosing where they're at. I know that when they do change companies, there's a lot of red tape. There's a lot of, not companies, but leadership. There's a lot of red tape that goes into these kind of things. But as I've been following the case quite a bit, so I'm going to ask the question because I already kind of know the answer. How much have they been forthright, in your opinion, to the people of Link2 and the holders?
Well, you heard the new CEO on stage today say that he's terribly frustrated and that he just can't answer any questions. He's telling us that it's the most frustrating thing he's ever done is to come in, have customers ask him thousands of questions, and he just can't answer the questions. He's saying that he's gagged, and then when we ask him who's doing the gagging, he's gagged about telling us who's doing the gagging. So that lack of transparency breeds a natural human reaction of skepticism.
It truly does. In the space of crypto, there's been a lot of rug pull. There's been a lot of people go down who we thought were great companies. So it's already laid the groundwork for panic and concern for a lot of people. I can tell you firsthand, I have numerous people, hundreds of people at this point that have reached out to me saying, Allan, are we okay? Are we okay? Are we okay? Are we okay? How can I, as a content provider or information promoter, how could I find out more about this case and find out what's going on if the CEO is coming in saying, well, I got a gag order and I've been gagged by the gag order? It's frustrating for everybody. I know we have to go through this, but didn't I read somewhere where there was like a time element? Are we under some sort of time restraint that he can't talk? Or what do you know about that?
No time restraints. There is no criminal investigation. There's no gag order. There's no Wells notice. There is no cease and desist. The CEO said that today on the stage. Okay. Apparently it's a subjective interpretation of an abundance of caution. We're going to do nothing. We're going to leave the engines on the airplane off, and we're not going to fly. We're going to let the airplane continue to descend without the engines. But no one's saying you can't turn the engines back on except the people that won't tell us why they won't turn the engines back on.
Okay, let's speculate now. This is only speculation. Why do you believe that's the case?
If I was to speculate, I would say that the biggest pot of gold here is unrealized investor gains. I mean, a $200 or $300 million cost basis and a $800 million to $1 billion in assets under management. That is a tremendous pot of money. And if there was some intent to transform the company entirely, make it a closed-end fund or put the assets into a SPAC or, heaven forbid, go down a path of rescission where all the losses people were made whole, but all the gains had to be wiped away and sent back, and the person that bought Ripple at 25 got their $25 back instead of the $125 that it's worth now. Now, we do not want that to happen. And please hear me. Please do not fear. There is nothing to fear here. And when we go into a state of fear, we lose our rational thinking. We stop being objective. We get angry. We want to fight. And we're not thinking solutions. We're thinking revenge or get even or depression. And that's not the message that we want to convey here. What we want to convey is we have a brand new administration. In addition, in the world stage, we have a new SEC director. We have a new administrator. We have a new Department of Justice. We have a new CFTC. We're going to have a brand new agency that's going to be a third agency that's not the SEC and not the CFTC. It's going to be a Department of Digital Asset Department. Okay? So we have an administration that wants to be the crypto capital of the world. We have an SEC director that's 180 degrees opposite of Gary Gensler. He just in the last 10 days posted, look, if we made mistakes, let's get past them. Let's innovate. Let's look forward. Let's be creative. Let's be solutions oriented. Let's not punish for the sake of punishing. So what we need is to understand that the whole world is now watching Link2. And we expect to get the bargain that we bargained for. And we don't want to think we're buying a Porsche and get it traded in for a used Toyota. Okay? We want to keep the Porsche, right? And
Correct.
We don't want there to be any other changes to the terms, no matter the infallible nature of humans or the mistakes that might have been made 6 months ago or 4 years ago. In general, spirit, intent, and innovation was good. It's still good. And I believe the current administration that's running the nation and the new banking system is going to honor what we believe we engaged in.
I completely agree with that last statement for sure. So if I were somebody, if I were in the situation that many people are in, one of the people that I would really lean upon is this gentleman right here. I don't know anybody who got into Link2 any earlier than you did.
I was one of the first 30.
Yeah, you were the ground floor. You've been a supporter of it. I've asked you honestly behind the camera, and you've always said, yeah, I really trust in it, Allan. And we have another lady that we have a very mutual friend, and she leans on you as well. And she's a big person in our XRP community. I won't use her name at this moment, but she's also said, nope, Rob's behind us, showing all the ways, the biggest supporter they have. And why haven't they reached out to you to squelch, the public and say, hey, you know what, man, don't worry about it. I've given Rob enough information to where he's not going to let anybody, feel terrible about what they bought. I don't understand that.
Well,
you were their biggest proponent, and now you're getting nothing, from what I understand.
Well, there has been a reach out in the last 11 days, but the problem with the reach out is the conditionality is an NDA. I'm not on the board. I'm not an employee. I don't get paid. I don't endorse. I don't market. And I'm not going to trade away my voice and my silence for nothing. And
not the man I know.
Well, I don't care I don't care about anything but the truth. And I do know that we're talking, if there's 11,300 retail investors, that's, let's say, a family of 4 or 3. And then let's talk about 3 generations. How much wealth are we talking about here that is on the table that we need to stand in the breach and say, we saw it, we understood it, we weathered the storm, we invested our money in it, we had a contract with a group of people, and the contract should be honored for the next 3 or 4 generations to come. And we don't want anybody messing with that bargain that we made.
I mean, that's the whole reason why we're in crypto, is because it's eternal almost, right? I mean, digitally, it's digital gold for that reason, right? And clarity should be the whole reason why we have it completely decentralized. All the books are open. That's why we're in crypto. Right. Doesn't make any sense. I hasten to use the word, but I'm going to throw it out there anyway. Would you call the recent takeover hostile?
from a cultural standpoint, from a entrepreneurial standpoint, from a customer relationship management, cordiality standpoint, it's gone from warm to cold. It's gone from family to mechanical. And I think those are very, very fair statements. We even got the executives say, gosh darn it, we just wish we could talk to you and answer all your questions, but we can't talk. That doesn't for me sit well.
No, it doesn't. So on a financial level, in the background, I'm trying to get to something here. Would you say that it was financially hostile, or?
No, I believe the intent was good. They went through a very thorough process. They interviewed 250 candidates. They really looked at resumes, and they found someone that the original founder, who was hoping to retire and turn the company over. He was looking for an exit strategy and believed they had found a really good candidate to do just that. Some of the issues were a conflict of interest that needed to be resolved, because you had one man that was the CEO of two different companies that just so happened to be direct competitors in the same fintech vertical. And what happened is, shortly after he came on, the deal didn't close. And then we had a period of time from the time he was hired until March the 11th, where the CEO of Link2 was negotiating the terms and the price of the company that was his competitor that he was also the CEO of. So the CEO was negotiating with the CEO, and when a final offer got put on the table, the board resoundingly said, no thanks, that's too much.
Yeah, that's the one that sort of stumped me as well. It was, well, wait a minute, it's kind of crazy that nobody does that on a professional level.
That's
I've never heard of that before.
That is so out in left field. You can't even. That's almost a comedy skit.
It is. I've never heard of that to that degree. A $200 or $300 million company. I've never heard of that happening.
No.
So that was my first warning. I mean, I've had some others. On a let's say on a positive note, nobody's lost anything. Nobody's out anything.
No.
Everybody's still good.
Yes.
So we need to
Yes.
keep some faith here.
Absolute
Okay.
faith. Absolute. Look, we're standing on the rock of truth. We made an agreement. We have what we were told are bankruptcy remote SPVs in the Delaware court system. Those LLC contracts that have our names on them are titled in our names. I have been reassured on multiple occasions Link2 could go bankrupt Monday, and our SPVs are still secured in our name. Okay, so please hear me. This is not a time for fear. This is a time for clarity, confidence, and getting off the couch. We can't just hope someone's going to do this for us. We are that someone. We have to be engaged.
I do. I get that. And crypto people as a whole really are engaged.
Yes.
Almost, look at this turnout. It's an incredible show here. Okay, let's get off that subject just a little bit. Let's talk about some XRP. Some good fun stuff.
Okay.
You and I have talked in the past, and you and I are pretty much in agreement where this is ultimately going to do and what it's going to do to the world. I know you talk about this a lot on your channel, but I'd really like to have you explain to the people of the world following this channel, what are your long-term, I'm not talking about money, I am talking about money, but I don't mean price. What are your long-term thoughts about where you see the use case and adoption of XRP?
Wow. I see. I'm going to go back to 2,000 years as a reference point of why was money invented in the first place.
Love it.
Okay. Money was invented as a way to have control. Everything in this world is at control. If we're at the MGM, right? If the MGM hands out casino chips and you take them and I take them, I'm bound and you're bound by the rules of the MGM casino issuer. And I can only use them in the ways they prescribe. Okay. So if man has been subjected to this concept of scarcity and the use of money then it puts us in a position of having to follow the rules and the regulations of the issuers of the money, who are only here to protect us because we're running out of natural resources, and they're from the government and they're here to help, and they're printing money just for our own good sake.
I've never heard that before. That's revolutionary.
So what does XRP do? What XRP does, and I have a very brilliant friend that's helped me articulate these words, is it hacks into this system that's designed for control, and we bleed their system out, turn the table upside down, and we have an infinite ability to scale wealth and resources and currency and rights and freedoms the world over without a centralized permission slip giver known as a private for-profit central bank. When XRP can represent an independent, neutral transportation technology where all value, as Chris Larson said, we're building the internet of value. When all people have access to get onto the internet of value and the ability to transfer value freely around the world, point to point, person to person, without a permission slip from a big government, the whole world changes.
So well put. I wish I'd said that. That was brilliant. So you're saying long term it's going to be used for everything, or you think it's going to have a specific use case?
I believe it's going to be used for the transfer of value of everything. If it's a right, if it's a commodity, if it's a derivative, if it's a playing card, if it's a home, if it's your medical records, if it's an NFT that is a picture of your grandbaby, if it's got value in any shape, form, or fashion, and two people believe there's value there, that's a market.
That is correct. You know what's interesting about markets? You know, to be a market maker, you don't need a license. Were you aware of that?
I did not know that.
If you study the Series 7, there's nothing about market makers in it when you get your stockbroker's license. You have to study all 7 categories. And I've always thought that was interesting. Like, you can make a market anywhere you want, in particular in this country.
Well,
and now, yet, we want to make a market in crypto, and they're saying, no, you need our permission. But Citadel, being a market maker, doesn't need even a licensed broker for that. Interesting.
The British Accreditation Registry would like us to believe that we need their permission slip. There's another law book that says I can contract or not contract, consent or not consent with anybody I want to. So you choose your law book.
That's correct. Yeah, I love that. Okay, you mentioned Trump earlier today. Okay, I think it's a plus. I really do. What are you concerned about economically going forward? Do you see a boom or a bust, or do you see us just kind of flatlining for a while? What are you looking at?
I believe that we're about to have the greatest period of wealth and freedom and sovereignty revolution in recorded history. And I believe if you look at the strategic plan of what's happening and a deeper definition of the word tariff, the tariff is a negotiating opportunity to negotiate not just trade tariffs, but currency exchange rates, human rights, policies that allow people to engage freely back and forth, and the terms and conditions on which tariffs are going to stick or trade's going to stop. And if you think of it this way, if the world is owned by the bankers and every nation is a column like in the Roman Colosseum, I believe that underneath the tariff, President Trump has an opportunity to go and knock down 200 columns with 200 tariff agreements. And when you level the playing field, as he has said he's going to do, you knock out one column at a time and you call it a trade deal. You call it a tariff agreement. And when all the columns of the Colosseum are knocked away, we have a level playing field. We can move value around the world, and there is no central bank control system that puts us in a debt prison like we're in right now.
Amen to that, brother. That's exactly where I'm at. I really, I struggle to listen to other channels tell me that we're in doomsday mode and we're in a negative market and it's going to go downhill from here. They haven't been around very long, or I don't know what their deal is, but the dollar will go away, not next week. But we need the dollar immediately, and we will strengthen the dollar for a while. And I honestly believe that the control of the dollar is behind us, and people see it, and it's gaining ground. If you were to say anything investment wise, and I know you don't give investment advice, neither do I, but is there a better opportunity in your mind than crypto out there right now, financially?
Depends on how you define the word crypto. Okay. And the reason that I say that is I could make the argument, Allan, that the best place to hide something from the whole world is in plain sight. The hardest place for people to find things is put it right there on the table, and then everybody goes, "Oh, that's just that." Well, if that is the solution, and everybody walks over it, nobody notices it, right?
Yeah, that's so true.
What if XRP is not a cryptocurrency, but it's masquerading as a cryptocurrency, but when in reality it's just an enabling technology?
They would never deceive us like that.
No,
come on, what
they
are you
would never.
talking about? They would never do that. I love it. That's a great concept.
So in that light, I believe the enabling technology where code is law and people are able to transact across the internet of value regardless of religion, color, race, national origin, social credit score, net worth, criminal record. Value is value and laws are laws. We do not need to have those two connected together.
It never made sense that government evaluated its nation or used a tool such as fiat currency to control its people to begin with. But when they are unable to be honest about anything, including taxation, why are we allowing them to be in control of the one thing that all mankind needs to do business or commerce? It doesn't make sense that a nation state would have it. And isn't it interesting if you really look back from 10,000 feet and say, well, why is that piece of paper worth something there, but it's not worth something over there? The Deutschmark or whatever, you know what I'm saying? It's so absurd that they gave us permission to believe there's value in this thing.
And if you want to, going back to the Trump question, he came down the escalator in Trump Towers in 2015. And before he started down the escalator, right over his head was a sign and it said, currency exchange.
Yeah.
And for 40 years, he has been complaining about the weaponization, the manipulation, and the tinkering, if you will, with individual nations' currencies in a financial warfare standpoint instead of in a golden principle. Instead of 2 + 2 equaling 4 in 200 nations, 2 + 2 equaled whatever the hell that nation decided it equaled.
That's it.
Right?
Yeah. It's crazy, really. It's just such an absurd system, but everybody believes in it and they just believe it to be real.
Well, it was in a textbook. It has to be true.
That's right. Or on the news.
There you go.
The news tell you all you need to know. We got to kind of wrap this up because I don't want to take your whole day. You got many people that really want to learn and hear your wisdom the rest of the show here. What do you want to end people with? How do you think you want to end this little interview? How do you feel about where we're headed and what's going on?
Yeah. Well, the single greatest experience in my life is the wealth explosion. And hear me, I use the word wealth, not riches. The wealth explosion that lies in front of all of us in the next 100 years, our kids and great grandkids. And we can't squander it. We have to understand how badly and deeply we've been lied to and deceived, and how the scales are about to drop from our eyes. Or to use another analogy, the Wizard of Oz's cape is going to be ripped open and we're going to see who's behind it. Or the curtain's going to be ripped, and the veil's going to be torn. And here we go. We are going to have a new birth of freedom and a new birth of sovereignty. And we are going to be free to reign as kings and queens as we were created, instead of the way our slave masters have told us we have to behave.
I couldn't have put it any better than that. And with that, everybody, I just want you to follow his stuff. Rob, where would people get more of that perfect wisdom?
Well, I'm on the X at Cool Show, and that's KUWLSHOW. And on my profile, you'll find my link tree, and that has all of my social media properties there.
And it's worth it. Check it out. Rob is the best. And I also love your faith, and I love the way you wear your brotherhood on a sleeve, and the way that you've always treated me from the moment I ever met you. And not everybody does that with everybody, but you and I have since day one.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me on. This is an amazing first interview.
Thanks. Yeah, it won't be our last.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
Right.
Thanks.
Okay.
How about that? Rob Cunningham. Oh my gosh. Dropping some craziness today. Dropping some craziness. And now, I mean, dude, the seats are just getting hotter and hotter over here at the Stable Crew booth, live from Las Vegas. Oh my goodness. I would move the camera this way just to show you who's next. But I mean, we have literally a legend right here. I'm literally slapping his knee. It is a good thing.
Hey, we're not live.
I'm the only one doing live right now, just hanging out, chilling. What a show. What a show. Nothing but awesome leadership here today. As I shake Mr. Rob's hand as he passes. That's great. You got it. Here, let me get that out. There you go. Yeah. I only got excuse me, everybody.
Is it this one, Rob?
Baby.
Is this yours?
All right, we got a good thank you for water. I know, sorry guys, a little crazy here. We're getting the next interviewee lined up right now. Same rig and remote. Here we go. My gosh, someone's gonna chop that up and like burn me on social media. Yeah, great interview. What a great interview it was indeed. You know, that's one thing I really got to say about that interview that just took place. You know, we can talk about the real hard, scary things in the investment world, but yeah, we can still assess it properly through good dialogue, good conversation. Good doesn't mean easy. Good does not mean easy. Good means good. It has a good result. It's making progress, and progress sometimes just isn't easy. You know, got a few onlookers back here checking out probably my handsome dude. Probably not. They probably want to know where I got the T-shirt or the shirt at least. But we're gonna do a sound check right now. So just give me a moment. And we got one mic, two mics, only two mics that we're gonna be operating with. We're gonna do a sound check in just a minute. I will be right back.
Sound check.
Sound check.
One, two,
Mic
two.
test. Mic test. Checking.
That one was a good.
Test one, test two, test one, test two.
Yeah, nice.
Test one, test two. Is this close right there? Okay.
Panel thing.
Okay, we ready to go. Let's get into this live from Las Vegas. In just a minute, dropped it over there. Here we go. Going solo, going solo. And 3, 2, 1.
Are back with the crew live in 23 different nations. I have a very special at the world's largest XRP show here in Las Vegas in 2025. And I have somebody that needs no introduction because he is not only is he an amazing man and an amazing YouTube channel, he is a very dear friend of our channel and a very good friend of all of ours. Mr. David with Digital Outlook. How are you, brother?
I am very well, and you're right, man. We're close friends. I love Allan and Brent of the Staple Crew. These guys, I'm telling you what, you guys bring some amazing material. And if you're not subscribed to these guys, you got to be, because the stuff that they bring, and especially on your exit strategy series, I love it. Absolutely love it.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, appreciate that. Coming from you, that's massive. That's great.
Yeah, Dad, we're loving the Thursdays. Keep it rolling, baby. Keep it rolling. We all love your content and your spirit, David. To be able to, I said this to you last year, to be able to sit down and have a cup of coffee with you is such a nice touch, and to get like the next coming feeling wave of XRP and what's going on is so great. I know I can click on your video and you're gonna hammer the 5 points on this, and this, and it's like, okay, man, I'm feeling good. Let me research that more.
Yes.
And I think that's, as a YouTuber, that's the best that we can do, to get people interested. And you've done that for me, as I've been a fan of yours. You've talked about so many things recently that are so interesting, and I really wanted to open you guys up about talking about it. One is Ripple and Coinbase and the potential acquisition of Circle. It's been a big topic for all of us this week. Just any thoughts on that, kind of where you're at?
Well, a lot of this information was coming out into the community about, Ripple, putting in a bid, $5 billion bid initially to take over Circle, and that Coinbase was also in the running for that. However, Circle had come out and basically said, hey, listen, that we have no interest in that. I don't know where this is coming from. So I'm not sure where the genesis of that information came from, but it was out there, and a lot of us were really talking about it. Well, in the conference today, Brad Garlinghouse came out and said, listen, guys, we did not make any $20 billion, offer to buy Circle. He's a big supporter of USDC, but also sees RLUSD taking on a greater position. I think one of the biggest things that has been kind of revealed in this whole kind of rumor, whatever, is just how significant USDC is to Coinbase's success, and how Coinbase, and Brad Garlinghouse was basically saying in the session today that, look, a lot of these exchanges like Gemini, which of course RLUSD is listed on, they're looking at it from, well, do I want to support, a stablecoin that is really funneling a lot of profit and business to a direct competitor? I think that's a good conversation. That's a great level of conversation to have. It doesn't appear that there's going to be any acquisition in the near future, but I think some of this is really kind of showing, these relationships that are going on and how that would kind of like impact RLUSD and its adoption with other exchanges. So
fantastic and very well put. I think it's interesting that Brad came out the way he did today. I think he's got to be the CEO, and I understand that. He can't really, hey, yeah, that's our bid, and this is how much the next bid is. Yeah. I mean, he can't really do that. I do appreciate that about Brad, but I want to talk about the man who represents XRP to the world. Is there a better CEO out there in the world? I mean, the man is not just polished. He's so sincere. I don't know if you've met him. I met him in an elevator just briefly, and he was so kind and nice, but he comes across as a man that's genuine. And as you and I know, we resonate with that type of people. I just think he's the man for the job, and I think Ripple's just going to be absolutely. Rob was just talking about, and I'm sure we think it's not 5 years out that Ripple could be the number one company in the world.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and to say that, yes, I have. I've met Brad Garlinghouse a couple of times, and every time I've met him, this guy is just so genuine and sincere about his commitment to this ecosystem. In fact, today he just reaffirmed Ripple's commitment to XRP. It is not just a trend, we're going to do this and this, and you hear all the rumors about, their RLUSD is going to replace XRP. That couldn't be further from the truth. And in fact, last year I came to XRP Vegas, and I was invited to go to I think it was it was the digital Chamber of Digital Commerce or something like that, and Brad Garlinghouse was there on stage, and I was literally maybe 5-10 feet from him when he said flat out that anybody who thinks that they are going to replace XRP with RLUSD is missing the plot.
It doesn't work like that.
It does
Yeah.
not. No.
Yeah,
And
for
the
one.
fact that Ripple, like XRP as a community, this is not a Ripple conference. It's an XRP conference. Ripple, they are, of course, biggest holder, one of the, if not the biggest holder of XRP. However, they're not the governors of it. It is a massive ecosystem that is decentralized, and it has tremendous support. But the fact that they're here and they are literally supporting it with their presence, it is huge.
And Judge Torres, essentially, that was her ruling.
Right.
They aren't, they're not affiliated. They
Right.
are not. However, I'm so glad they are, if you know what I mean.
Yes, of course. I know exactly what you mean. I mean, it's great to have a quarterback on your team that is as powerful as what Ripple is. But remember, they are not the whole team. And there is a team of people, guys, that support this ecosystem and the revolution of what I see it happening around the wide world. I oftentimes say on my program, this will probably represent the greatest wealth transfer in the history of mankind, when all of this information and the regulatory clarity piece, and you can literally watch it happen in real time right now. And so, do I believe that Ripple has the power to be the wealthiest company in the wide world? I do. Remember this. In the 1970s, no one would have ever imagined that one company would be valued higher than the entirety of the New York Stock Exchange. But it happened with Apple. And I believe this space is going to swallow that space whole.
Oh, I truly believe that. The other thing that a lot of people missed when that whole thing happened was the technology of Apple could be duplicated in so many different ways. But it was communication. We're talking about the value of all things. There's not even a same category. There's never been a stock, even Ford or whatever back in the day. Nothing's ever replaced the value of all things on the planet.
Yeah.
Like, that's just astronomical. And when I tell people that, they say, "Oh, you're just crazy. You're out of your mind." But it's like, no, that's its intention, and it's succeeding. Yeah.
Absolutely. Like, what we're really talking about there is real world asset tokenization. Now, on a global level, if you look at the global money supply and you see the valuations, like for instance, $300 trillion of debt, we know that they want to tokenize that. Larry Fink has been out there recently just pounding the pavement on this whole issue of tokenization of the equities market, securities. Well, $93 trillion. I mean, right there. And then, of course, the real estate market, another 360 trillion global money supply, and the derivative markets in the quadrillions. Well, right now, this space represents what, 3.8, 3.6 trillion, maybe something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, you just think of any one of those categories coming over and being tokenized, you are talking a minimum 10 to 100x. And, in this space, which is going to send the valuations of these assets into the stratosphere. I genuinely do believe that. That is my 100% biased opinion. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, thanks for the sincerity of the bias.
Appreciate your honesty, David.
Yeah, that's good.
Absolutely.
We're all in the same boat. I think
That's
everybody
so
in that room
fantastic.
gets
You guys are talking about, the internet of value. I heard you talk recently about, we talk about AI, just to kind of speculate and talk about not just, how we adopted as people, but now, so interesting to hear you talk about it with the speed in which it brings. We were just talking to Quincy Jones about this very thing, for developers and people who are trying to use it and get on board, and these big companies trying to get in and catch up, make the boat. What's your take on AI, blockchain?
Yep. I think that AI and distributed ledger technology will form an amazing synergy in the evolution of the Internet of Value and the way in which information, but not just information, but monetary value transacts. And think about it in this way. You've got companies now that are literally employing AI agents to do things that average people would do. and they're reducing their costs of, like what it costs them to actually do that business. And you can literally replace 20 people with, one person can manage all those AI agents. And think about this too. When we talk about the tokenization of all this kind of stuff and distributed ledger technology, AI and distributed ledger technology in terms of your personal information. So we're talking about your educational history, your medical information, your financial information, the ownership of your property in non-fungible tokens and all of that kind of stuff. We can see flat out that AI and the utilization of distributed ledger technology combined is going to literally form the landscape of the next, iteration of what the world looks like. In fact, getting on your point with what you talked with Rob there, I honestly believe it is not going to take the 10, 20 years like the internet did. I think we're going to see such an explosion in this space that you're talking 1 to 3 years. You've got companies right now, Fortune 500 companies, investing tens of millions, even billions of dollars in the metaverse because that's what they see coming down the road. This is virtual property that these guys are sinking humongous money in, and we know that AI is the driver of that, and distributed ledger technology is how you secure that ownership and that value, and it's immutability and pseudo-anonymity and all that goes with it.
It's so inevitable.
Yes.
That what else is going to be used? Like there's nothing else there from everything you just described. Is absolutely impossible to use anything else because the vision is there, the concept is there, it's been created, we know it, and then it's like, okay, well, let's get Congress to debate this. Well, you've got the old system or the new one. Well, where's the debate? Right. There isn't one. It has to go this way. I mean, unless they come with something more brilliant, but even then it's going to need a 15, 25 year adoption to surpass crypto.
Absolutely. I mean, we know that we've seen technological revolution and advancement. I mean, come on. Every single one of us, including our kindergarten kids, have one of these in their pockets. That technology did not become available, smartphone technology, until 2007. And yet it has so revolutionized the way that our world works that most of us cannot live without it. We interact with our banking, we do our social interaction with friends, it just encompasses everything. This space is literally the next step in the technological evolution of advancement for the world. You can literally see it. There's no making it up, like you said. And so for me, I think about that from a risk proposition. Look, if you're going to bet on something, well, I would say betting on the future is probably one of your best, because look, we are advancing. We're not going backward. We're going forward. And ask yourself this: has this ecosystem contracted or has it expanded? Literally in the last couple, it has just exploded in the last few years.
And the other thing is that we've proven, the Apple proved it, many other companies, the FANG stocks all proved it. Network effect is how all of it gets created.
Yeah.
That the mankind the network. It's like, okay, he's got a phone, she's got a phone, kindergartner has a phone.
Yeah.
Like that network effect is here now with this product. And there's no way for it to go back in the bottle. No, that's going to happen. Not maybe. It's already rolled
it's
out.
Inevitable.
It is inevitable.
Resistance is futile.
You think about what we all want. We want better, faster, stronger. We want more efficient. We want all these things. And when you start to get in it and live in it and understand it, like we're starting to, and we're seeing it happen, you don't want to go backwards. People don't want to go back and go slower and go. It's you guys just taught me that. It's like no, it's. And you guys are older and wiser, and you've seen all this play out, 25 years longer than I have. And I think it is moving faster, like you guys were saying, just overall.
So one thing I would speak to in terms of I see a lot of younger people that are definitely, they're interacting with AI now like we never did. I think the only added benefit that our generation has is that perspective. We were there when the home computer revolution took over. We were there when the original internet started to come into play. And so for us, it's maybe a little bit easier to recognize this is going to represent a monumental shift. But I would say this, I think to your point, Brent, nobody wants to go back to a slower, less efficient, less secure, less, confident, environment. Then we want to go forward with more security, faster speeds, more reliability, and that type of thing. You think about like this in the 1980s and 90s when the internet was coming on board, the banking system in the wide world could easily survive without the internet. They couldn't survive 24 hours without it today. That is a massive change.
Great point, David.
To add to that, ease of use is the only thing holding it down. People are still intimidated about it, and the wallet and the rest of it, the transactional. But what's being built in the back end that we know about is going to revolutionize all that, and it's going to make it, forgive the grandmas out there, grandma proof, and it's gonna make it. You're not even going to know you're using it.
It'll be seamless.
So completely. And when that's happening, whoever comes up to Quincy's point, whoever comes up with that could be a 24 to 48 hour moment like GPT was.
Yeah.
It just blew up in a week, if you will.
Once it's alive and once everybody gets word, it's wildfire.
Yeah. And somebody's going to come out with a wallet or something that's, whatever it might be. It's just going to be, it's going to be just like, well, there's a group of people here that have a text RP. And that was brilliant. When I heard the concept, I was like, oh my God, just like sending a text. And there they are. They're sending money and they're sending XRP with it on the XRPL. Yeah.
We kind of play off two things. We know and love that you share, like you're a man of faith, and you share that with us on your channel. We are too. And you said something that I had to write down, David. You have more potential than you can fathom. And I just wanted to open you up about the community that you have that's formed around you, your subscribers, your people, your family, who, we got to meet your son this week, and he's a gem. Like, I love talking to him. What potential do you see in our group, that's this family that's being come together?
Well, I think one of the biggest things that limits people, is that most people do not achieve their dreams in life, not because the dream is unattainable, but because they've lost the resolve to do it. You have to have a solid focus. And one thing I think is important for people, and I use this example a lot. If you take an Olympic athlete, they're training 4 years for one shot. Now, they are already world champions, meaning they have experienced some success. But sports psychology has proven if they cannot see themselves up in that podium, they can't see themselves beating their personal best, the likelihood is that it's not going to happen. And what you've got to do is change your focus. Stop looking at things as limiters and start looking at them as challenges to overcome, and go for it. Just go for it, because you don't know. You may think, somebody else has thought about this idea. Oh, somebody else has already. No, you may not know that. And not only that, think about this. Even if you are entering into an environment where there is competition is the cure for complacency.
That's it.
And you don't want to fear that. Don't allow fear to rob you of the potential that you could see in your life. And that's why I said, hey, your potential, most people don't fathom it. Why? Because we're all taught, and unfortunately our educational system does not promote risk. And so you get risk averse. You're afraid to make a mistake. You're afraid that, if I did this, if I did that. Look, if you don't make mistakes, you are not ever going to achieve greatness that you want to achieve. Why? Because it's in the making of mistakes that you learn how to get the greatness. Make your mistakes. That is okay. That is something I would support. And for this younger generation, I would say the opportunity that represents this generation in comparison to ours
are unbelievable.
Unbelievable is what's coming. And don't underestimate your contribution to it.
And thank God that
well said, David. It's so important for all the young people.
Thank God that your generation has embraced it. We're finding that our community is your age, and it's because people are becoming wiser investors, and they've learned from the failures and the risks, and they want to do better and better and better. The people that do take the challenges and go for it. My favorite saying I wanted to tell you, David, was I try to always say it on the show. It's winners fail and get up. Do not be afraid to fail.
Yeah.
And I've even, and my dad has taught me this one too. It's like, why did you look at that as a failure? That was an experience. That was an opportunity, you know, and he has always brought me back into that light, you know, and that place you can keep the momentum going. Then you can stay inspired. Then you can go do more research to do a better interview or understand blockchain more.
So
Minded, you know?
I really resonate that, and I think it's fantastic to have a father like Allan that will promote that, because look, I'm going to share something here that this is a freebie, guys. I'm going to share this. I share this in coaching. An exclusive. And I want you to contemplate this. Okay. Thoughts, they produce feelings. Now, feelings, you feel them long enough, they are going to result in actions. Actions acted upon long enough, well, they result in habits for sure. Now, good or bad. Habits practiced long enough result in a lifestyle. It's that lifestyle living long enough that results in a destiny. Now, starts with your thinking, but think about this. Where does your thinking come from? You know what? It comes from what you believe. If you want to change your destiny, you got to change what you believe. You got to believe that it's possible. And you know what? You will start thinking it's possible. You'll start feeling you're acting. It will result in a change of where you're going.
Your mood will change your temperament, and that will change your personality, change your habits, you will change. And I think we all go through it, you know, especially younger. And I've seen the changes in myself, and it took a spiritual teacher saying basically that exact same thing to me, David, and that clicked. You know, it was like, I need to believe. I need to believe that this is possible. And
it's because, you know,
special.
The way I kind of look at it is because we're not just flesh and bone. You know, from my perspective, and I'll just say this, I'm very open about it. I do believe that we are physical beings, but we are spiritual beings. You have, you know, physical attributes, you know, strength, sight, hearing. You have emotional things. You know, love and we get angry. We have all these gamut of that. But you also have spiritual discernment. And if you don't allow yourself to literally experience that, it's hard to actually get to that place where, you know, if your hope gets deferred, you're not able. You know, King David wrote something. I'll just say this. King David said something, and he said, I would have lost hope if I had not believed that I would see the goodness of God in the land of the living. And you just got to believe that regardless of where you're at, this is just a part of your story. It's your journey. It's not your destination.
Yes.
Amen to that.
Amen.
Amen to that. I love that.
Wow.
That's how we live our lives on this channel.
Yeah, that's it.
It is.
Yep. We got some. It's funny. We have a mutual friend, and I won't throw him under the bus, but he's British, and you can figure it out. And he used to always say, "Stay emotionless out there." And I would be like, actually, emotions are good. I kind of like being emotional, but not the negative and emotional. But I like to be. If you're not emotional, you're not passionate.
Yeah.
You lose the passion and the dream and the desire.
Well, the discipline there is not that you're not going to have feelings. It's just you're disciplining yourself not to make decisions based on those feelings.
Absolutely correct. Yes. And momentum. Momentum is a big thing. You start getting negative and you get to run down this momentum, and then you start making bad decisions because that you've been brought there. It didn't happen like that. You allowed it to become this, I've enslaved myself mentally in this problem.
And that's where believing changes the destiny.
That's it.
You change what you believe.
Yeah, completely. Yeah.
We got a personal one, which I think is absolutely perfect for David, and we got a fun one for you.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
What does success mean to you?
Wow, and that's a loaded question. Of course, you know, I think success for me is living to the maximum of my potential. And that is in everything, primarily my relationships. I would say first and foremost, success to me is in my relationships, like what you and your dad have, Brent. That is a successful relationship, you know. that is a successful relationship, because you guys aren't just father son, but you're literally friends. And I think there's a value in that. I experienced that with my son Caleb. You know, our success, because the only thing we get to take with us in this life is one another. That's how I look at it. So that's the primary. So relationships, and then to live to my maximum ability and not to limit myself, that not to say, well, I can't do that. Oh, I could never. No. How do you know if you don't step out and try? You never know. And so for me, success is not just the financial reward. You know what the finances are? That's the fruit. It's not the tree. The tree are all these disciplines in life, and the cultivation of the soil that results in that, you know, reward or that fruit of it. And that's what it is. Now, you know, a lot of people we're taught to, we think, well, he who dies with the most toys wins. Well, that's just ridiculous, because you could literally lose everything if you lost everything that you have, or I'll say it this way. Let's say you gained every financial goal that you ever had, but the reason that you did it is no longer there. To me, it's pointless. The accumulation of wealth for the sake of accumulating it, pointless. It's how it makes a difference in lives.
So well said. Once again,
You never see a U-Haul behind a hearse.
No,
that
one's great.
That's good. Yeah. Never. Oh, XRP from
they're
the crowd.
chanting in the main room here.
I hope you guys heard that. That was great.
Love that.
So
Go ahead, Dad.
You got another question?
I was going to do the ender.
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
We asked you this last year, but we want to make this a thing and give everybody the opportunity to, you know, whoever might see this, say a personal message, somebody you love or somebody who's inspired you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Along the way.
If it's family, great. Maybe it's somebody from your channel. Maybe, you know, whoever comes to mind, David.
Well, actually, the person that really caused one of the biggest transformative shifts in my life is a guy named Joseph Prince. And Joseph Prince is a pastor out of Singapore. And he wrote a book, and the book is called The Power of Right Believing. That literally set me on a course of really not allowing myself to be held back by limits. And it has become a very focal point in my life, and it inspired me so much, because it was not just encompassing spiritual aspects, but it's like, okay, what am I going to allow to hold me back in my life? You know, these habitual bad thinking, or, you know, different things like that. And so for me, that became a big shift. And I really ascribe to that philosophy in life now, the power of right believing. See, right living doesn't read to right believing. Right believing reads to right living. And that one had a big impact.
Wow, David.
Love that.
What was the
David.
name of that book again?
The power of right believing.
That sounds like right up my alley for sure.
That's Joseph Prince.
Joseph Prince, yeah.
Okay. We got to look into
We'll have
that.
to look into that one. Yeah. David, once again,
Thank you.
I can't thank you enough. You're one of the true people in our community, and you every day you lay it out with your cup of coffee and the rest of it in the evening walks, and everyone loves your show, and it's obvious why. Thanks, man. Yeah.
Brent.
And big shout out to Judy, David's wife. She's a kind, beautiful person, and
big supporter. I couldn't do it without her. I'll tell you that.
We get to see them both, you know, year to year. It's just it's a treat.
And shout out the son as well, because he's coming on the show soon.
Oh yes, yeah. Big introduction for my son Caleb. Most of you in the community have not met him, but he has been working with us behind the scenes. He's been in this space for probably since 2020, has really developed a lot of understanding. And I am going to start introducing him to the community, because this synergy right here, I'm telling you, I want to emulate that. It is truly something else. You guys have got something just so special and magical in this space. To do this together is truly phenomenal. I really mean that.
Really,
and I want to
appreciate
emulate that. And if they say that, I think the greatest compliment is to emulate or
replicate or whatever.
replicate.
Whatever
It's
it
the
is.
greatest compliment, and it is. It'll be a compliment to you guys.
Thanks.
You know,
I
absolutely,
appreciate that,
guys.
David. Yeah, you guys are gonna crush it.
Oh
You
yeah.
will. Yep.
All right.
All right,
All
guys.
right.
So with that, we are out.
Out.
Hold on. Wow. Sorry, got to unmute, right? Data from Digital Outlook. What a fantastic opportunity for him to stop by the Stable Crew booth here at the XRP Las Vegas event. Actually, Allan and Dave. Dave was one of the contributors to the Stable Crew Dip a Toe Thursday night party. It was an epic party. It was low key. About 100 people in the room. It was great things. We're getting the next one. We're getting this next one set up. Sorry, just paying attention to a few things, but it looks like the chat's going good. There are 1,869 of you watching this stream, not on IMU TV, so thank you for that. But I encourage you to please go over to imutv.tv and go check out the stream over there. Become a part of history in this digital asset space because we are broadcasting through IMTV, which is a project that is on the XRPL, which did pitch here in Las Vegas for the XRPL Shark Tank, sponsored by EZAs. If you're checking out EZA is the app you can download on your phone. It's actually a really, in my opinion, I'm not like really a gamer or reader, right? And I'm not saying there's games in there, but it was very well put together. The brothers that do EZA, they travel around and do lots of hackathons. And we got the next interview that's going to be ready to go here in just a few moments. We're going to do a sound check here. So just bear with me. We're going to do that sound check. So just give me one moment.
Dad, you got a mic?
Yeah.
Will you open it?
Ready?
And,
you ready?
We'll back and forth.
Okay. Hello.
And we'll when
You're going to share.
We're going to share.
Okay.
So,
We had to call an audible. Be right there. 30 seconds.
Hello, you are back live with the crew at the world's largest XRP show. And this evening, we are blessed to have, in my opinion, the single greatest person in that fantastic company called Caleb and Brown, Mr. Jim.
Aussie.
Yeah.
No, thank you so much for having me on. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah. So, Jim, now I know you've been taking questions this entire show, and you've been so patient and diligent, and we love that you're here to share all your knowledge here. What was the craziest question you got in the last 2 days?
There've been a few. I think the biggest one was if Australia goes into like a tyranny lockdown and the government seizes everyone's assets, and what happens to Caleb Brown, or what happens if the government shuts you down. I've had a few of those, which are a little tricky to answer.
With a straight face.
Yeah, exactly. But no, most of the questions have been great, and most of the interactions, I mean, really all the interactions have been great here. Everyone's just, you would have felt it, just great people in this space.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, they're fantastic people. It's so amazing. Most people are like, well, how do I get a hold of Caleb? I can never get an agent. Okay, well, now I can only get my agent. Come to the show. He took questions for, 6-8 hours a day over here. So, and I have two of them over there. Jake's here as well. And it's just, it's a privilege that you have that a lot of people aren't taking advantage of to get the real inside scoop on what's going on with Caleb and Brown. And I'm telling you, Caleb and Brown's crushing this market. I've never seen a company dominate the way you guys have. And we've been involved since 19, I believe, I think I've had. So brilliant what you've done. And what are the up and coming cool items, things that we should look forward to that you guys are going to roll out?
Will you please tell us about the iOS app and what's happening there?
Yeah, we've got a few interesting developments. Again, none of this is official confirmation, so I'll be breaking news here just on the Staple Crew channel.
Love that.
You know I love you guys. This is where I do my best work. So I think the first one is, look, we're an Australian business, but most of our clients are US based. You know, we're a US business with a really big clientele here, and it's been great to meet so many of our clients at this conference. And then part of that as well is, okay, well, how can we continue to provide our personalized service, but do it more on face-to-face interaction? So we're in the final stages of actually transferring or opening up our own Caleb Brown office here in the States. Which is a very exciting news. I won't give confirmation on exactly where it will be yet, but it will be announced shortly. But it'll just mean that, look, for our US clients, you can come into our office, meet our brokers face-to-face, and get that real personalized one-on-one service. So that's something that we're going to look forward to. And then the iOS app is obviously another thing where, look, most people do everything that they do, whether it comes from investments, social media, it's all on a mobile app. And we know that, and we know that clients want to use their own Caleb and Brown mobile app to execute trades and message their broker. So that's in the final stages of testing. It actually just got approved by the App Store. It'll go live on iOS initially, and then, sorry, Android users, but it'll be a little later on for them, unfortunately. But again, it'll just allow for clients to use the Caleb and Brown portal, but actually contact their broker within the app, which is quite rare as well. So they're two interesting developments that aren't official news yet, but hey, I'll break it here on the Staple Crew show. Why not?
Thank you so much, Jim. That's awesome. Well, so is this going to be an office they're going to say, okay, you want walk-ins, number one, but is it going to be a place, is it still just on the phone? It's just in a different country? Or is it going to be walk-in as well? And are they going to be able to keep up with demand? Because I'm telling you, there's going to be people getting in the car and driving there. I mean, it's going to happen. You guys are going to blow up.
You know what's funny? In the Australian office, we get that all the time. Just random people rock up to our office and request to speak to a broker. And look, we obviously make sure they're well looked after. We do recommend consultations, actually putting in a call. Yeah, maybe book an appointment. Especially just because half the time you have no idea who these people are. You know what I mean?
Right,
So
yeah.
You get some real interesting units coming to the door. And they think it's stored at the office as well. So it's so look how it will work. And
they come in with guns ever. We'll take
thankfully in
your
Australia, well, I mean, it depends on where you're based, but we don't have them in Australia currently. Yeah, look, how it will probably work is it will be done via consultation. We do very much recommend that for a broker to actually understand the client, that they learn a bit about them, book in meetings and do it that way. I wouldn't be surprised if we do allow clients to walk in. We do have a support team that will be coming over with our brokers to make sure everything runs smoothly. But again, the nitty gritty and how it will all work, we're still actually working through. Funnily enough, it's quite hard to move half of your resource, not half, but a portion of your workforce to the US to get all of that organized. But certainly it will allow for people to come in, speak to a broker, learn about crypto and build that trust face-to-face, which, look, is really important when it comes to this industry.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking about because I get this one a lot. Okay. I've got a lot of, many of our people, you probably noticed at our party the other night that Jim was kind enough to attend. There's a lot of Canadians there at the show. I mean, what's going on? Is there any progress, or is it government is out of your hands? What's going on?
Yeah, the Canadian one's a really difficult one. Look, this space is ever evolving when it comes to regulation, and also, look, a lot of what we do is we allow clients to on-ramp and off-ramp, and that reliance is still there for banks and how we can operate with banks. So it's got nothing to do with our Canadian clients. In fact, we love Canadians. They're probably some of the best people out there. It's really to do with just our difficulties for banking rails over there. Operationally, we found it was quite difficult to continue to operate there currently. So it's got nothing to do with our Canadian clients. We love servicing them. It's not something that's final. It's just really, for us, it's always a fine line between providing that top tier service and scaling, because our service isn't like an exchange. It's resource heavy, which means we are providing a personalized white glove service. So as we continue to scale here, we need to focus on the markets that make the most sense for us, and the US is clearly that big market. So that's where our focus lies right now. But look, we want to come back to Canada, so we're always on the lookout for how we can potentially do that moving forward.
Okay, so that's all great news because I believe you will. Why would you just not want to have a Canadian market? It's clearly not your fault. Yeah. Everybody wants a bigger market. Are you expanding in other markets? Because we're going around in, 23 nations here. What are the nations that you're talking about expanding to?
So, I mean, as I mentioned before, the main one is the US, just because so many of our clients are here. So just making sure that we're offering that top-tier service to all time zones within the US. And then look at the biggest markets for us outside of the US are the European market. They're very crypto native and interested in crypto. And then the Australian market as well. Australia is obviously a smaller country, but a very pro-crypto country, and a lot of young investors getting into crypto. So I would say the US is really our main focus, and that's why we're going to open up an office here. But from there, it's really the European markets. I'm actually quite fascinated to see, what's happening in sort of the more developing countries around Africa. You're seeing that crypto adoption rates there are going through the roof. Now, again, the banking rails are a bit behind when it comes to working with people in those countries and, the KYC and AML requirements. But, we talk about crypto adoption in Australia and the US all the time. Those developing countries, they're the ones that are really interested in this space because, look, they all have internet connection. And a lot of them don't have banks or they don't have trustworthy governments, but they have a phone and they have internet connection, which means they can get involved in crypto. So that's going to be a big wait and see in terms of how that develops for the next 5 to 10 years.
That's awesome. So
we're very excited too to understand and report on that, in the future and bring light to it, and support, when these nations finally do get the banking institutions and the rails and you can make the alignment to where this is a possibility for these people. That's how this whole thing's supposed to work, is all of us having it and working together, creating a more decentralized world. And man, I'm so happy you do what you do. We wanted to give the crew kind of a little interactive. You talked about your white glove service. But if I walked up to your booth, Jen, I would really ask about the portal because that's what fascinates me. And once I got that, I feel like I was like, wow, man, I can't wait to talk to you about it. I can't wait to be a customer. Give us kind of a basic on that. Just to reference, these two talked about it. It's on our Trust Your Exit plan, and I believe it's episode 17. You can see these two break this all down. But just a basic on the portal, how it all works.
Yeah, so the benefit of working with a service like ours is there's many ways to execute trades, right? The most common way, especially for probably more the older generation, is to do everything through the broker. So when you work with us, you get your broker's phone number, you get their email. Clients execute trades when they're on holiday in the Bahamas and they don't have access to internet, but they've got access to their email and they can email their broker to execute a trade. But we have a lot of clients that, look, they want to see their holdings. They want to look at all of the assets that we list. Maybe they want to set up a DCA or do a specific trade, and they can do that through our portal. So as you mentioned, we have a portal set up where you would log into your own Caleb Brown account. You'll be able to see your holdings there. You'll be able to see what assets we list. We have tons of research reports, which really help educate our clients around, what are the market trends in the space? What are the key assets? So it allows clients to do both things. They can either go on the portal and execute a trade themselves there, or they can go directly through their broker. It just allows for clients to do both things. And look, we do see it in crypto with periods of high demand where portals and interfaces do go down. There are downtime events, and unfortunately that does happen. It's quite stressful for people because it means I actually can't execute a trade. Well, look, we've really had no downtime, touch wood, but even if we did, you have that direct contact with your broker, so it's important to have both options. But our portal is ever evolving. Look, if you go on our website, you'll see everyone that works in the business. Look at our dev team. It's full of product people that are constantly building better ways for people to easily use their portal and buy and trade. So, it's an easy use interface, and it works really well for a lot of our clients.
Fantastic. What do you guys? What's your long-term strat? What do you think this space is going to? Are you going to 10x in business? Would you say over the next how many years? What are your numbers showing you? First of all, what's been your growth rate, and where do you think it's going to go?
Yeah, our growth rate is always in some ways beholden to what's happening in the space, right? So we're in a very great time of the market where asset prices are appreciating. People are hearing about crypto for the first time. Innovations at all-time highs. So naturally, we've grown through just providing our service to new people in the space. In terms of like actual growth rate, look, our client count continues to grow. But as I mentioned, like our focus is making sure that service stays top tier, even though we continue to scale. So that means continuing to scale our operations, ensuring we have enough resources for the amount of clients we have on board. Certainly coming to these events helps us a lot. It gives us a presence in the US market. Lets me see, trusted partners like yourselves who have such a tight-knit community and have so much trust here that, look, we want to meet people face to face. So we are continuing to grow, but look, we've been around since 2016 and we've steadily grown. It's not been like an overnight sensation. And to be honest, that's better for us. And it's better probably for the crypto industry in general, because often when businesses collapse or go under, it's because they've grown like this. We saw how quickly a platform like FTX grew, and unfortunately, the safety and operations of that maybe led to its downfall. So for us, we've steadily grown since 2016, and we're happy with that because it's allowed us to scale our operations as we've gone.
Love it. I love that answer. That's good stuff. Let's get something fun for this guy. Let's
come on, Allan.
Start talking about women.
Yeah, about something. Yeah.
Jim, your favorite album of all time?
Oh, wow. Favorite album of all time.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
How about favorite band?
Favorite bands?
Yeah.
I'm more of a regular. I'm more of a rap guy. So yeah, I'm a big 21 Savage guy. I'm probably really showing my age here.
No, that's okay.
But yeah, I'm big on the rap space. But I do love my old sort of 90s and classic hits as well. So yeah, I'd say I'm a rap guy mostly. But what are your favorites?
I would say I grew up like huge reggae, like Bob Marley.
Yeah.
Love his kids. If anybody hasn't seen it, no, you're good. If anybody hasn't seen or heard Stick Figure yet, I heard people talking about it because they were in town last year at this event. Stick Figure is like a Bob Marley, Jack Johnson blend, and I'm that guy. I'm on a beach, by a palm tree, chilling.
Allan?
Oh, favorite band? Oh,
Give it to me.
God. That'd be tough. I mean, the most talented band I think I've ever... Probably Led Zeppelin.
Led Zeppelin, yeah.
I mean, it's really hard for me to say that was a better band, for me in my era anyway. Yeah. But I mean, I think I turned this guy on to reggae. So, I mean, there's nothing I don't like. Somebody mentioned something yesterday and I was like, yeah, that band too. But Sublime.
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 I was really into Sublime for a while, quite a while. But I like that reggae beat. I was really into ska in the day, believe it or not. So yeah, back in the day. But I was never really a punker, but I kind of got into that when I was a young kid. So I'm into all of it.
Just a bit of everything. Yeah. I'm the
yeah.
same. I would say like I'm just a big fan of good music. So when something comes along, and as I mentioned, I'm always on Spotify, I'm looking up 80s and 90s best classic hits, and I love those tracks from back in the day. So it's great.
Yeah, for
I'm expecting some sort of Australian question at some point. I know you're both fascinated in Australia. Usually I'll get a question around, have you ridden a kangaroo to school, or what happens there?
No, we're related to an Aussie for number one, but number two, I'm in yachting, and I'm saying 25 to 35% of all the people in yachting are Aussies. Yeah. So I kind of, I've worked with you. Yeah.
One of my most all-time favorite stories. So my Uncle Tim is Australian, and we were telling you about him last night. He's a boat guy, and he's that guy. He tells me this story. How he's like, I was a little boy, and I was walking outside, and I saw a funnel web spider, and he picked himself up, and he reared his legs up, and he had venom pouring out of his fangs, and I started running back towards the house, and my mom was on the porch And I jumped in her arms. Now she's got to carry a full-grown boy, and now she's fighting off the spider. And I was like, we're like in a bar. And I was just tired.
Sounds like a classic.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
He's a classic.
Yeah,
That's my Uncle Tim story, everybody.
It's all good too. Well done, Brad. Yeah, that was good. No, we're blessed because we work with so many different countries. You know, we've been in so many different countries, so we're really well rounded. I will have to say, the one thing about the Aussies is I think it's the number one nationality that drank me under the table. It's the one.
Yeah.
Bundaberg or whatever it's called.
Oh, Bundaberg is dangerous. Yeah. I grew
stuff.
up on those, and geez, you had some big nights on those. Yeah, Aussies love to gamble and they love to drink. There's a few guys in our office actually that would never be allowed to come to Vegas, but they'll probably never get back.
Right. Yeah. So the office was like, no.
Yeah. He seems kind of reasonable. We'll send Jim.
You're the choir boy.
Well,
Yeah.
depends when you see me, I guess.
Yeah, I love it. Oh, we have a question from the crowd.
Question from the crowd. Let's do it.
Tell us about the fund.
The fun.
The fund here in the U.S., the crypto fund. The Susie's talking about.
Yeah. So we have a crypto fund that started probably about 2 or so years ago. It really was a way for accredited or institutional investors to actually invest through a fund. So it's a separate entity to Calvin Brown, but a lot of what they do is, trying to find trends. They invest in assets on behalf of clients. So it's a little different to our brokerage where, look, we custody and do trades for clients, but it's really based on their direction. The fund allows clients to hold money through it, and then they'll invest on behalf of the client and really try and find ways to get an edge in the market. So it's a completely separate entity to our brokerage, but if there's anyone interested on the call that would like to learn more, please get them to reach out to myself and we'll direct you to the fund. But yeah, that's been going for now for a couple of years, and it's working really well.
What sort of returns are we looking at?
I'm not part of it, so I'd probably need to go back and confirm. I don't want to give a rate on this call.
We won't call you out.
But I can confirm that with the team and get back to you.
Sure. Yeah. If anyone's interested, you can reach out.
Yeah. If anyone's interested, just reach out to myself. Look, my name's. I'll give my email at the end of this, and we can go from there.
We got the big one. We've been trying to end it on this and make it a thing to do this question for everybody. We just wanted to give you a chance to speak into the camera and talk to somebody, tell us somebody that you love in your life. Give them a little message and a little shout out.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah,
that's the
thanks.
best. Where is the straight ahead?
Yeah.
Oh, geez. I've got a few parties involved. I think people will get, I might be in trouble if I single out the wrong person. But look, I'll probably single out my beautiful mother, Janet. My mum is just the most supportive person I've had throughout my whole life. She's really dictated who I've become as a person. And the term unconditional love is certainly something that she's given to me throughout my life. Even me coming over here, she was nervous about me coming, making sure that I was going to be safe, especially in Vegas of all places.
Right, yeah.
But just having the support of not only my mum but my father as well, who he'll probably be upset not to get the call up himself.
No.
But I've been blessed with having great parents. And I spoke to you guys about this last night, and it's true. The connection between father and son, children and parents is the most important thing. You guys get to live and breathe it day to day together, which I love. And look, my parents, I'm getting old and my parents are getting old, and now I have a really strong appreciation for spending as much time with them as possible because, look, they've shaped and formed who I am as an individual. So my mother, Janet, my dad, Peter, are instrumental in my life, and I wouldn't be here without them.
Isn't it amazing how many people have answered basically that same way?
Is that the common?
We know.
It's I think more often it's parents.
Yeah.
Because
It's parents or a spouse or something, but it's amazing. It just tells you how we're family, and we're in this space because we're really innovators to some degree, but we're really in this space to take care of our friends and family, and prosperity brings all that for everybody, and we're hoping that that's going to work out for everybody that listens to the show.
And then look, and on our end, that's the feedback we get from our clients that come from the Staple crew, is that that's the number one thing. It's family, it's community, it's high trust in what you guys do because you front up, you're honest, but you're there for your people. And that's what we love. That's what we try and and
Yep.
hold to in our business.
Yeah.
But that's what leads. That's what grows in the long run. That's what sticks around in the long run.
It
So
does.
that's what this
Sincerity.
space is all about.
Sincerity, honesty, family, and a belief in each other. We don't call it the XRP Army anymore. We call it the family.
I love that.
It's good.
I love that.
I think my dad coined that.
Yeah.
You're gonna trademark that, Allan, or
Yeah.
We should make sure.
I might steal that over on our
Zach
end if you have
already-
trademark.
Zach already started making shirts of it, so I was like, well, whatever. He beat me to it. Yeah, well,
I love it. I
yeah,
love
it's
it.
good.
Thank you
We should
so
wrap
much.
this up.
Thank you so much for having me on. I love you
So
guys.
happy
Of course.
to know you.
Oh, absolutely.
And
This guy, real deal.
yeah, and we are out.
Yo, let's go. Time to change. Okay, so right now we're changing out some batteries. I think Mr. Stable may or may not be a break. We're gonna have the Ray Fuentes coming in soon. Oh, wow! This one right here. Oh, it's good stuff. What's up, Jimmy? I'm good, man. I'm good.
Good to see you.
Yeah, you gonna hop in?
I'd like to.
Okay.
You're charging some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool, cool.
Charging right now.
Lots of hugging and kissing over here. Like it's getting a little weird, but it's good here at the XRP Convention 2025, live from Las Vegas. My name is Simon Says Crypto. You've been watching the Staple Crew, Allan and Brent, aka the B-Man, on Twitter. Sorry, on X, on YouTube, and I appreciate you all that are watching over there. And I would really appreciate it if you guys would navigate over to imutv.tv and watch it over there because we're broadcasting this broadcast live on the XRPL. I'll say it again. We're streaming live on the XRPL via IMUTV. This is literally history in the making. This guy right here. Oh my gosh. Okay, so here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna take like a little break here. I'm gonna see if I can play a previous interview that was done that was recorded that was placed on Allan's Patreon and YouTube. But since not all of you are over there on the YouTube, I want to give it to you guys. So just bear with me. I'm gonna see if I can load that up, and I'll be right back. But I'm just gonna mute my camera. My mic will still be here. I'll get things going. So if you have some time right now, this is a good time to either turn up the heat on your stove and get that meat cooking in double time, or if you got to go like the barbecue, or you got to go relieve yourself in the proper areas. You know what I'm saying? Go to the fridge, get some more snacks. Let's do that. So give us about 5-10 minutes. I'll have that up for you guys if it works. If it doesn't, I'm gonna come back and let you guys know. So you guys are always in the loop, and I'll be back real quick right soon. See you then.
What is going on, crew? We are back.
Oh, okay. I've got the video. Looks good to go. So I'm still going to give you guys just a couple of minutes. So go to that bathroom, get that fridge, go to imu.tv or tv.tv, check out the stream there. I'm going to play an interview that was done yesterday during the hurricane that we were in. We got Mr. Mickel in the booth yesterday, and so we're gonna play that. Oh man, dude. We on a timeout. Oh my gosh.
It's been a long 2 days here at the XRP Las Vegas
Oh
conference.
my gosh.
The largest XRP conference in the world.
Oh my
We're
god.
up to our ears in digital assets.
Oh, we are this big. My God. No, don't stop, bro.
No, I take XRP.
Oh, no, you take that. No, no. Just jokes and funs around here. So just a couple of minutes. I'll let you guys go to the bathroom and do that. I'll be right back. I got the video ready for you.
on the live feed here with my favorite find of the year. This guy is absolutely crushing it. Everybody, this is Mickel. If you don't know him, I know a lot of you do in our group. We're so happy to see you here, brother, and like your success and what you're doing. Like, we're so excited to talk to you about it. How are you digging the show so far? Anything fun, exciting come out?
Well, it's been a pleasure to be able to hang out with you guys. It's just an incredible event. So many smart, like-minded people all in one room. It's rare that you get to get so many people together all in one place, and it's just so nice when everyone's all aligned, all looking to really progress this space forward. So really just shaking hands with the community, talking with people like yourselves, and just really furthering this entire space in general. It's been a blast every year it is, and no, just excited to be able to talk with you guys.
Yeah,
nice.
Great.
You really crushed it when you came on our live, and I wanted to kind of let you open up, what you want to discuss. I got some things for you too, but as far as like the future of XRPL, kind of what is still to be carried out, and maybe just things that you see coming that you could just share with the crew.
Oh, absolutely.
That I know you do on your channel.
Love the open-ended question. So, one of the biggest things I see is for a long time we looked at XRP as a payments token, and Brad Garlinghouse said back in the day, I think this was maybe 4 years ago, he said, right now we're kind of in this stage where Amazon was just doing books, and that's how I look at using XRP as a payments token. But I think over the next couple of years we're going to see a big move, and you're going to see XRP positioned as a liquidity token, and what you're going to see is the XRP ledger will become a tokenization vehicle for the value of the next generation financial system. So I always tell people this: we have the legacy system over here. It's got quadrillions and quadrillions of dollars running on outdated, broken rails. We need to take that value and put it on the new rails, and I think all of that value is going to need some kind of oil, grease in the middle, and that's where XRP really sits in the equation. So I think we're going to move away from this idea of, oh, I'm sending you XRP and that's the value of XRP, and more as the XRP as the liquidity for a decentralized global clearinghouse, that being the XRP ledger. And I think that transition is something I'm personally very excited about.
Yeah, I have to agree completely.
It's financially huge, because what you've just described in a nutshell is not just a SWIFT system. You're talking about what's being transmitted through the SWIFT system and the liquidity and the value of that monetary amount moving from point A to point B. So we don't need any predictions, but if you were to go out there and say, okay, we're going to be 2 years from now, what is it that you think that that liquidity brings to the world financially?
Oh, yeah.
In every industry.
So as someone in the financial industry alone, just the process of clearing and sending money and being able to create liquidity between different asset classes, it's so broken. There's no reason you shouldn't be able to do an atomic swap from Tesla stock to Bitcoin to whatever. Yeah. You should be able to hold XRP in a money market. You should be able to hold tokenized Tesla in a DeFi protocol. And right now you just can't, because it's all stuck in these siloed walled gardens. What we're doing is we're recreating public financial infrastructure where all of this value can flow seamlessly and be interoperable with every product in the world. No longer do you have to be a client of this large financial institution with $100 million net worth to be able to get access to things that should be public infrastructure. And it's going to be a turning point in how the entire financial system is architected. And we're just at the very beginning stages of that adoption starting happening. Right now we're seeing stablecoins take off. That's the very early tokenization of fiat currency. The same way we have a craze for that right now, it will then be a craze for the tokenization of equity, then the tokenization of debt, and then the tokenization of more and more of these financial vehicles. And we'll just continue to have those crazes until we move into a world where the entire financial system is tokenized and we have this new system.
Yeah. And I'd say we're what? I always say 2 years out, and 2 years goes by. But I mean, it could be as early as what? I know July 15th kind of comes to mind, but I mean, it won't be that soon. But
I think the biggest thing we're going to see first is we're going to see a lot more people start to get it. I think a lot of people are going to start to say, outside of this community, which is the forward-looking, very knowledgeable people on this technology, I think you're going to start to see a lot more people start to say, you know what, that's actually happening. And if I don't position myself there soon, it's going to happen and I'm going to miss out on it. Yep. And I think that's going to be your first big wave, right? Because a lot of people are going to say, you know what, I can't afford anymore to do this like slow move in. Like I need to go bite off a chunk and I got to make sure I don't miss this. Yeah. Then the mainstream media will start to pick up on it. Then it will be too obvious to miss. And then you'll start to see a lot of those things really coming into production. And then at that point, you'll be really in that, I guess you want to call it that 2004 era of the internet. Or you had things like 2008 that was a slight derailment, but Apple stock was 3 times higher 2 years later. It wasn't the same 90% drawdown. It was bumps along the way, but so much value coming in just continued to exponentially run to the upside.
And it's almost been a blessing that it's been so slow moving. Yes. Instead of this giant .com bubble that just popped up in 2 years. Because, what was it just 3-4 years ago? All we had was, Kraken, Coinbase, and Binance. Look at it now, how many avenues are there now to buy crypto and get into crypto? I mean, your firm alone, just every way it's coming into the financial back door, side door, and front door.
Yeah, and it's going to be bigger and bigger players. Like we're still in the stage right now where, a lot of the traditional players are now saying like we're gonna miss this if we don't start taking these steps very quickly. And I'll tell you right now, one of the most fascinating things I've realized is it's so complicated for them at this point because they just don't have the right engineers, they don't have the right people. They're going to the companies we all know about and saying, we need to work with you to do this. Like, we can't do this on our own. Nope. And it's huge validation to say, not only are they saying like, oh, this is very important, but it's so important and so critical. They're like, we don't even have time to do it ourselves. Like, we need to work with you, and you need to help us before we really miss this. And that says it more than anything.
It's so true.
It's so interesting. You had this stat. It was like a fact on your show this week, and it was so good I wrote it down. Do you remember the 2002 one? Basically, in 2002, there were 560 million internet users.
Oh, yeah.
And today, there are 560 million crypto users in the world. Wow. And so that
paints a picture.
It really paints a picture, and like we can pinch ourselves how early this still is.
It is, and people don't realize, like, and I always tell this to people too. The reason why we all know about this, right, is because of the internet. But imagine if there wasn't social media, right? Like you would probably wouldn't know anyway. We would all have like a 1/1,000,000th of our education of the space. We learn from each other. I learn from smarter people in the space. We all bounce ideas off each other, and we can come to places like this where we can really help educate everyone all at once. But if it wasn't for social media, if it wasn't for these other things, it would feel like 2000 of the internet. It'd be like, oh, here's this wacky, crazy idea. Like, you wouldn't be able to source all this high quality information. So we're in a very unique place where we've been able to build this group of highly educated people and all learn from one another. But man, it is still so early. And I think sometimes people like us can even lose sight of that. But it makes me so excited about what's on the other side of this. To be at a pace where we're growing faster than the internet was right now and at the same level of users. I mean, I think this is going to be, the internet was the information era, and this is the era of value. And I think that's exponentially more important.
The era of value. That's it. That's where we're coming. And the valuation of all things being tokenized.
Yes.
Of all things. Yeah, that's where we're at.
And not like YouTube taught me, like not getting stuck in the weeds of like, there was so much conversation of like, well, why don't we just use stable coins, you know? Once you understand like how a stable coin works and like the institutional money that it takes to fuel that and put into that, whereas you have in XRP like this perfect bridging asset.
Yes.
That is just the way and how you explained it in the beginning of this, Mickel, is perfect. It's like it's positioned to be that liquid thing between two other vessels? What do you want to trade here and what do you want to trade here?
There's never been an asset before in history that has zero counterparty risk that acts as decentralized neutral liquidity. Stablecoins don't solve that. Stablecoins are a great way to add more functionality. And if you have people, and this is something people get stuck into, if you have someone telling you that a stablecoin replaces XRP, the XRP ledger was created for fiat tokenization. That's what a stablecoin is.
Yeah.
Ripple's goal since the start was to tokenize currency.
Yeah.
That's what a stablecoin was. The entire premise of the XRP ledger was to be an engine of taking these old forms of value, whether that's currency, bonds, stocks, to tokenize that and have XRP be liquidity. So it's so funny, in my opinion, for people to be like, oh, stablecoins. The XRP ledger was created for stablecoins. It's a critical part of the emergence of this entire thing playing out. If there's no value on the XRP ledger, if there's no tokenized assets, then it silos XRP, and that it's a bad liquidity. The more assets you can bring into there and the more bridges you can build, it brings XRP exponentially more value.
And it just absorbs it all.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Instead of becoming a stable coin, it's just going to absorb the value of all stable coins and all fiat, period.
People always ask me, they're like, well, what do you think about backing XRP with gold? I was like, gold's tiny. I don't care about gold. Hey, what do you mean? Like, I don't care about gold, oil, derivatives, bonds. Like, it's so much bigger than this. I mean, the $10 trillion market, it's nothing. Like, people have to realize that what we're creating, in the same exact way when oil companies were the biggest companies on earth and people said, okay, you could never have an internet company be bigger than an oil company, and then the biggest company went from $100 billion to $5 trillion with the internet companies, you're going to see, I think, these digital assets be the first quadrillion-dollar asset classes.
I believe that.
It's a whole new paradigm. And as you get exponentially more important innovation to the world, the valuations get exponentially higher alongside that.
Everybody says, oh, we have too much debt. No, we don't. No, just wait until this thing gets adopted.
Yes.
You don't even understand. Those quadrillions are just go by the wayside.
Yes.
Numbers change. Yeah, okay, this might have more zeros on it or whatever, but there's not too much liquidity. There's a liquidity lack. And what people think is they think debt. Oh, well, I got to pay the debt off. Everybody else. No, that's old money, and if everybody paid the debt off, it would stop everything.
Yes.
It would be deflationary. We're not going to do that.
How do you issue the money? You make the debt. So like, what are you going to do? Close out the entire? We live in a debt-based system.
Yeah.
So when you start talking like the way we issue money is to produce debt, well, you get $1 on the other side. There's an equal representation at the balance sheet. I think people miss the whole balance sheet side of it sometimes. But you make an excellent point.
Yeah.
And I think it's important to realize, because another thing people say is like, oh, well, you're going to have Ripple replace the Federal Reserve. It's like, well, no, what Ripple's going to do is work with these organizations to build out a better plumbing for the systems we have today. I can guarantee you right now, I don't think Ripple's going to want to be able to get absorbed by Congress and become this quasi-monster of government. But what they want to do is work with all the systems, create those connection points, and upgrade the infrastructure. And the more Ripple can work neutrally among all the governments, all the major financial institutions, and just act as a clearinghouse for all of it, that's the most valuable proposition, in my opinion, for these upgrades that are coming.
Oh, completely. And they're doing exactly that.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. One country at a time, one bank at a time.
We got some fun ones for you.
I love it.
Yeah. They're the hard ones.
So, if anybody from your channel, like fan of yours, subscriber,
I love that
just has touched your heart, or just they've been there since the beginning, whoever you want to shout out right now.
Yeah, and I'll just do kind of pseudonyms. So Crypto Clay, Roger, Silver Days, Brian Wolf, Mary Cox. There's so many, but dude, there are so many people who just moderate my channel for free and reach out to me and fix up my comment section, and then they're like, it's such a powerful community, and there's so many people out there. I would say everyone who watches the live streams, but just a few off the top of my head. Huge thank you to them, and I love that question.
And you've missed a dozen or 1,000.
Hundreds, literally hundreds, but just a couple rattled off.
Yeah.
You can throw anything at me.
Which one? Anything?
Hey, you can throw anything at me. Yeah, don't feel bad.
What do you got, Dad?
Well, I was gonna. Do you have any pets?
No pets, but I'm in the process of adopting a kitten. I work at home all day, and I would love to have a kitten running around the house. Yeah. My girlfriend's a vet. She has 2 cats. Bless her soul. She's the only reason why I'm able to do stuff like this, because she does so much for me. So massive shout out to her as well. Just incredible. She's a rock for me, because you know what it's like to be in these positions. It's a lot, and you need to have a strong foundation. She does that for me.
Yeah. And that party last night, you killed it, by the way.
Thank you.
We had that party, and every time I turned around, he was talking in a deep conversation with everybody. So
people ask me, they say, do you get tired of talking to people? And I'm like, absolutely not.
No.
And I know you're the same way, because people tell me, they're like, I talk with Allan and we'll have an hour conversation.
Yeah.
And I never thought I would be in a position in my life where people were that excited to be able to have a conversation for me. And one of the things that I find very important is to never lose sight of like how important that is and how valuable it is, and how I can make someone's day just by giving them that time and attention.
Yeah.
So it's something that always is very important for me.
Yeah.
So I never get tired of it. I love it.
No, me either. I went to the other convention this week, and there were people, Lynn Alden, you know, just brilliant minds. Caitlin Long was there. She was sitting at the table next to me, and I was like, I just want to bother her. I just want to talk with her. I really want to talk with her. I'm not going to do it, but I want to. Now I know how people feel.
Yes.
When they come here, they're like, oh man, I could talk to Mickel. Do you know Mickel? Go, Allan, can I talk with him? You know? It's like, yeah, man, just go talk to him. Just go do it, man. Yeah, just go for it.
So nice, man. Yeah, go talk to him. Come talk to us.
I was so glad we got to meet in Florida.
Oh, absolutely.
That was huge.
Absolutely.
Huge, man.
No,
it had been too long.
It had been too long. It was incredible.
Yeah. What do you got?
We'll do one more fun one. We'll shoot from the heart. You want favorite car, or dream car, or your favorite album of all time?
I'll do both. My dream car doesn't exist yet, I'll say. So I'll pull this into another quick story. So the reason I got started in investing is because my grandpa, when I was a freshman in college, he went to me, he's like, look, he's still alive, he's in good health, great man. He said, hey, I was gonna leave you this money when I died, but like, I've made so much money in the stock market myself, like I want you to learn. Wasn't a lot of money, but he bought Amazon on IPO. It turned into a couple $100,000, and he was like, I want you to go learn on your own. So he's like, I'll give you this $5,000 if you could come back, 15-page report, 3 different companies, break them down, why you want to put. I had no idea what I was doing. I did the research, I learned about it, and was hooked instantaneously. I deployed a significant amount of money in Tesla in 2015 and 2016 again. That's where the $5,000 went. Tesla ever since has obviously been a huge winner for me. But because of that like symbolic moment and really like starting this entire career, my dream car is the Roadster whenever that eventually gets released, 2-door. So that will be it. I know a lot of people want a more classic car, but for me, just that.
Oh no, that was your entry into investing? Absolutely. Good.
And my favorite album is a funny one. I would say probably Dark Side of the Moon, Pink Floyd.
Yes.
Huge Deadhead, huge Pink Floyd fan, huge Sublime fan. Like Big Fish fan. Like classic jam band rock is like what I love. So those music is a big part of like my entire upbringing, and it's a huge thing for me. Even like when you have like a really crazy day, just being able to put on some music, chill out, and like recuperate, it's always a really important part of my routine.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's good to get the background on that, because I would have never guessed you as a classic rock guy.
Yeah,
I dig it. I do. Yeah.
It took going to about 3,000 soccer tournaments with my dad and having about every single Grateful Dead album playing on repeat.
It's in your blood.
Up until the age of 18, I was like, I don't want to listen to this. This is trash. And boom. And I was like, oh yeah, by the way, that Dead and Company show, you think me and my friends could come? And it was cool because that was kind of that moment where, you know, it was kind of a cool moment with my dad as well, where I got to appreciate a lot of those things he grew up with and got to do a lot of those things with him. So it was kind of a cool moment. It's like I flipped from the old like high school like rap, hip hop off, and I was like, I don't know what to tell you, man, but I'm suddenly appreciating this stuff.
100%. All my favorite bands came from him. It's like Led Zeppelin and Cat Stevens and like Elton John and like all these like just classic artists.
I figure you could do an entire 45-minute music show.
We could.
We got into.
What do you got?
Well, you were really into a band that, Aerosmith for a while.
Oh,
we really got into Aerosmith, so we saw a few of those shows. The usual stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
So then we did we got into YouTube too for a while, but it was fun. But the classic rock is always going to be there, man. I know people from my generation before me are like, oh no, the music from the 50s will never fade, and I'm like, it kind of faded.
Yeah,
it's pretty much gone, dude.
Yeah.
So you can't say it won't. You just can't.
The 70s is too good, man. It's too good.
It's good stuff.
Last one, we ask everybody this, Mickel. Somebody in your life personally that you love, that has inspired you, that you would love to shout out here, who might see this video.
Oh man, there's so many people. I would say, I mean, it's an easy one, but my mom and dad, I'm extremely close to them. Couldn't be more different people. My mom is the most loving, caring person in the entire world. Just like totally like anything I ever need, like still shows up to my like apartment randomly on weekends with like breakfast, and just like the most incredible woman in the world. And my dad is just like the hardest worker, built his own company from scratch, mortgage company, worked 24/7, but still always had the time to go play football in the front yard with me and my friends, drive me to every single soccer tournament, swim meet, like was there for me like every moment of it. And like I understand where he is now with like constantly having to grind and work to support, but man, it's just such a huge shout out to them. I could not be more lucky to have people like them in my life, and it's really special to be able to go back and kind of share my own success with them, because it's cool to be able to say, you know, this isn't me, like this is a reflection of you guys, and that's something I'm personally very proud of.
And they're very proud of you, I'm sure. Very.
Mom and Dad Mickel, great job. Great job, you guys. My brother, we couldn't be happier for you and your success and your voice in this space. Like I'm so happy I met you for the first time last year at this, and I didn't even know who you were. Everybody's like, "Hey man, did you meet Mickel? Did you go see him?" I'm like, "Who's that?" You know? They're like, "Dude, he's awesome, man." You know what I mean?
And then he blew up.
And then I like watched it. I'm like, "Oh man, this is like my guy." So.
It's good.
You two are my favorites. This is who I'm watching right here.
We have a good chemistry.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, brother.
Thank you.
Anything you ever need.
It's always a pleasure, guys. It's always a pleasure.
Man. Yeah, thank you.
Whoa. What a great interview, right? We got Mickel up in the booth. We got some onlookers around here having a good time at XRP Las Vegas 2025. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I had to switch out mics. So before I continue, can I just get a 5x5 from the crowd? Just let me know if this mic is working. I'm going to watch that chat. Look over here real quick. Man, I like my studio better. I got more hair. Where's the So we're just going to keep rocking and rolling. We're going to do a little bit more setup here. The batteries are charged. We're totally going to add those and get this going for you guys. Let me just move all this 1 second. Hold on. There we go. Great interview. It was a great interview, 100%. We have, for those of you in the XRP community, locally here in the States, you're going to know this next guest. He is quite literally a legend in his own way. Never judge a book by its cover. This individual is very, very Smart literally has the pulse on XRP and a whole bunch of other things. And so you will be amazed to hear the knowledge that comes out of this gentleman's mouth. So we're going to do a test here in just a moment. So I just want to let you know what's going on. I'm going to mute my mic and camera. We'll be right back with the sound check and the next interviewee. Stand by. Okay, so I just got the camera muted for right now. I'm gonna leave this rocking and rolling because I know some of you guys are on Spaces or not Spaces. Y'all are on X, and I appreciate y'all watching on X. I appreciate everybody watching on YouTube, and of course, I very much appreciate everybody that is watching on imutv.tv. If you're unfamiliar with the project is how we here at XRP Las Vegas are streaming live to 23 different countries. It is an amazing thing. It's on the XRPL. You're not on camera here, bro. I'm just doing a podcast right now. We could do a shout out here in a minute. You can see the hot seat right over there. We can do a shout out. Unless B-Man wants to do one. B-Man, you want to do a quick shout out? Yeah, he's going to do a shout out here. So we're going to do a mic test here in just a moment. I had to let my headphones charge up as well. Appreciate the 5x5s. But check out imutv.tv. You can watch this stream there on your web browser, or you can download the app through your Roku, through Apple TV, and through Amazon Fire Stick. Check those out, imutv.tv. Now, what is IMUTV? It's not just a network. IMUTV was really started for the independent musicians universe, meaning it's independent music creators, artists that are doing it their way, how they want to, when they want to. This is a very powerful thing, because within the music industry, it is a known amongst the artists that record companies definitely take full advantage of those artists and their work. I mean, look through your history. I was going to mention if you know who Michael Jackson is, there was a point where he came out and made a very powerful statement back then. I believe Prince, the artist formerly known as Prince, I know it was Prince, used to as well. But there are so many great independent artists out there. And if you know somebody that should be out there playing their own stuff, doing their own stuff, get them on IMUTV and help them bring their skill set, their passion to the XRPL and this digital asset space. All right, we're going to do some microphone checks, and we're going to be right back.
I haven't seen you the whole show.
I know, dude. That's what I mean. It's crazy.
We're usually sitting around
closest
talking.
friends here.
No, you guys stay right there. You're on the edge as it is. Where I like to live, my man.
I'm gonna lean into
Right on the edge. Hello and good afternoon. You are back with the crew. Thank you so.
Mic check, test 1, test 2.
Mic check. Mic.
Hello and good afternoon. You are back live with the crew, and thank you again for spending so much precious time with us. As you know, we are here at the world's largest XRP show in Las Vegas, Nevada, 2025. And you have a guest for us, Brent. Who do you got over there?
We got the man, the myth, the legend, aka the Baron of Beach Street, aka our friend Sean. Yep. It wouldn't be the Staple Crew, it wouldn't be the show in Vegas without you. So glad you're here right now. Yeah, man.
Live from Saturday night, or live from New York. It's Saturday night. What's going on, fellas?
It's all good. How's your show so far?
It's been good. It's been I feel like I haven't literally not been in motion for 48 hours straight. It's just like circling like a shark around everybody in here, and a million conversations, a lot of good stuff. It's been awesome. It's been cool. I'm running down. I'm running down. Here we are.
Okay. All right. Yeah, but you're still up for the party tonight.
Absolutely.
Yes.
A shell of a man or not, I will be there. You better believe it.
I knew you would rally.
Yeah. Potentially an open bar. So yeah, free is my favorite price. That's what I like to do.
I love it. Yeah. So, Sean, you've been to all three.
Correct.
How would you say they've evolved? I mean, in a nutshell, have they or not really, or what do you think?
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. First of all, I think year one. What was it? Year one, maybe 300 people, something like that.
Yeah.
Yes, we had about 300 people. It was a small room. It was at Treasure Island. Year two, I think there was around maybe 600-700 people. We were here, and it was like half of this room. And now it's, obviously things are going well for everybody in XRP land, so it's bigger and it's gotten crazier, bigger. The evolution of it, I mean, more vendors, more people, more speakers, more information. An overall better positive energy because we're not all under the thumb of a horrific court case that's got everything in peril. And it's just growing. It's just organically growing in a very large manner year by year. It's pretty impressive. And Brad and them do a hell of a job, and they deliver really good free sandwiches. So, and I get to hang out with you two gents.
Yeah, I love that.
23 countries.
20. Yep. You asked my favorite questions last year. Some real potent good stuff to the who's.
Sure.
What were maybe some nuggets, some gold nuggets for the crew that you got out of the show? Maybe questions, responses. What really stood out, Sean?
From last year or this year?
This year.
A lot of the stuff I've heard, all the stuff I already kind of know, just because I'm psycho and I study this stuff all day long. But I'm always looking for like a new fact, a new angle, or whatever. Garlinghouse said something that when he said it was one of those things where you go, Jesus, that was so obvious. How come nobody else? We didn't think of that. But when he was talking about the Circle acquisition and everything, and RLUSD, and how, even if they don't get Circle, he wishes USDC does well. He doesn't think that's going to affect RLUSD. The point that he made was, with RLUSD, at least how I interpreted it, it's almost like the XRP of stablecoins, right? It's a US stablecoin from a neutral third-party company, whereas with USDC, they're partnered with Coinbase, so Coinbase is getting part of their revenue. And he goes, why would any other exchange want to use USDC over RLUSD when using USDC is funding their competitors, their largest competitors' bankroll? And I went, shit, I didn't think of that one. So, yeah. It really hit me hard. And then just listening to him in general, I studied like body language, everything. I'm trying to see if I can pick up something. He says a lot without saying a lot. He's probably one of the best I've ever seen with it. But it's all in a positive and a good way. I mean that. You can just tell the big things are, big things are coming. There's no doubt about it. I mean, he's frothing at the mouth to tell us. I know it. Like, he wants to be able to just say, hey, everybody, here's what the price is going to, here's what our partnerships are. Here's the act. But he can't, and he works around it in a beautiful way that drives me insane because I just want to know.
All I've heard is positive things this whole 2 days about Ripple CEO.
It's a hell of a nice guy.
Yeah, which is so great to hear, and it's yet another confirmation, which we're always looking for.
Sure.
And like, are we in the right spot? And
Yeah.
there's so many blindingly amazing things
It's
that we're
nuts.
in the right spot. It looks like we got another one.
I was gonna say real. Oh, go ahead.
please,
No, I was just gonna
please.
say, and I got Garlinghouse, one of the legend koozies with the pool picture from last year on it, and Rocky Balboa on the back. So he's got one of my koozies now to drink $17,000 scotch out of. So hey, Brad, if you're listening, use the damn koozie, brother, and send a picture to me. Thank you.
That's what I drink my $17,000 scotch out of.
That's it.
for sure.
That's it. Anyway, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, man. Sean is among all the other nicknames that are building up for him. I call him the investigator because, like, when he and I get on the phone together, I need to call you more, bro. My bad. But you were so good about calling me and sharing your
2 a.m.
knowledge. It's like an episode of True Detective with us at like 2 a.m. And it's like
the world's asleep, everything's quiet, and we're stringing things together and crazy out of our
like,
minds.
dude, this whole thing is just gonna be awesome.
Rusty
Like, it's
coal. I'm
fucking
carving up a beer can, dude.
You dug up another gem here, and it sounds like a little ahead of everybody else. Man, please share about it with us.
Yeah,
with
so
the crew here.
So long story short, I have a bad habit of coming home from the bar late at night and then deep diving things, which leads to never sleeping, and it's a terrible habit. But this time it landed on a gem. So long story short, I had seen where King Solomon, who's a hell of a researcher, he does with the Genfinity, he had found a DTCC patent with had reference to Dara, Ripple, Stellar, a couple other ones in there, and had made references to them. So I got home that night. I go, I want to dig into that. I want to read that. I want to see what he was looking at. So I brought up what I thought was what he had brought up, and I couldn't find anything he was talking about because, come to find out, I was looking at a completely different patent. And the patent that I found was it's from the DTCC. It's Systems, Methods, and Storage Media for Managing Digital Liquidity Tokens in a DLT Platform. It's a hell of a mouthful. What's interesting about it is, if you look at it, it was filed by Securrency April 29th, 2020. Securrency, I believe, back a while back, was bought by the DTCC. They're going to be the ones that are tokenizing everything on that platform. The current assignee of said patent is the DTCC. I have it all right here. The application was granted August 30th, 2022, and it's set to expire all the way in 2041. So this thing's it's through the rigmarole. It's real. As I was digging around, if you with any patent, you get all the text description of every schematic, and then you get the schematics. So I'm going through schematic after schematic. It's very generic, token A, token B, and it's basically showing the flow chart of how these different things are going to work within the totality of said system. I get to figure 17, and right at the top, and I wish there was a way to show this, it's straight up the XRP logo, the XLM logo, and the entire system in which it's going to flow on for the liquidity token, which corresponds with figure 17 within the patent. And if you go to figure 17 within the patent, it's a long thing. I'm not reading all of it, but it specifically lists Ripple's DLT system, Stellar's DLT systems. It explains how this entire schematic that I know you can't clearly see very well works, and it breaks it all down. But right here and here are the Stellar and the XRP token logos, not the companies, not referring to, not saying they trialed it. The logos, the tokens in the schematics for this, which is built to tokenize $100 trillion in assets. The DTCC said straight up, I think it was, what's his name, George Doney, recently in an interview, that they're in the 8th inning, I believe, of a 9-inning baseball game. They're ready to go with this. They don't need permission to do it, and they're going to go live with $100 trillion in tokenized assets on this platform. I wish I could show it better. There's the front page. There's the damn schematic. There's the damn assignee to the DTCC.
Confirmed. I read it.
Here's all the writing. There's the highlighted section. If you Google systems, methods, and storage, liquidity tokens, DLT, DTCC patent, PDF, you'll find it. Or if you're on Twitter, hit me up at Baron of Beach, ST for street. It's BARONOFBEACHST. And just message me on there. I'll send you the whole file and you can see it for yourself. But it's the real deal. Simple as that. There you go.
Woo!
There it is. Another late night pays off with information and no money. I love it. There you go.
I'd say mic drop Ron's mic, but he might come
There you
tackle.
go.
Yeah. That's a mic dropper.
Yeah, it works good enough, my man.
That's beautiful, bro. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for being you in this space.
Oh, I got no choice.
No, you don't. Clearly, but it's so appreciated, man.
Yeah.
You've taught me so much.
Of course, man. This is the mind is a circus and it never shuts the hell up. So I'm always digging into stuff like this. I'm always trying to find stuff. I don't post a ton just because social media is kind of disgusting. But from time to time, I will put some of this stuff up. But if you get a hold of me on that Twitter handle or whatever and just message me, I will send you anything I have. I have all sorts of deep dives and stuff like this. So.
Yeah, if you want to have the conversation like I get to have with Sean, go to the Baron of Beach Street on X. Check our boy out.
You'll see the picture. It's me in the pool from last year.
Yeah. Oh, the pool. How the legend was born.
Shotgun in a Miller Lite and cannonball it into a pool that nobody else would swim in.
Everybody else is in suits, you know?
Yeah, well, don't call it a pool party if you're not going to party. There you go.
So, brother, you obviously you're a crypto rock star for us. You've been a music rock star, literally.
I've done some
you
stuff.
dress as a rock star, but
or a court jester, however.
we hear, and I've even seen trailer of the movie Star.
Oh yeah.
We would love to know what film you're going to be in. And what you can talk about with that.
Yeah, for sure. I can't really say much because there's not a lot to say, but my buddy Rob Slasher back home in Daytona Beach, he's been working on getting a movie off the ground forever, a horror movie called Executioner. Things have been moving along really well with that. I ended up in it. It was a drunk conversation. I said, if you ever need a pizza delivery driver who's bitter, I'm your guy. He said, yeah, I actually need that. I thought nothing of it. And about a year and a half later, I get a text that just says, hey, man, you ready to film in 2 weeks? And I don't act. And I don't like acting because I feel like it's a form of lying and I don't really know how to lie. It's a problem I have. But I said, screw it, let's do it. He said, just play yourself. You'll be good to go, brother. And I'm like, all right, man, let's go. Then he told me I was going to be playing opposite anybody that's familiar with WWE wrestling, Shotzi Blackheart. So I'm like, oh, all right, now I'm going to have to act, and I'm acting against a professional wrestler, and I grew up loving wrestling. So it's really cool. It was a little weird, but it worked out really, really well. I rewrote the scenes, the dialogue for my scenes, and we filmed 2 separate things. It seems to have gone very well. I think they're hoping to wrap filming by the end of this year or maybe middle of next year. We've got Michael Burnett of Fright Night Studios doing all the special effects. He's done stuff for Evil Dead, Flatliners. And if you look, I think on Instagram, I don't even have an Instagram, but on Instagram, it's Executioner with an exclamation point. You can see the teaser trailer. I think you can see where they did a life cast of me with the special effects. It's all on there. It's either The Executioner or Executioner. It's black background, red writing with a big exclamation point. So look that up. Do whatever you do on Instagram to follow each other. And it's gonna be a good one. And Rob's doing a hell of a job with it. And I'm excited to somehow be in a movie now too. So,
brother, that is so fun.
I love horror movies. I like wrestling, and now I'm in one with it's weird.
I do too. Honestly, I can't wait to see it.
It's
Man,
fun.
the trailer was fire.
Yeah, man.
The fun questions. I mean, it is Sean. Let's get
real
Oh,
quick.
yeah.
Well, and then just real quick, as far as the music goes, I was in a band called The Autumn Offering for years on Victory Records. Just YouTube, Embrace the Gutter. That was our biggest song. You'll see the music videos for multiple songs. They were on Headbangers Ball back in the day. We toured with Hatebreed, Creator, played shows with Slayer, you name it. It was the first dream I ever chased. I started it when I was a little kid and built it up into a full-blown touring machine. record labels. We were on Tony Hawk's Downhill Jam video game, some other racing game too. So yeah, look up the Autumn Offering on YouTube and check out those music videos. I'm the fat bass player with the long hair and a Leonard Skinner sleeveless shirt. That's me. Making you
guys
proud,
could
Mom.
really well, man. They
Yeah.
could really well.
Yeah. It's one of my proudest things.
Sean,
Sorry, go ahead, brother.
favorite album of all time?
Guns N' Roses' Appetite for Destruction, the greatest record ever written. Period. End of story. Pound for pound, song for song. They are the most badass band ever, dude. It was like the Rolling Stones met the Sex Pistols. Like, they are I remember being in elementary school, watching MTV. Welcome to the Jungle comes on. Axl looks disgusting and terrifying, and I went, yes, this is my guy. Like, I just connected internally with me. I fell in love with it. It introduced me to rock and roll, and
Almost a hesitation there.
Yeah, that was the fastest response by a mile.
it's the only thing in my life I'm sure of.
Earlier today was the only time I've ever seen Quincy Jones speechless. Like, ever.
Yeah.
He just stopped. Can't compute.
He just glitched.
What's something you haven't done in your life yet, Sean, that you want to get to, man? It's on the list. You want to get out there and achieve it.
Get stupidly, unapologetically rich.
Like private jet, yacht.
Private
rich?
jet, yes, whatever, as much as I can get. Yeah. I want to taste it, see it, and do it all. And that's that. Yeah, I'm unapologetic about it. Like, I want. Time's the only real currency. I want all of mine back, and it equates to freedom. I want freedom. I don't really care about money. Obviously, it's just a thing to facilitate freedom, but I want freedom, and I want freedom in every single aspect there is of life. I want to go from A to B without any interruption, without any hindrance, without security checkpoints and fucking people in my way. I want to be able to move at my speed. Period. That's it.
I think everybody we talk to,
sick and tired of being uncomfortable
in the crew and this family and this army, it's that we want freedom.
That's it. That's
we
it.
do.
The freedom to do and the freedom to not do anything.
Yep.
And the time to think about what I might want to do. But answering to anybody, never been my thing, and I don't want to do it the rest of my life. I refuse to. So this is do or die. So this XRP thing better work. That's all I'm saying. I'm not making threats on my life. I'm just saying it better work. That's all. Better work. 7 years in, better work. All right.
Let's pull this thing off.
Yeah. Woo.
Oh, I love it.
Ooh, that didn't get dark. All right.
Okay, Sean, we ask everyone this. This is our final question. If you take a moment, to the camera,
sure.
Somebody that's going to see this, just a message to somebody that you love, man. Somebody that inspires you.
And it can't be Axl Rose.
Damn it, dude. I was going to go without missing a beat again. We give a shout out to
Stumped him.
No.
Quincy.
No. What's love? No, I'm dead on the inside. Yeah.
If you really got to know him, there's a lot of talk.
That might just be my answer.
There's a lot.
That might just be my answer, because if you name any one or person that other people get offended, you didn't name them. Yeah. I'm gonna give it out to my my stuffed little sloth that I've had for years. His name's Lil S. Love him dearly. Real psychopath. Real son of a bitch. Hell of a personality. He's at home right now. Hopefully he's watching. Hey, Lil S. And I'm gonna give it out to him. He's a neutral third-party asset who brings joy into my life. So now no one can be upset. There you go. Lil S. Little pink son of a bitch. Shout out Lil S, dude. Well, he's the real legend.
You're going to get home and your girlfriend's going to have all your gear out on the front lawn.
She's great, obviously. But okay. All right.
Oh, my gosh.
Shout out to Amanda, obviously, but Lil S. Make shout out to Lil S. Promise nobody else has got a Lil S. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, man, no.
You want to see Lil S? Hit me up on Barron of Beach Street. I got plenty of pictures He's got a gown. He's got a king's crown. He's got all sorts of stuff. This is not a joke. Yeah. Let's make him a celebrity.
Can't wait to see him.
Jesus Christ, I'm tired.
Bring him on the crew. Man, I needed that this weekend, man. I needed a great laugh. Thank you, brother.
Oh, God almighty.
We are so happy and so proud of who Sean is and what he brings to this community and to us. Talking to him is always a wealth. So thank you for being my friend, man, and being in my life. Like I when I see your number pop up, man, I'm always stoked. Even when I'm too busy or I got something going on, I'm like, I got Sean in my life, man. I'm happy to have you.
Thanks. Yeah. Mirror stares back hard, but you don't at me, so thank you. It's like,
no.
And yeah, Amanda, please, seriously, take care of little S at home. I'll be back as soon as I can get a plane to the beach. All right.
All right.
I didn't want that to fall on deaf ears.
Thank you, legend.
Thank you, guys, man. Hell yeah. All right, XRP world. I'm out of here. See ya.
See you next year.
Yeah.
Walking around going, who's that guy? I said, none of us know, but everybody knows.
What's up, everybody? Well, I believe that was the last one for the day. So what I'm going to attempt to do is I'm literally going to attempt to do, I believe it was the last one. I'm going to get confirmation I need confirmation if that was the last one for the day. And so if it is, I'm gonna do something I shouldn't do, but I'm gonna do it anyways because I got love for you. So we can't confirm, so I'm gonna fill the gap like I normally do. And if I get kicked out, it's all worth it, right? Because I'll come back, I'll grow a beard, maybe get some plugs in my hair, and I'll sneak in another way. But we're gonna go a little this way, and hopefully I can give you some meat and potatoes to what's going on. So we just gonna walk around. Now, guys, you might not be able to hear everything, but I'm gonna try to get us back in the room. Okay? I'm gonna try to get. Actually, before we do that, I want to just make sure you guys can hear me properly. I only got about 9% on my roaming camera right now. I am charging it, so I'm limited by my microphone. But it's been a productive day. I hope you guys are finding value in this stream. I already got that, Miss Becky. Thank you for your support. No sound, no sound, no sound. Here, this is a couple seconds. Okay, Chad, just real quick. Yeah, we're at Burger King next year. Real quick, just give me a 5x5 on the sound. Just a 5x5. Anybody on the comment section on YouTube, get me on the sound, please. Thank you, Crypto Mountain Man. Love it. Thank you, thank you. Mama Zep, thank you, thank you. All right. So I'm going to take us back into the room or into the conference room, and they're supposed to announce the winners for the XRP Shark Tank, where 12 projects got to do a 2-minute pitch in front of EZA to win $25,000 as a grand prize for their project. So that announcement is going to be made here shortly. So I'm gonna get us in there and see what I can do. Full transparency, I'm not gonna be able to read the comments, so Miss Becky, if there really is something else that's going on, like there is no sound, text me. But if there is sound and it's kind of in and out, it is what it is. I will try to speak as the thing progresses. They're trying to translate some information, okay? Especially when they're doing the announcements, all right? So Guns N' Roses was the day. Right on. Okay, cool. I'm gonna take a walk. I'm gonna take a walk. I gotta check in on one thing. I'll be right back. We're about to get crazy. Just a minute. Stand by. Okay, guys. So let me explain what we're doing. We're gonna shoot the gap here. Um, we're gonna bend the rules a little bit, and we're gonna set some up to see where if we can get the shot of the main stage. And I think that may be it for the end of the night. I still haven't got confirmation on that, but that's what's going on right now. So we're gonna try to bring you guys the announcement of the XRP Shark Tank, sponsored by ECA, ECA app at the Google Play and iOS store. Really great way to get some basic knowledge about a few different chains, including XRP, or such a cryptocurrency as well as XRP. Okay, we're gonna do a sound check. Just give me a moment.
Mic check, mic check. But
I might have to re-add.
I'm gonna go by the speaker. Can you hear me as I'm talking now? Hey, can you hear me? Look to your right if you can hear me. You cannot hear me. Look to your right if you can hear me. Anything? What? It's right here. Straight in front. Straight in front. He hears me? All right. But here. But is he getting on you?
Yes, he got
Okay,
audio.
let's go. All right, so we got that people over there. Oh, but I got no audio. Sorry.
I heard you.
I know. I mean, a video. Just video.
We're live right here. Everybody can hear me. I got a 5x5 of the crowd. I'm gonna mute this real quick. You got video? Let's go. Check, mic check. There we go, mic check. All right. Yeah, that's really quiet. Yeah. All right. Oh, well. Oh, we need to unmute this. Mic check, mic check. Okay, I know you guys can hear me. What's up? IMU TV. Wow. Can we turn this up? Nope. I can hear you. We can hear you. Thanks, Becky. Yeah, we're hot. Okay, it's just on my end. That's good. Okay, let's set up. Yo, yo, yo. We're still good. Guys, I'm just doing a sound check because we're breaking the rules. Breaking the rules here. We're going to shoot the stage. I'm going to walk in front of the camera. How's it look? Let's see. Okay, we're going to do a Zoom. We're right now in a breakout. There you go. Okay. Oh, that's all you. All you have to do, look. These are your... Guys, I'm giving some education real quick. Okay, guys. So we just got word that we cannot do it, so I'm going to do it. See, it's we, not me, but me, so we doesn't do it. I'm going to do it. So the sound might be a little iffy on there, but I'm so grateful that you guys all showed up for the XRP 2025 Las Vegas event broadcast on IMU TV. It's been a fantastic Saturday. Yesterday was a hurricane, but if you're in this digital asset space, you cannot go unscathed. All right, so I'm going to switch right now, and because they're about to announce the winners. I'll be right back.
Crew, nothing but love. The interviews, just the people that came and gave their words today to us were absolutely amazing. I'm blown away. I have to say this, Becky, talking directly to you, girl. I know you've been in here all day. I know you've been fighting off the bots. Thank you so much for what you do. You deserve every ounce of having a wrench and being a part of what we are. And I know you are with us in spirit. I know it. So thank you so much, Becky. Interviews from today. We just talked to Sean. I'm sure you all saw that.
They're doing the announcement, and I'm going to do it on my phone. So
Awesome. Okay, bro.
Go ahead, switch me up.
No, hey, no.
I did it yesterday.
We cannot film that. We cannot film past this wall. Cannot.
I got 5 phones in there that are doing it right now.
Don't. I'm telling you not to do this. I'm sorry, and I don't want to tell you that, but do not do this.
Sorry, guys. Unfortunately, I'm unable to do it. Just got told do not do it, so I'm not going to risk the broadcast or the team. So sorry about that, everybody. But I know there's others that are shooting video right now and taking pictures. We'll post that on the multiple different channels. Okay, guys. So sorry about technical difficulties. We are waiting for just possibly one more interview, but I'm sorry we cannot do that. We cannot broadcast that. It's a big no-no. I attempted. It was a no-go, so I apologize for that. But we will be having, I believe, another interview. If not, thanks for everybody watching. Real deal. It's been an exciting journey, an exciting adventure. But I'm going to go record I'm going to go take some pictures and do some things and post them in other places, as I know other content providers are. I thank you so very much for watching the Stable Crew at IMU TV. Big plug to you guys. Love you all. Las Vegas, XRP Las Vegas. It has been great. Okay, I got to go. But I'll be right back. I promise.
That's creating a wondering footprint.
Oh, yeah! Okay, guys, I'm listening. They're just making. So they're handing out cash prizes. Some of the winners. They just announced the 200s. Wandering Footprint, I believe, is one of those. Desiree won $400. We're kind of going guerrilla warfare right now on this. Everybody, I appreciate everybody's time and patience. But next year, we're definitely going to do, 2,500 for JP.
Next off in second place, we now have next off we have Ruba for $2,500.
Whoopa. Oh, we had her on the Dip Show. Congratulations to Whoopa.
And next, for $5,000, we have Independent Music Universe.
IMUTV gets $5,000, baby. Let's go! Let's go!
Thank you so much. We know that
IMUTV.
And last, but very much not least, in first place for the grand prize of $10,000, we've seen this team on Twitter. I actually knew about this team before they even came to the Shark Tank. Everybody on Twitter saying, "Phil, go to check out XRP."
Yeah! XRP wins the $25,000 at XRP Las Vegas at the XRP Shark Tank. Baby, it's a great day for the XRP Ledger. I'm doing the podcast. You don't get the video, but it's good to go, baby. Everybody's looking at me like I'm drunk, but I'm not. I'm just doing it live on a podcast. I couldn't shoot it. I got big trouble. All right. Congratulations to the winners.
Hey, everybody. Brad asked me to do something, and I know the reason he asked me to do
Fire.
because he might start crying and ruin his image. But I want to tell you a real quick story. I was in the back there, and people were lined up for a photograph with me. And then after a few photographs, there was a fellow waiting, a couple of them. And I go up to him, I'm like, "Oh, you want a photograph?" I'm like, "No."
All right, there you guys go. I got as much as I could. XRP is the winners. XRP, Wandering Footprint, placed at a girl Optimus. We love you. And also, IMUTV took second place. IMUTV, it's been great. It's been good. Thank you so very, very much for everybody watching. It looks like we are pretty much out. I got confirmation on that right now. The evidence is clear. Next year, if you can, be here at the XRP convention 2026. Be on the lookout for Brad Kimes. Big shout out to Brad Kimes for hosting this 3 years in a row. And it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And the community gets stronger and stronger and stronger because of it. My name is Simon Says Crypto. For IMUTV, for the Stable Crew, and of course, the Dibito Show. Thank you. Thank you for watching and being a part of history. Simon Says, I'm out, and I'll see you on the ledger.